You can say that it's an early spring. You can say it's a late spring until spring.
That's funny.
Unfortunately, winter almost goes to June here. So,
Sorry.
and where I live.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Yeah. But
I know.
it's fucking weird, dude. I mean, like it's just one big sheet of ice around here because
Oh, is it?
it melts and then it freezes at night and then it melts. But it was like 4 degrees the other day.
Don't you
I'm
like
just waiting
live
for
in the
this.
Arctic?
What's that?
Aren't you like basically in the Arctic?
I thought so.
Right, damn near.
I'm only a few hours from the most southern tip of Hudson Bay. So yeah.
As pardon my ignorance because I don't know geography. How close are you like North Bay and Sudbury and shit like that?
I'm northern than North Bay. I'm where I am. What I tell people when they ask me where I am at the very northern shore of this Lake Superior, which is my sister's actually up higher than we are, and
Yeah.
she's in Alberta. And you see, so this brings me to my what the fuck. I'm having a hard time cracking seeds, or not cracking them, but getting them to come out of the fucking ground. And
Because it's covered in snow, obviously.
I was gonna say, can you grow weed in can you grow weed in tundra?
Guys are so
actually, that's why they come out with auto flowers was for the people up.
Okay,
above
so
the
my
circle.
question is being up lower, being up higher in elevation?
Yeah, no.
It's not elevation.
You're not higher. You're northern.
Latitude.
Okay, so being northerner than most, but Vancouver is very much more higher than I am. So is Alberta, and so is, so I don't get why I'm having a hard time, and people even up here are saying to me, you're going to have a hard time in the winter cracking and getting going. And I don't get that because it shouldn't matter if it's in the winter or not if you're inside, right?
Well, yeah.
Humidity.
Yeah, other than humidity.
Well, it's very high humidity here, that's sure. It's
No, it isn't.
It'd be low humidity there, wouldn't it?
It should be
dry.
low.
No.
In the winter, humidity.
No, dude.
Yeah.
No.
Well, you should. You should because hot heat
right now.
humidity, right?
Right now, the humidity is where is it? 71%. It's usually higher than 80 here.
In the winter?
Yep. Right now, it's 71% outside. It's fucked up, I tell you. I get pockets of condensation in the house because it's so weird.
All right, Terrace Bay. Terrace Bay.
Well, don't tell people where I am.
It must be because you're right
We
by
know
the
that it's
water.
Because they're gonna come stalk you.
Maybe it's not humid, Al. It's just damp.
That's humidity.
No.
Humidity.
No. It feels different.
The cold even feels different here. You can feel it in us.
Welcome to Nova Scotia.
Right, but what you have is you have a very large ice mass north of you in the Hudson's Bay.
Yes.
You have a very large ice mass directly on the other side of you, known as Lake Superior.
Yes.
Right. You can't have
right
so it's
beside it.
Right. It's like a fucking ocean itself.
It's huge. Yeah.
So you're subject to
fucked up growing seasons,
nor'easterly winds that are coming off of the Hudson's Bay, or southerly winds. So a southerly wind is still going to blow cold air on you because it's coming across that ice in the lake.
Yeah, but it's not all that cold.
No. But Vancouver,
it's -4 outside right now. I mean,
right.
it gets it's been I think the lowest it's gone I think is 42, -42.
Right. But you're trying to compare yourself with Vancouver. You're actually pretty close to the same latitude of Vancouver and Victoria, right? Because actually Victoria is a little bit further south than Vancouver.
We drink Lake Superior water. It's fucking awesome. It's always cold. Always.
Yeah, all them shipwrecks in there. Mm.
You know what? I just watched a documentary on Discovery about the shipwrecks in Lake Superior. They did an episode on that Josh Gates.
Yep.
And it was quite interesting. There are almost over 500 and some shipwreck wrecks that they know about.
Yeah, I was going to say that they know about.
Yeah. No, there's a whole exploratory thing going on these days looking for shipwrecks in Lake Superior. They've been doing it for 10 years or so.
But see, with Finns,
yes, off the ocean, yeah.
Right. So they end up getting more rain because it kind of stops at the Rockies until it builds enough to get over the Rockies. But when it comes over the Rockies, it's coming over cold. So it turns into snow on the other side of the Rockies for Alberta and everybody else.
Well, it's fucked up. Uh-oh.
Messages. You got town. What's going on in the world anymore?
Yeah,
Go on X.
me too. Me too. But
I go on Twitter or YouTube and I'm like, what the hell? They heard plane maybe?
I didn't.
X is the way to go.
Sorry,
I didn't know Carl Weathers had died until my sister posted a link from fucking Twitter.
Carl Weathers died?
Yeah, he died the other
Yeah.
day.
I also don't watch the news.
Yeah.
All
Intentionally.
say is,
It is on Twitter, though.
I just want to say, what's his name? Tucker Carlson. Please come and save us, Canadians. We need news.
Fuck Tucker Carlson. Fuck him.
He said he called the Prime Minister, left him a message on video and said,
Yeah,
we're coming to liberate Canada.
Yeah, he was in Calgary and Edmonton. Was it this week he was there?
Whether you like the guy or not, it's just funny, and we do
That's
need
the guy
help.
Oh, he's a bit of a donkey, but you know what? He's entertaining.
That's the guy from Fox, yes?
No,
Well, he got fired from Fox.
Oh,
he's on X.
Oh, he was on Fox. Yeah, he was on Fox a long. He was their guy.
Mind you, he's not wrong usually. He's actually usually right. He's just kind of an ass about it sometimes.
Oh, here's more news. Did you hear what Danielle Smith did in Alberta?
Who?
Yeah, she did the right. I'll say it. She did the right thing.
I don't disagree with you, but she's taking a hard stance on what is it, medically altering the youth.
She just basically said,
"Oh, mushrooms."
And she no. She banned the gender. Like kids. She's not allowing hormone therapy or surgery.
Who's that?
Gender affirming care, I think they call that.
And
who's that?
Danielle Smith.
She banned it in
No. Yeah, what they've done is they've made so.
They should have pretty much all the same to the kids and adults.
Right, and the way it should be. But what they've done is they've said, okay, your kid cannot identify of anything other than what its gender is unless the parents give the permission for the.
There's a new thing she just brought up today, which
under
also
8, under
sport.
Yeah.
Oh.
They cannot undergo any counseling in regards to this without permission from the parents.
Well, as it
or
should
the parents being involved. Yeah,
it should be that way. I thought it was that way.
And there's
it was up until what's this decade called? 2015.
Yeah,
something happened. 2015.
They cannot get any hormone therapies, or no, they cannot start any hormone therapies. All right, until they're 18, unless they have their parents' permission.
I think they can start the I thought
if
it was
they've already
16
started it, if they've already started
for
it,
the hormones,
18 for, they say 18 for top and bottom surgery, but under 18 can't get bottom surgery anyways, in that province, so they can't have any surgery.
They do start the hormones. They do start the hormones, though.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
Really?
16. But you can do it at 16 if the parents consent.
Yeah, I feel like that's the big thing with
my niece
parents.
was going out with a trans boy for a little while. Well, and he was going through the treatment to eventually change, and it was messing him up big time.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't even know if he's still on it, if he's still doing it or not.
Well, one thing they use is puberty blockers. So try and stop puberty.
Yeah.
Which is going to fuck you up with.
Well, just in your head, I would think it would be pretty.
And hormonally.
Yeah.
Right? Don't forget, you got to get your testosterone.
Because otherwise you can't be testy.
That's right. Look how testy I am.
I'm always testy.
Hormones have other benefits besides just the sexual aspects of it.
Oh, exactly. Well, they keep you alive.
Now, will if you put a transgender girl on hormones at an early age, will it start a menstrual cycle or stop a menstrual cycle?
I don't know.
I don't think we're qualified to answer that question.
I haven't done it. Like, honestly, you give them testosterone, it's risk of diabetes. You're going to probably potentially reduce periods, but I'm sure it does. But also in the end, it's going to. The reason that they want to do it, though, it can pretty much make them infertile. Right, and that's what if that, and that's why I think, what if all of a sudden, even if they are trans and didn't have a surgery, maybe they'd like to have a. So I agree with the.
Yeah, you can
make sure they're mature enough to make the decision.
You can do that artificially now, and I think that's the way they mostly go. I would think.
But either way, I never, you don't give it to.
I watched a documentary on elephants. What's the prehistoric elephant? Mastiff? No, that's a dog.
Woolly mammoth.
A woolly mammoth. Yes, they found the DNA that they need to clone a woolly mammoth, and using an elephant, right? So and I don't know if they've already done it or they're about to do it, but it's going to happen soon. And we know that they've already cloned people as well. Of course, we know this.
How do we know that they cloned people?
What?
Yeah, when did they clone people?
I know they cloned a sheep.
I know there's lizard people, but come on.
What people? M&M?
No, you'd have to call and ask them. And then and then Elon's now, he's put a chip in somebody, and probably
the Neuralink or whatever.
Well, put it this way: Elon's
cloned.
There's probably Elon's, and that's probably why you get so much shit done.
I know.
He's a clone.
He's an idiot.
Yeah, one does SpaceX.
Or a robot.
Or a robot.
Yeah.
Well, according to Google, no human has ever been.
Really? Yeah, according to Google. Yes, let's get right on that.
Google.
You have a sheep, you can have a monkey.
Google is literally, it's just compiling all of your data. So that way, every time you search something, they're like, ooh, okay, thank you.
I'll go out to the
I love Friday nights because I Google all kinds of shit.
I go out to the store and have a conversation with my buddy, and then I get home and there's links on my fucking computer.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I sit there watching fucking TV. All of a sudden, Miss What's-Her-Face starts talking to me. I'm like,
on the box.
who the fuck? What? I didn't say anything to you. Have a nice day, Al.
Did you the documentary that talk downs that are being sent to other devices like your mobile phone? So your mobile phone can actually pick up that you're watching a commercial about Kleenex.
Probably.
But here's a prime example. I go to Google, I open up a new tab, and I put what animals have, and it auto populates have been cloned.
Yeah. You think
1996.
all because you just mentioned it in front of the phone?
Yeah.
I think a sheep's the largest thing that's ever been cloned, wasn't it?
Well, that was
Since
Dolly.
1996, when Dolly was born, other sheep have been cloned from adult cells, as have mice, rabbits, horses, and donkeys, pigs, goats, and cattle. In 2004, most was cloned using a nucleus from an olfactory neuron, showing that the donor nucleus can come from a tissue of the body that does not normally divide.
Does it say what happened to Dolly?
I'm sure Dolly
The
got.
sheep?
Dolly Parton died?
She was
No,
probably-
Dolly the sheep. Because it says here the reason why that they don't clone a lot of animals is because profound genetic errors can result in early and painful death.
Well, they're gonna just fucking cook her into rack of lamb anyway. What's the fucking difference?
Like, why wouldn't you just try to see how long that one would live, though? Like,
I can't remember how.
I don't know, but here's the most recent animal cloned. Is Elizabeth Ann, a black-footed ferret female that was born on December. She's a clone of a female named Willa who died in the mid-1980s and left no living descendants.
Wow. You know, I know that what they have done with animals is they have adjusted things. Know that that's a cloned animal. That's one of the things that they've started doing.
oh, I have an answer on what happened to Dolly. February 14th, Valentine's Day 2003, they euthanized her
For
because
dinner?
she had a progressive lung disease and severe. She was expected. They're supposed to live around.
Dolly became dinner.
Yeah.
Would you want to eat something that had a progressive lung disease? Oh, we probably already do. That was probably the steak dinner I had last night.
I had steak too.
Has an extinct animal ever been cloned? Really?
It's called Jurassic Park.
If I remember correctly, the gene they found a woolly mammoth,
Yeah.
and it had blood in it. So they brought it back to wherever they're doing their testing, but whatever wasn't the right type that they needed to actually get DNA to clone.
Globulin.
So they missed it by that much.
Yeah. Yeah. For something that went extinct recently, it could happen. And in 2003, they successfully cloned a Pyrenean ibex, which is a type of goat that went extinct when the last living individual was killed by a falling tree.
Ouch.
Ow. And they were able to do that, but they've also tried thylacine that died of, couldn't bring it back. Weird shit about cloning. So I mean, we've all seen Jurassic Park. Do we really want that?
I have a question. Has anybody watched Griselda yet?
What? It's Griselda.
Griselda Blanca was the queen of Coke back in the 90s.
Okay.
And what's her name? The Spanish lady.
Sofia Vergara.
Thank you very much. Yummy.
She drives me crazy. That's why I didn't watch her. I
Yeah,
don't really like her.
she's a little too much too energetic for me. But anyways, it was done very, very well. I sat and watched it. Yeah, it's the same production company that did Narcos.
I'd love to watch it, but I
didn't like
crazy.
You know, you'll be able to watch it because it's not her. It's actually a very serious, you know.
Yeah, I've heard she did a really good job on it.
There's buzz of awards for this.
But I also heard that there's controversy around the story because just like that Pauly Shore film about Richard Simmons, this woman story or like her approval for this
died in the 1990s, maybe early 2000s, I believe. But I think of the information that they got was from retired FBI and it was very public too, because it was the first big you know, female drug, what do you call them, drug kingpin or queenpin. They called her the godmother, and I mean, they went after her, but
I know her godmother.
She just fell into it, really. I mean, she stole a key of coke and came to the States from the mafia or from the cartel, and stole a key of coke from her husband, and you know, or from
never looked back. Ordered a bunch of
turn
murders,
one key into two, and then two into four, and then four into six.
You know, it was. I enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it. I've watched a few good shows over the last little.
Sherlock again.
I tried watching Elementary. I couldn't get into it because I don't like her. I don't like Lucy.
Well, I don't watch Elementary. I watch Sherlock.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, no.
I'm watching both.
Yeah.
Binging Cheers on season 5. I just want to say, because I've never seen the whole thing of Cheers, so no spoilers.
Really?
Really? Well, when did it finish? Like 1980 or 19...
I don't know, like 90 something, 90, 89, I don't know, 91, 92.
Right? I was born in 83, so I was like 5 or 6. I wasn't watching Cheers. But yeah, I just want to say that Sam and Diane's love story is the most infuriating. I want to strangle Diane. Like, Timmy laughs at how upset I get over this. She's certifiably fucking bonkers. And he's just as crazy because he's just as in love with her. I'm like, oh my God.
Are you watching Fraser?
No, not yet, because it's apparently he was on Cheers. He came in like season 3 because he was Diane's love interest.
No, but I mean, are you watching Fraser?
We will.
No.
We will. After.
Okay. No, because I didn't like it. I didn't like it before. I'm not going to like this.
The new feature I like.
I love Cheers.
That's just fucking hilarious. It's public news. Hello.
I didn't know that.
Oh well, you know.
The show gets better once.
I've seen her in Cheers.
I got news for you. There's talk of Diane coming in this season. So, you know, but I don't know.
Me. Fuck.
Well, anyway, the other show that I'm watching is the new Night Heat or Night Court. And I don't like it like I like Frasier. I like John Larroquette. I like all characters.
Well, it doesn't have Judge Harry. You can't fucking have it.
The one-liners aren't working for me in 2024 like they did in 19 blah blah blah.
It's just you can try to recreate it. It's
my humor has changed. There's what's his name? George Carlin, his daughter is upset because they've done an AI performance of George Carlin with new jokes and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Not George Carlin, sorry. Okay. If you want to see George Carlin, watch him on video. I don't find George as funny as I did when he did his routines originally, just like Monty Python. I don't find them amusing like I did. Benny Hill, yes. Dave Allen at Large, yes. You know, I miss those kind of shows. I miss Carol Burnett, you know.
Yeah, but that's because something anymore. I feel
She
the
just
same way
turned
about
90
American Pie.
anymore.
Okay, so I don't know if it was just funny then, but I was 15 probably
Yeah.
when
Oh,
the
no, it
movie
was-
came out.
Yeah, but again, you've already like some things. More and more you watch it, it's going to get less funny. And
Well, we laughed our asses off the fact that he was changing and he was running his ass off to his friend's house so he could watch her on the webcam.
Yeah.
And now that I look back, I'm like, he streamed some girl getting dressed in his room for the entire school to see. Like, and we thought that was hilarious. But that was what, 1990?
When that movie came out,
2001?
my website then. So for me, it was fucking
Yeah, Jackass isn't funny anymore.
no.
Oh,
I
no, Jackass is still
never
fucking
been
funny.
Now,
Jackass at all. I don't like him.
I just
well, I
watched
guess
Jackass a few months
some of
ago.
it
It's
is
still
funny.
awesome.
Some of
Still
it is
awesome.
not.
no.
The snow cone, it will never be funny. Okay, the yellow snow cone will never be funny.
Jackass.
I don't like the Howard Stern show that he used to do with all those fucking idiots in his studio. Now it's interviews and stuff like that, and he only has a few idiots in his studio. But I like his interviewing. I like
I
Letterman.
never ever liked
Rod
Howard
Stewart
Stern. but,
coming
like,
back. A lot of people are excited about that.
I liked Robin. I didn't listen to him. Yeah, it's like when Robin.
Enjoy Joe and yeah, I can't remember his name either.
I didn't watch it.
I've been spending most of my time watching podcasts. Like that one Roseanne Barr was just on where she called out whoever she was with about having MK Ultra, and he's like, "Who's that?"
The reboot. How can we do that? Or doing another reboot? I don't know how they would do that. I don't know because they've made a big.
Oh,
Maybe it
Dale
was a
says
dream.
James Corden.
James Corden. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Dale. You can
Thank-
just join.
Dale's having trouble getting in here because he's on his old computer. So
Um,
he's watching. He's controlling the chat for us. Here, we'll put the chat up here. Hopefully, it doesn't crash. Say hello, Dale. Wait for it.
so he's gonna write, "Hello, Dale."
I bet you he will.
It'll come in like 8-bit digital sound. How out now?
Do you remember the first computer voices that we used to hear?
Yeah.
No.
He has a stupid phone. I thought
Yes.
they were smartphones.
No. No.
Oh,
No.
Oh, just so you know, I gotta leave in 30 minutes.
No.
Yes.
why? Where are you going?
Game,
Hockey
You
You have
game.
a note from
I
your
knew
wife?
hockey game.
Hockey game.
Yeah.
When does hockey season end, Lenny?
Yeah.
That's what I want
Well,
to know.
I
Baseball
you-
season
you-
starts.
no, it doesn't it'll have to be- I'd like to make it to June.
Yeah, but
Um,
that's when golf season.
I don't really it's for it's the Memorial Cups. That's my end of the hockey season.
See, in the NHL, Toronto, every golf season is more important than Stanley Cup.
I just don't dig it anymore.
Are you serious?
What's that?
You know, it was once that the NHL carried CBC.
Well, to be honest, that's a hockey night.
Those people.
Those people.
When those people took them off of.
You know what? That is actually been around the same fucking time the whole world went to fucking shit, actually.
Oh, that was good.
Yeah. Those people had them removed.
Oh shit.
So,
Yeah.
No,
yeah,
kind
they
of.
know who we're talking about.
Jeez Louise. Isn't that what he
People.
Yeah.
2 words. Those people. Not him 80 years.
Oh. And his dog, my God.
I didn't like him.
He was an icon.
I didn't
Oh,
like
I
him. I
like
met him when I was very young. He used to hang out at Maple Leaf Gardens all the time, obviously, when my grandfather went and had season tickets way, we're talking the 70s here. So
He was definitely a personality they either loved or you hated.
I love.
stuff that I can find always when I'm not doing a show and can't find it at all when I am.
Yeah, but junior hockey's a little bit closer to the hockey I grew up with. The NHL's not.
Right. Because what happens is junior hockey are still the guys that are trying to make it to the NHL. The ones that get the NHL are getting the big paycheck. They don't have to.
But honestly, it's
Yeah.
everything. It's like you go to the rink, it's fucking light shows all over the place. It's fucking loud. Like I love when I see clips of old hockey and there's like whiteboards and none of this glitz and glamour and shit. The NHL All-Star Weekends this weekend. What a waste of fucking time.
The what? The All-Star.
Yeah, I used to go to a lot of Vancouver Canucks games when I lived in BC. Our people just don't want to go to fucking hockey games. So
well, they also charge what, $200 or $300 a ticket?
Yeah. But we had free tickets. We had tickets that we would give out to customers.
Okay.
And we'd have customers say no, because they might be getting like $200 worth of the tickets, but they've still got to pay for parking. Yeah.
Well,
you got to pay for parking or pardon?
I was going to say, watch out for these rich pro sports. It's all coming home to roost here too, because a big part of their salary has always been that television money, right?
Oh yeah.
TV's fucking dying.
Yeah, because everybody's going to streaming.
No, but I just it's gonna come around. Like I say, I just don't know if it's gonna survive like it is right now. These big salaries and big ticket prices. I just don't know.
I can't see it. In Vancouver, to go to a hockey game, even with free tickets, you're still looking at $100, $150.
Really?
Yep.
Wow.
Because what we would do is we would drive to Surrey, park in the parking lot there, jump on the SkyTrain, and take the way you didn't have to fight all the traffic out of Vancouver after the game. And then, of course, if you want to drink or anything like that, that's a small fortune in itself.
Or you get a drink at an arena and I was $8-10 a beer. It's stupid. Not that I would even buy a beer anymore, but
what the hell? To play something and it's not letting me. It's being a bitch.
any cannabis news lately or everything world quiet?
Not a fucking thing. Well, I mean, there's they'd made some changes right? Whole cannabis day recently. I think that's about all that's been going on.
I didn't see the changes. What changes?
Well, they've updated some things, right?
Such as I don't think so.
Sampling, things like that.
That's a couple provinces pushing the limits. That's not federal though.
Oh. Okay, so then no.
Yeah.
So we're just gonna sit here for another hour and a half and talk about not cannabis.
Which is fine. I enjoy talking to everybody.
Yeah, but you're leaving.
I gotta watch the Rebels. They're on they haven't been defeated in like fucking 10 games.
This is your brother?
Yeah. I haven't missed a game on here.
We know.
It's fucking torture. Oh, it's horrible. These fucking I saw that.
I don't like the winter.
No, I was sick yesterday. I think I had what Darcy had.
Knock on wood. I'm going to Red Deer in 2 weeks.
Of course, my Shatterizer's dead now.
Which is the 50th anniversary of Matt, the Great Gardener's Charter Challenge with Kurtusa. That's something to celebrate.
Cool.
Which charter challenge is that Terry Parker's?
It says Matt Great Gardener.
Oh, I don't know who that is.
Matt Barron.
Okay, I don't know who he is.
We could talk about upcoming cannabis events.
Yeah, what's coming up?
I think the first one that's coming up is going to be, is it Can Expo?
Yeah, I saw some
March?
email.
March 22nd to the 24th, I think.
Which email was it? Was it the one offering to purchase data or the one saying buy your ticket?
I think it was buy tickets is what I think I saw.
I got the first one. I was like, what? I never asked for this.
I don't even know.
CBG TV is sponsoring.
Yeah, Can Expo's a little smaller than the
That's
traditional.
I believe that's down at
the Enercare
building or something down the exhibit. Yeah. They used to use the Queen Elizabeth building, but I think they're using the big
yeah, the big room at the Enercare Center.
The big
which is where the auto show is that I'm going to
the Embridge Center, isn't it?
In a couple weeks. Enercare.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you might see outdoor concerts with weed being sold this year.
In the end of May.
And what's that?
So it was in Alberta. They've now brought it over to on camping with like awesome food, awesome people, as well as like stoner games and
so Harvest Fest.
Yeah, in Ontario, sort of. Yeah, but more like a camp. Harvest Fest is more like concert and like it's an event like thing. I don't know, it's different. I don't know if they're having musicians and stuff.
It's the same but different.
No, I think it'd be more in line of like stoner games.
Yeah,
more like that.
We know somebody who's tried it up here.
Yeah, that's talking about like more in line kind of.
Yeah. It's more about
the people that run it, Blunts and Beans. I don't know if you've heard of them yet. But wellness retreat, like resort itself is specialized in doing retreat. So having, and then of course there's 420 in April, and all of the events.
I believe the Global Marijuana March is going to kick up some fucking spin here this year too. I wish I could go to that.
Thank you. I was like, and that was the next one I was going to go to because
I'll be there.
Yeah,
pocket.
Yeah. Well, we do need help from anybody who's listening, there is a committee that is a very, very small committee, because we're trying to get as many people together as we can currently, for different roles. If you're going to be at the event, reach out to the
Who is
page on
involved?
Facebook.
Is Neve involved?
Yes.
And all of his crew? Yeah.
So I don't know what happened to Neve's crew. I don't even know who Neve's crew is. I just know from last year, Miss Dabbs and I were really like sad about the turnout. So we decided that we were going to get involved this year and try and help, whether it be through, design of posters, helping people as parade marshal or whatever on the day. But we're definitely going to need people. So,
only about 50 people that showed up or so to actually
well,
on the
no,
wall.
it looked like that. So what happened last year is because there was 3 things happening in that park that day. There was the Global Marijuana March. There was the anti-vaccine rally thing that I will say they are participants.
And Doug was on the south
there. Well, they have been there every Saturday since 2020.
Yeah, and so, Dougie Doug was on the front lawn, getting
on the other side,
doing whatever.
Yeah, well, because they were celebrating the king.
Now I know that Al was approached by the police when the marathon, and he told them flat out that we will not be escorting you. There will not be any police escort, so stay on the sidewalk. So Allison, of course, did not stay on the sidewalk.
I was with Allison's group. So what happened that day is because there was the second group that was not a part of ours, a lot of the cannabis people went with them. So they ended up walking on the anti-vaccine march. Right. And so Al and I and Miss Dabbs were with Allison, and we were in that group. And so yeah, we've been in talks with the police. So the whole thing is we need to get as many people down to Queen's Park North as possible, because when you have the numbers, they cannot tell you, no, you need to stay on the sidewalk.
The first Global Marijuana March was the first that was, or the one that I went to anyways, that was the first event that we covered. And this was a long time ago. And this was also the last time that they had a big stage and they had a concert and they had all the, Tiny Tim's Donuts was there, what you would expect. And that was the first time that I met Marco Renda down there. I knew Neve and Amy, of course. And a whole bunch of other people, but that was the last that I went to down there, and I hope that they can. I mean, they've tried,
Well, we got hit with COVID too, but like, I don't know if you can see this. This was the street. Maybe Al, you can pull up a better photo.
I got a photo that I took, actually.
But like, yeah, we had. I'm trying to say as many people as we can.
Here's
that's the first Saturday in May.
Here's the issue. Okay, 10 years ago, when we were going to this, the OG crew, we'll call them. Okay.
Yeah.
We were fighting for something. Now the kids go and they just litter and yell and scream and smoke their pot, and there's no real message. There was no real message at all.
That doesn't happen. They don't come and litter.
One of
the message got lost because it wasn't pushed as
you're telling me you didn't see pictures after there was garbage everywhere.
Yeah, that's also another thing that we're trying to put together. Is a cleanup crew.
The main reason Queen's Park level was because of the way the kids left the site after.
Well, that's also
guys. It wasn't
just
the
so you know,
crew.
That's also on the list of things to do. Is to try and get a cleanup crew,
because it was disgusting. It was disgusting that they put that. Whoever was doing it then, and I don't think there was anybody actually doing it then. I know that Allison was involved for a long time, and her husband Gary. I know Neve was involved for a long time.
Neve's definitely still running it.
And of course, Of course, the herb. He'll be around. I guarantee you. Yeah.
I don't know who the herb is, so if I'm like, I'm literally trying to reach into these people somewhat blind.
Gavin Gerbs. That's the herb.
Well,
anyways, so I hope that it turns out better, and I'm going to miss not being able to go this summer to events because it's going to be different.
Can I just say one last thing before we move off the GMM? If anybody wants to help and they can't actually physically come, the only thing that maybe you could help out with is we're looking to create a video using short clips of people saying why they love cannabis or why they use cannabis. It can be 1 to 2 sentences long, just literally something super simple and quick so we can put them all together and push it out to be like, you need to come to this event.
Is there a website yet?
Not yet. We're literally like, I feel like a rat on a wheel that's trying to catch up to a piece of cheese that's in the next cage.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's going to be a hard one to do in the next 2 months, 3 months.
Well, yeah, there's not many weeks left. Like, yeah. And because we need 16 weeks.
When is it? May.
So it's the first Saturday of May, which happens to be the 4th this year. It's exactly 2 weeks after 420.
You're doing it the May the 4th be with you?
Yes, that May be the 4th. There's only one.
Yep.
Huh. Okay, Marcel, you're on.
Yeah, Marcel's got some
right
cannabis
back.
news.
Shatter, this one died.
Are you on mute, Marcel? Or that great picture?
Fell asleep, I think.
No, he left because I was talking too much. Come back.
Come back, Shane. Come back.
That's funny, but not funny. So I need to switch over and stop smoking cannabis joints, and I need to start using my bong because papers are costing too much.
Is he still not talking?
No.
No. You must be gone. I still think I'm going to invest and get myself an inversion bong.
Oh, like the gravity.
Or gravity bong, whatever. That's what I call it, inversion. But, yeah.
I'm waiting for mine. I'm still waiting to. No, we can't.
Oh, Marcel, we can't hear you.
I'm waiting for the I can't remember what it's the module and some other. I can't remember what it's called though.
I'm just kind of weather gets better, to be honest. It's probably
But my problem is I'm no good with bongs.
Yeah, I don't.
They're really harsh. So I got this thing, which you put carbon in, and you put it in between your bowl and your bong.
Cool.
It's supposed to make it smoother.
Awesome.
But then I don't like getting a dirty bong.
Yeah, so you don't use it. I don't want to dirty my bong that I just got. So I'm not using it.
I want to get an ash. I want to get an ash catcher, but then I'm going to have another piece on here, so my bong's going to look like. As long as it doesn't tip over, we're good. It's a lot. It's a lot to clean.
Marcel,
there's still something about joints I like.
You know what? I have not smoked a joint in almost 3 weeks.
I haven't either, actually.
Because you're sick?
Yeah.
Because you're ill?
Well, no, mostly because I can't afford to grow and buy.
I actually haven't smoked a joint since New Year's Eve.
Oh.
I vape I've vaped it. Well, just doing a lot of like just edible or whatever, or just capsules.
Yeah.
And and a vape. And I do have a live
using my Shatterizer, and I'm waiting for my week.
I think it's just because it's cold out.
I gave up twice as much to grow as it was to buy.
Yeah, well, it won't do that. I'll be able to do it a lot cheaper, but you know.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yay! Get back.
I'm getting tired of talking to myself. Tell you that this is actually kind of interesting. There is a class action suit that's been brought forth by somebody by the name of VT on behalf of all Canadians who purchase cannabis products manufactured by the defendants.
And who are
Enterprises Inc. and or MedRelief Corp. After February 1st of 2014.
I remember those guys.
So anybody that purchased cannabis after February 1st of 20 from basically when they opened,
You can go after them. Now,
you can go after them.
How do you prove?
If you developed cannabis hyperemesis syndrome after consuming one or more of the defendant's cannabis products.
Yes.
So the claim alleges the defendant's negligent professionals of the risk of hyperemesis posed by ordinary use of their cannabis products. CHS is a dangerous side effect from the ordinary use of intense and persistent nausea, abdominal pain, vomiting, and loss of appetite.
That's right. The same thing that happens when you're on your period.
And the same thing that happens if you have a bowel obstruction. Severe CHS can cause dehydration, damage to the tissue of the mouth and throat, organ failure, and in extreme cases, even death, as can a bowel obstruction. It is estimated that thousands of Canadians suffer from CHS every year.
Yeah, it's not their fucking 8 Tim Horton coffees today either.
Yeah, it's not the bowel obstructions.
And it's also the first thing that you go in when you go into the hospital having a panic attack and you feel like you're having a heart attack. It's the first thing that the doctor will say to you. You've got hyperemesis.
Yeah, because
But why just Aurora?
It's a bunch of idiot.
They were first.
It's this guy that some doctor told him that he was suffering from hyperemesis.
Oh, and he purchased from Aurora.
And he was purchasing from Aurora, and they didn't tell anybody you could get hyperemesis.
It's actually bullshit because really you should be going after your doctor, prescriber.
Mm-hmm.
They're just the supplier.
They're saying it's about
there is now.
Yeah, it's just a bullshit. It's just a bunch of idiots.
It's in all honesty, it's a crock. So is hyperemesis. It happens like 1 in 100,000 people of chronic use.
I went to the hospital. I thought I did a bunch of weed. I mean, I was at the lounge and I came home and I started having heart palpitations. I started having a panic attack. Ambulance to the hospital. Oh, you've been smoking too much weed, buddy.
This won't even see the courts because you know what? The first thing a good lawyer is going to say. So the only cannabis you've ever consumed in your life came from this outlet.
Yes.
Yep.
And they're all fucking lying.
Yeah.
Very few people would have been with MedRelief that never tried cannabis or got it from another source.
I got a bad loaf of bread, and now Loblaws has to pay everything.
It's just bullshit.
I could see if he was a medical patient, never used cannabis before, they never told him, and he stopped taking it because he had a hyperemesis thing. And maybe, just maybe.
But even then, I mean, for years we told people, try cannabis before you bother going through the headache of trying to get a license. See if it works for you before you waste your time.
Especially because in 2014 you were charged for it most of the time from doctors.
Yep. Yeah, they were charging exorbitant amounts
that wasn't working
for licenses back then.
I paid to get my first license for I guess it would have been MMAR.
Yep.
I went to what's
that doc license?
Yes, Dr. Rob Cameraman. Yeah. I went out there with Kelly and my mom, and we drove out, stayed in Bancroft overnight, and then we got there for our appointment, which was at 9:30. There was nobody there. We were the first ones there. Went in, sat, talked to Rob for a little bit about the station and stuff like that, and did all our paperwork. When I came out, there was a lineup from the this to pay $150 so that he'd sign.
We
Your
had
Federal government, because it is ridiculous.
Yes, it is.
No, it is ridiculous that people are getting their medicine from non-regulated health professionals. You do not, any jackass can sell medical cannabis. You don't have the things of people going to the pharmacies are, how you doing? Well, sometimes just chat or the weather, talking about sports.
Roger.
I've been actually having a lot of stomach problems. Oh, that's because you're doing this, or this.
Yeah.
Or I've been like that.
And this is what you do, bud.
No, exactly. That is one of the things about why I advocate cannabis should be in a pharmacy or not mail. I actually don't like mail because I do think it is, especially cannabis, because you don't want fucking waking bakers fucking playing PlayStation all day, not going to work and being a jackass. You want to see people coming in.
Why?
How's your day?
Why not?
What's that?
Well, I'm advocating for the pothead. Why not?
You'll lose this one now.
It's for your mental state. Like
to me, it's about function and quality of life.
How about
I'll play 8 hours of PlayStation. Don't get me wrong, but I also have a career. I pay my bills, and what you want is that person a functional, happy person in society. If they're just getting social assistance, and that's not a shot at social assistance, but
they tried to do it, and nobody wanted to deal with them, so now they're done.
Oh, because it was getting
okay. So
anybody that's listening,
while we're on the subject,
wait before we change the subject.
I wasn't going to change the subject
because anybody that's listening that thinks they may have had hyperemesis from Aurora cannabis, you can go ahead and contact that lawyer, Waddell Phillips.
Okay.
So
the more people he gets on his list, the better for the.
Do we have a link or something we can post?
Yeah, waddellphillips.ca.
Okay.
Yeah, sounds like a fucking ambulance chaser. I wouldn't fucking call
while
it.
We're on the subject of medical cannabis. If you want to deal with a true medical cannabis company, go to Optimus.
No,
that's where I am.
No, you can if you'd like, but
I just want to say about the mail thing. I personally still don't like the fact that you have to get it in the mail, because I know I've had this discussion with Lenny too. They don't, most companies don't pay to track, or they do pay to track, but they don't pay for signature required for ID or anything like that.
I don't have to sign for
it. And I get it. I don't want to pay an extra $20 on that shipping for the cannabis that I already paid an arm and a leg.
How much do you charge for shipping?
Me, I'm actually about to change
with Optimus.
I'm about to change
where
it.
I go.
Free at 125.
I go to it's not a medical cannabis place. I go to a place in BC that does mail order, but I pay $33 for expedited.
See, I don't.
Oh, mine's free. Mine's free because
Canada Post.
Yeah, when I buy from Optimus, I pay whatever I buy is more than enough. It covers my ship. Like Lenny said, at 125 or more, it's free shipping.
Yeah.
So. I will say Optimus does have some really good deals. Was it like $4.50 or $5 doobies?
Yeah, I try to keep. Obviously, there's some high-end fucking expensive shit, but I do try to keep some good value like not just dog shit weed, but just good premium stuff.
Yeah. About what you're doing, Len, because you're essentially, and I can pretty much assure you guys, he's tried every strain. I guarantee it.
90%, not everyone. but I don't have a lot of brands on there. But the brands I do have, I have good trust and faith in.
True.
I'll tell you, I'll show. Honestly, most of his ounces are $129. They're fucking trips and
plus tax.
Plus there's plus tax, but like I'll tell you, like his fucking weed is the bomb.
You know, there are some. There's a lot of legal stores that are including the taxes in with their price that you see
in the price.
And
yeah.
But the one here in Terrace Bay, which I go to now and then, I know I've gotten to know the owner, My Cannabis. They're really good. I mean, you walk in the door, you're a senior. Yep, here you go.
Yeah. The reason I don't, my website can't do it, but the reason I don't, the HST is different every province, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
But even there, Nova
prices
Scotia
aren't that bad at the legal stores now. I mean, you can go, and I got some Slurricane from Shatterizer. It was $33 and change, which is I believe.
Yeah, they were more.
I do got to run, but I'll tell you, someone just get a Culture Chlorine product, $5.35 a gram. You will not be disappointed.
Yeah.
Best value.
Yeah, I was gonna say 100.
He's awesome.
$130, even like 150 with it, or 145, whatever with the tax.
For
like
an ounce?
when we used to buy ounces, they were 200 plus, right? Yeah. Like from Buddy down the street.
I'm paying $29 an ounce for fucking smalls, guys. Come on.
Yeah. No.
Well, yeah, it depends on what you're getting.
It's what you get, and I'm still a believer of it. The good weed usually goes a little further. That's still my belief.
Well, this is also what I've noticed. The weed that I get from the cheap place does not last
Gotta go.
long.
Hockey game. See you guys.
As what I get at the because
a great one.
Ads are big. Okay, I'm going to put Marcel down here so I'm looking at Mary Jane, not at
Why?
D. Because I don't like Silverman.
Why? I like Silverman. He's kind of cool.
It bothers me. It looks like a fucking Etch-a-Sketch.
Is it what, a negative photo?
Yeah.
No, it's an embossed
Is that
photo.
because you're
This is
negative?
a negative. It's Etch-a-Sketch.
It's an embossment.
No, it's because he doesn't like looking at him.
That's right.
But it's still so funny.
He's trying to imitate Max Headroom.
I'm good at that.
All right.
I had a brownie and hot chocolate with ice cream. And
I did
I
some
might be
shrooms.
high.
I did some shrooms and I don't know how.
Hey, did you hear that thing Michael Bublé said just recently?
No, but I like
about microdosing.
No.
Oh, I'll see if I can find it and send it to you.
Bring it up.
I'm doing a trip survey now.
So you and Marcel, Mary Jane, you and Marcel were talking about the fly. Those.
No,
what?
No, she steals them off of graves.
Oh God.
The flowers?
Yeah.
No. I take them to the grave.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I sneak in the cemetery late at night, and I just leave one by each.
Okay,
grave.
so here's a very interesting. My niece is getting married, and she had an
congratulations.
idea. It's not until the summer, but she had an idea, and she went to funeral homes and has made arrangements to get all her bouquets and flowers from the funeral home after funerals. It's a fucking awesome idea.
Bouquets last. She's gonna have to pray for a lot of funerals the week of her. Come on.
I don't know the demographics there or the scenario.
Could you imagine planning your wedding around the time of year that more funerals happen? It's a great idea.
And your flowers on your table settings are all saying
she's a little macabre anyways, but Like she's into
funny.
that macabre stuff. So
Yeah, but our deepest condolences and things like that.
but you know what? You do, so you take the little fucking I'm sorry you died letter that's clipped to the plants off, and you put Merry Christmas or
Yeah.
Happy Wedding or whatever, right?
Well, you could just leave it as our deepest condolences. I mean, it is a wedding,
Yeah. You
right?
got it.
I got asked to carve pumpkins for a wedding one time, and I'm thinking, holy fuck! It's like this is a Halloween thing, and I
That's
got
a weird
Halloween
centerpiece.
I know, and I got all excited, and then once I talked to the bride and realized that no, she wanted like little romantic sayings and things like that carved into pumpkins.
Okay.
So it was rather boring. I was
The thing that you just sent me, Mary Jane, and then yeah. Where is it? Come on. There we go. Yeah, how about is this a video?
no.
There should be a video on there.
How
Did you know?
hold on, here's a commercial. Here, hang on.
Oh, that sounds terrible.
Okay, hold on 1 sec. Oh well. All right. I gotta go here. Share the screen. Probably get fucking kicked off Facebook for this. Whatever. You can always watch it at 420 Radio or CBG. So, okay. Later. And daddy. All right. We can all see this. Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Matt, I'm in more than in the LHL, which I'm in with you. I happen to be in 5th place, even though I had no first overall pick, first pick even. I didn't have a first rounder, and I still did what I had to do because of my genius. Second, I am first place in the FHL, other hockey, fantasy hockey league. Third, my buddy told me this is just a microdose of mushrooms, and he was lying. So I'll be honest, I thought I was in blaze of glory for most of the time that I was out there until it sort of settled down, and then I realized, holy shit, I'm at the NHL All-Star game.
That you've done over the years and all the hearts of women you've won over around the world. With all that talk about fantasy hockey, you lost them all in one sentence. It all just evaporated. You years of building it up. And it just gone.
All that for that.
I know.
Nobody noticed that he was microdosing except him.
Probably.
It is a microdose,
Well, yeah, that's the
but
thing. Like,
define microdose.
when I talk to
I
somebody,
feel like it's the peak of the microdose.
when I
that you
talk to
felt.
somebody about doing shrooms, the first thing is say, now, first of all, I don't take a handful of shrooms and go out and I'm like, hey man, I don't want that. I don't need it. I don't want it. I don't even like it when it happens with weed. Okay.
Yeah.
So what I'm looking for is like to control this mess that I call my brain. I've got ADHD. I've got a mood disorder. I've got panic disorder. I've got PTSD. And they all it just stops. I got through my mom's death.
Yeah.
Would not have gotten through my mom's passing away the way she did. I was so controlled. While we were looking at caskets, I was dancing to the music in the casket room. Okay, that's how controlled I was with my emotions because I wasn't breaking down. My mom always said, you have to look after Sharon because she's going to take this harder than you will.
Yeah, right.
Well, maybe so now because of the shrooms. Right?
Yeah.
Now, how many times can you say shrooms in one day?
Then I could do them.
When I say microdosing, I'm talking 1.5, 1.7, 2,
Ooh.
3, maybe. No, 0.
1.5 grams.
0. Shut up. 0.15.
Okay.
Okay.
I was gonna say because 0.5 is even half.
Basically a fifth of a gram, right?
I look at
Something like yes, that's yeah. But I have gone up to a 0.3.
Yeah.
Okay. Which is a little trippy for me. And I do notice one day while sitting in the shower, I saw a outline of my mother's face in the shower curtain.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, no, that wasn't cool. It's my mother's face in the shower. Come on.
Especially creeping on you when you're in the shower.
Like,
I looked down at the ground and the shape of the curtain and the shadow from the light in the bathroom, it was a bang on. If I had my camera, I would, my phone, I would have taken a picture. Seriously.
Yeah. And it would not have been what you saw because you ate the mushroom.
That's right. That was my point.
Yeah, exactly.
but a microdose can be anything dependent on the person.
Right.
Same like with cannabis.
Some people could look at a microdose of being a gram.
Well, here's an interesting thing that's going on with Haley. Cheryl T. Rose and Haley Rose in Vancouver. Haley has been in the community for a long time. She has severe epilepsy.
Yep.
And Cheryl has now got her microdosing cannabis. What is it called? Raw cannabis. Right.
Oh yeah.
Where she's eating it with her meals at a micro level, and it seems to be helping.
She must be getting older now.
Well,
Haley.
yeah. Every year.
I think she's almost 30 now.
That's what I'm talking about, though. Like, I think of and even Charlotte.
Yeah, and Justin Kander, he's all grown up, man. And Justin's the kid that held up that sign. I'd rather be illegally healed, kind of whatever he said there.
Yeah.
And made a big stink. These are all kids that came out of the slew of documentaries that were being made in the 90s and early 2000s. Right? Landon, right? And he's all grown up. He's like a teenager now.
Yeah.
Away not too long ago, actually. Yeah.
I think the first one I
scrape her vaporizer and use the raw oil.
Yeah, she found that out by accident because she left her weed on the vaporizer tray and it burnt.
Yep.
And all of the resin blew. And she was like, well, it's waste of medicine, and especially in a state where like you can't even barely get it.
Ross Middleton kind of figured out how to make shatter in one of those distilleries, the little desktop distillery things. He left it plugged in too long. And it just dried it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how a lot of awesome inventions are created.
You can do shatter in your oven.
Yes, I know. I've seen videos, yeah.
Right. But it's just a matter of getting it dry enough without burning it or getting it to the vaporization point of THC.
We should for a little break, Marcel.
Oh, just hang on a second. I'm sending something to Darcy.
I wonder if William Courtney, Dr. William Courtney.
I've heard the name.
So his wife came to him as a patient originally. I'm probably getting the story wrong, and I apologize. It's what I remember. But she had gone to him and before all this stuff, and he started giving her, like you're saying, cannabis fresh cannabis, but in this juice every day. Fast forward to right now, and I think they have like 4 or 5 kids together, happily married or together, traveling the world, like
Cool.
from cannabis, just juiced cannabis.
Yeah. I can't. Yeah.
It's so disgusting. I know. My neighbor has a wheatgrass juicer, and he juices his.
I tried it. I ain't gonna lie. I
Did you?
did.
You should
Yeah.
maybe add it to something,
No.
Yeah, there's nothing you could fucking add it to. Is
or
black.
just take a shot.
It
No.
came out black. I did just whole buds. So I figured
Oh,
if I was gonna get something, I better get something good out of it. So I
It's
did
one-
whole buds.
It's one of those things that are just. I'm sorry. I'm
Threw
not.
it in the
I never did buds.
I'm
threw
not.
it in the juicer. It
No.
came out dark green, almost black, and it wanted to
It's
come
strong.
out as quick as it went in, because it was that bad. Darcy and I have been having this discussion over the last little while about
Video, Marcel.
no, but I want to talk about this because it's plant related.
Oh.
Okay.
So Darcy and I have been having a discussion about water and the fact that town water has chlorine in it.
Yeah, we've had that conversation on the show.
All right. So chlorine in water is supposedly not good for plants. Correct?
Correct.
Mhm.
I'm going to read this to you. Many believe tap water's chlorine or chloramine levels can harm plants' health. This misconception has led to the concerns that using tap water for irrigation may expose plants to chlorine overdose. However, this is far from the truth. The essential micronutrient that plants require for proper growth and development. While the excessive amounts of chlorine can be, the trace levels found in tap water are usually well within the safe range for most plants. In fact, these small amounts of chlorine to photosynthesis and assist in osmosis.
Yeah.
Because we've had this argument for years, and myself and another well-known grower have always said that we just use tap water.
Darcy.
No. Darcy's one that lets his water sit to get rid of the
This is
chlorine.
what I use, but now I don't. What I've been doing is I take a cup of water, and the only thing that I'm doing is putting it into the little dome, my little starter dome, so that it's the same temperature when I water. It's the only thing I'm doing.
Yeah, and then that's fine.
I don't want to
But-
shock anything.
I mean,
They're not coming up anyways.
my plants outdoors get fed right from, or like watered right from my hose, which is town water, right? So, and I've always said that I don't do anything about the chlorine. I don't care. Now I guess I was doing the right thing.
I used to spend a lot of money on reverse osmosis water when I first started growing because my neighbor said that was what I should do. Because he was like a grower, and after a while, I just was like, "Fuck, this is costing a lot of money. The money for the dirt, money for the food, money for the buckets. Because I gotta keep buying more buckets. Why in the hell do I have to keep buying more buckets? All these little ones, because I'm giving away cuttings and shit. Like, and then I just started using tap water, and I didn't really notice a difference.
I use tap water, but at the farm I used bottled water because until I got the big
Water right from that.
it was bad. It was rancid
Why?
because there was shit floating in it and everything. What I would have had to do some kind of
Those are called nutrients.
no, I would have had to do some kind of a clean out, I'm pretty sure. But you know what? That was then. This is now. It was all bottled water. I just 5-gallon jugs until I got the big tank.
That's fine. It's got chlorine in it.
No, No, because they pulled that right out of the lake, or out of the Trent. That the water that I got delivered was coming right out of the Trent River. So they were going in and just turning on a tap for free, filling up their tank and bringing it and charging me for it.
Oh, the big 1,000 cube.
The cube.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was like $75 each to fill. Something like that. But then I get the no, but the thing is, I only had two. I had two 2,000-liter buckets, which cost me $150 every time he came out. But there was 5,000 gallons in the fucking truck that he had just filled up on my dime. So, who's winning?
Well, yeah. But that's how it works.
Oh, no, I realize that. I'm just saying that he could have just used the pond. Yeah. But I didn't.
Yeah. I mean, how many times did you have to get the tank filled?
I only had the tank for that because I drained them for the winter. They sat there all winter. And then I gave them to Buddy, who stuffed down city for me. Doing it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I didn't want to pay anybody to move my shit, so I give them stuff.
Oh, yeah. I love it. Yeah. Life could be so much.
Say that if you'd like to come on the show, just say something to one of us. That's number one. Number two, starting Wednesday, and I tried to do this last time we did a show, but this Wednesday at 10 o'clock marks the first Newbie and Doobie and CBG TV. And then this could be the first episode that this lady did.
First ever Newbie and Doobie.
No. I played the first ever one that you did the last show, and it's nothing doing. Okay.
The what?
Are they better now?
You sent me your first show ever that you guys did.
Yeah, the studio show.
No, the one you did at home.
Is there wood in the background?
I don't remember.
Our very first one was in the studio. Yeah, 100%. Recorded for them on the same day.
Maybe very good.
They were not. No. Dear God, they were terrible. No, let me just be honest, okay? If you're gonna wait until you got all your fucking ducks in a row to do anything in life, you're gonna be shit out of luck. So like the first episode, we recorded 4 in one day. It was an 8-hour day. I was miserable. I was PMSing to begin with. We didn't schedule enough lead breaks for me.
You were missing your line.
They're literally, yeah. So if you're looking for like, are you looking for the interview series? Because that's at home.
Point is, the actual ones that she's got there waiting to go, we're going to play them on Wednesday at 10 p.m. When Timmy stops touring and he's got a little bit more time, we're going to start doing live ones. Because Timmy's excited about doing a live
for fun segments and stuff to do with the guests. So late night talk show styles.
Oh, cool.
Al just sent me a link for a video for the Toronto Globe.
Yay!
Promo. He's our one listener. Let me get it here, and then we'll.
Join the show, Al.
Oh,
we got half an hour left.
Al's got so much stuff.
I know.
Going on.
I know.
You know.
It was funny. We were chatting in the Global Marijuana March chat, and somebody said that they'd do something or reach out to somebody, and I was like, yes, please do that. That'll be one less thing for me. And I chuckled because I was like,
Tell you flat out that if I was still in in Toronto, I'd be going down too. You know. So anyway, okay.
We'll get your help on the back end.
Yeah,
through the.
I'll be there.
Yeah, like I said, you'll be helping on the back end.
All right, let's have a look. This is the 2024 Global Marijuana March promo.
Not there.
I was in Al's pocket.
Oh.
Okay, so
I just want to say two things before we end. Al, if you're
ending.
watching or listening, no, at the end of that thing, there was a website, globalmarijuanamarch.ca, that actually is no longer active. I tried to check that out. That's not there.
It will be.
So don't go to the website. No, it'll probably be a new website address. Because I think at the very least I might have to do one on Wix, which is a Wix website, but it's free. The relax and chill music, that's still the aggressive.
Well, you'll have to find it for next week.
Okay, so here's my question.
All right.
You got legalization. Why are you doing the Global Marijuana March?
I have an answer.
Thank you. Not repealed, removed from the criminal code.
Okay, so you want to see cannabis repealed then?
Yeah.
Okay, so then you would bring your sign, Bristol board, whatever, and you'd come down in the park, and that's what you would bring to show.
Right. What's everybody else bring? A joint?
Only like myself, my sign's going to say cannabis as medicine should not be.
It's time to educate the younger generation.
Yeah, too many Canadians believe that, hey, it's legal. We're good. There's no more fight.
Give me a joint. I'm going to smoke it and shut.
We need to be able to have, like, what is your fight, your personal
This
fight?
was my point. We need to do some, like when we were talking about it earlier with the mess that was left. Okay. We need to educate people that this is, and we want to be a festival.
Yep.
And In Your Face started doing these festivals.
Civil disobedience.
I don't know if I agree with civil disobedience, because I mean, most civil disobedience is done with anger, and you can't do anything with anger anymore. You know, society is so angry in general. The minute you voice up and get any kind of aggression going on, I'll just go, you know.
Well, I did up a couple posters, and on one of them it actually says "Keep our streets clean."
Well, yes, and we have to. We have to.
Yeah.
I will support things like that till the day I die.
Yeah.
But
we would love to have
not
enough.
The events that I have issues with. It's anything but themselves. What is it? The Gen X generation? Is that what they're called? I don't know what do we call them now? I don't fuck.
I'm Gen X.
No, yeah, I know. I don't know what I call myself. I'm an old fart. You know.
Gen
well,
what?
You shut up.
Gen
So you're an old fart too.
Well, if you want, you can see I sent you the poster.
See it? Yep. I don't know. We're gonna. Marcel didn't find a video.
I forgot I was looking for one. I'm setting up a guest.
Oh, can we watch the preview for the movie Tommy on YouTube?
If you pull it up, give me the link. What is it? A new Tommy? The Who Tommy?
No, the Who Tommy.
And it's a new version?
No.
The old version.
Yeah, the original, the best
we
one.
might get in trouble with Facebook.
Really?
Yep.
Uh, this weekend was supposed to be the Valentine's Day Bazaar
Oh, for a month.
for Mum, for Maritime United, for medical marijuana.
Yeah.
The problem is so we are the next 3 days we're supposed to get over 40 centimeters of snow.
Wow.
So I haven't looked outside yet, but I'm figured it's probably started soon.
I have not seen a flake of snow all week. Nope.
But
Tommy.
That's the trailer for the movie. So the reason why I'm bringing up the movie Tommy
Okay.
is because, do you know about the movie Mean Girls, the one that's just coming out?
Yeah, the one that's everybody's making a fucking stink about. Yeah.
Why are they making a stink about it?
Okay, so let's watch this and then you can tell us, okay?
which movie, Tommy?
No. Oh.
No, go ahead.
Okay, I was gonna go make a tea after we watch it. So the movie Mean Girls, the reason why people are upset is because they're not advertising that it's a musical.
Oh, all right.
The movie's an actual musical. It's the exact same story with the exact same characters, but it's sung.
I didn't realize that.
Because they're not in the preview, so people are getting frustrated.
They're calling Mean Girls basically is Tommy, the second Tommy.
Oh, there's no way. Nothing can compare to Tommy.
But is that what they're saying?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm just saying, the musicals. You want to watch a musical? Watch Tommy.
Oh, yes, of course. It's like you want to know. Oh, you want to see a musical? Watch The Fiddler on the Roof. That's a musical. Tommy is a musical.
Yeah.
What else?
Yeah, but Tommy's the movie you can
is a musical.
Tommy's the movie, just like Wizard of Oz too. You can sit and smoke a joint and chill and get like.
So
I watched the Wizard
they're
of Oz
redoing
anymore.
Tommy?
I watched The Dark Side of Oz. That's the only way I can watch it now.
You got me all excited there for a minute.
Okay, let's watch this. Because Marcel,
the trailer is the trailer from the 1975 movie.
Yes.
No, it's not. It's the old movie.
Yes.
It's just to show people the movie, so they'll go watch the Tommy movie.
Okay, I'm putting it on.
Oh fuck! Go watch Rocky Horror Picture Show. There's
in 1968. It was the creation of an extraordinary British composer, Peter Townsend.
How can you move the chat?
It was performed by an incredible music group called the
You're
Who.
going for a pee anyways. You go. Go.
Tommy.
Go.
I want to watch
The
it.
unusual theme of the story immediately captured the imagination of an entire, enjoyed by countless millions and performed by artists all over the world. Now, director Ken Russell with producer Robert Stigwood have embarked on what seemed to many an impossible goal: to make a movie of Tommy. They assembled some of the most important names in the international motion picture and music worlds. Columbia Pictures and Robert Stigwood are proud to announce Tommy, the movie.
You wouldn't know that.
Anne Margaret, the mother. Oliver Reed, the lover. Jack Nicholson, the doctor. Eric Clapton, the preacher. Tina Turner, the acid queen. Elton John, the pinball wizard. Keith Moon, Uncle Ernie. The music, The Who. Roger Daltrey, Tommy. Tommy, your senses will never be the same.
And today, if they did something like that, they'd have the songs in the trailer.
Yeah.
Right? So they've done the same thing with Mean Girls.
Yeah.
But
except
isn't
they
this
just
Mean
don't
Girls?
show
Isn't
that-
this Mean Girls 2?
Yeah, but it's a musical version of the original Mean Girls movie.
Okay.
I like some musicals. I was sitting here thinking of other musicals that I like that they've done. Pink
Do you like
Floyd.
Grease?
I love
No,
Grease.
Pink Floyd, The Wall. Wasn't a fan of Grease. I mean, I watched it back in the 70s when it came out.
I like
But
the first one, but not the second
Or
one.
the third one.
I wasn't a big
Didn't
fan
see
of
the third.
that.
There was no third.
Rocky Horror Picture Show is a really good musical.
Yes.
The first or the second? The remake?
No, the remake was
I never
fun,
saw a
but
remake.
yeah, no, it wasn't the.
There's
The
a Rocky Horror Picture Show 2.
Yeah, and
It's the remake, yeah.
Tim was in it. Tim
No,
Tim
Curry.
Curry was in it, but he played a different character, and he was in his wheelchair.
Yeah. Yeah, it was really interesting to see. I mean, it's hard to play Tim Curry in one of his most iconic roles, but I think
There's only
the
one
person who
Frankfurter.
did the role, they did really well. They went progressive and they used an actual transgender. Oh wait, for a transvestite, because that's what Frankenfurter is,
Yes,
right?
the actor.
Yeah,
was-
well, no,
I
he's
don't
an
think the
alien.
actor that played
It was
in the second one was transgender. I don't remember.
He was
yeah.
an alien.
No, they are. Yeah, they're in the girl from Orange Is the New Black.
Oh yeah, I like her. Yep.
Yeah.
I like that show.
Okay, I can see the original 75, 1975. All right. Okay.
My computer's waiting to update. Keeps sending me notes.
So at the worst possible time.
Well, it's like the cat. The cat comes in here because his box is here in my office and takes a shit 15 minutes before the show. Every fucking time we do a show.
Okay, I'm just 2016.
What are we doing?
I'm looking up the Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Oh,
Let's do the time warp again. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was decent.
I should go and look and see.
Okay,
who's
so
done it.
since we're talking about remakes, and I know it's not out yet, but I've seen the trailers. I'm not looking forward, although I will watch it. The new remake of crap.
I never seen the original.
No.
The Bodyguard movie that what's his face did, that he was really popular for doing in the bar.
The Bodyguard in the bar.
The Bouncer movie. Ronda Rousey was supposed to be in it. Yeah, you can't remember either. Anyways,
I have no idea from that.
Gillen, the lead in it, and I just can't. Fuck. What's the bar movie?
Was Ronda Rousey in it?
Ronda Rousey was supposed to be in it, but she's not. And now it's Jake Gyllenhaal.
Studio.
Roadhouse.
I just Googled it, but I can't.
Sakes.
I never seen Roadhouse.
That's Patrick Swayze.
The original Roadhouse was Patrick Swayze and Elliot. What's his face? What's his name? But anyways, the remake is Jake Gyllenhaal, or however you pronounce it. And but 5 years ago, but 5 years ago, they were poising Ronda Rousey to do it as in a female version of it, but then she's gone into the WWE now and doesn't do anything but. So
that's hilarious. Is this what the new movie's about too?
It's the same. It's just a remake. Yep.
It's actually
clean up the patted tonk in a Missouri town.
I mean, it was a great movie. It was a classic 90s movie, or even 80. It was 80s, I guess, eh?
89, yeah.
It's a ex-UFC fighter, Dalton, who's Jake Gyllenhaal, takes the job as a bouncer at a Florida Keys Roadhouse.
Where Patrick Swayze was just a bouncer. What's his face there?
Right. That this paradise is not all it seems.
I love Sam Elliott's character in that movie. It's the same character he does in it.
Roadhouse.
The other day called Dangerous. Dangerous has Mel Gibson and Scott Eastwood. And it's fucking hilarious because it's not a great movie. It's a low budget action film.
It's got Scott Eastwood,
which is Clint's son. So my point is, I'm watching the movie, and every now and then he goes into a tough guy, and he's his father, and he says the same kind of lines that you would expect his father to say in an enforcer movie or something like that. But it sounds exactly like his father when he says it, and he looks at him, and he's got that same. He looks like his father, so he's got the same stare, and goes, "Go ahead, make my day," kind of esque lines in this movie. And it was the only thing that kept me watching the movie, because the movie sucked. Like Mel Gibson now, he's poising himself to do a new Lethal Weapon, which I'm looking forward to. And you got Tom Cruise has just signed on to do 15 more repeats of what he's already done with Netflix and that, or the big studios.
Yay, Mission Impossible 27.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. And I watched the newest one that Will Smith does with what's his face, funny man there, Martin Lawrence. The Bad Boys. There's like 4 of them now, and they're poising to do another one as well. I mean, it's like there's nothing.
Oh, Will Smith is still in movie production.
You know what? I'm sorry, but I lost interest in Will Smith before his slapping.
Oh, he was on a down.
What's that one? The Legend. That's where he lost.
I Am Legend.
That's where he lost. Yeah. I can't watch him anymore. I love all the MIB. I love lots of movies that he's done, but I can't watch him anymore since.
Oh yeah.
And he's doing another one. Sorry that we haven't talked about cannabis much there, people, but you know, it happens.
Al gets off on a tangent, and it's hard to stop.
Oh, you do it too.
Hey, we talk about cannabis events, and
I pretty much only ever talk about cannabis. It's all I ever talk about is cannabis. It gets kind of boring for everybody else around me.
Well, I mean, I've actually been told I talk about too much. So
yeah, me too.
It's like I've had people walk out of the room because I'm having a conversation. I was having conversations at my mom's wake, or Shiva, as we call it in the Jewish faith. With my cousins about mushrooms because they were getting sick of my cannabis conversations, quite literally. So you stop talking about cannabis and start talking about mushrooms, and people go, huh?
Like around 2000, 10. And it was kind of funny because back before legalization, long before legalization and LPs and all of that crap, everybody talked about cannabis in whispers. It was always whispering, except for when I showed up because I talked out loud. And the doctor's office was the best one. So went in one day and so we're all talking, and because I was at the doctor's pretty much 2-3 times a week back then, and I was getting better, and I started telling everybody that I'm taking cannabis, but I would talk out loud, and it was hilarious, but because as part of it. So now it's quite different because it's so mainstream. That's the only thing that legalization has done is people aren't whispering as much. The only problem is
I'm
they're not
amused
getting
by
medical.
listening to the younger generations talk about pot.
Do what?
I am in the room while the kids are talking about pot and just having pot conversations, because I'm like, those are the same kind of conversation we were having in high school. Right?
Yeah, the conversations haven't changed
No,
much
they haven't.
depending on who you're talking to. Our kid's a little different because, I mean, she's been around it
Yes.
pretty much her whole life, and she knows it first as a medicine above all else.
Mhm.
But I mean, she's 14, 15 out with her friends and sending me texts saying, "Is this right about medical cannabis?" with some fucking
Yeah.
dragged out question,
Exactly.
right?
Yep.
See,
That's the kind of stuff that amuses, because you hear it as there, and it'll do this, and you can do this, you can't.
Mhm.
but so this is what she'd do is she just before she would tell them the right answers.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was hilarious.
So
I remember when she went to she was in school. It was still in elementary school, and they were sitting in the classroom, and the teacher had asked the students to list things that were bad for you,
Mhm.
and some kids said tobacco, and another kid said uh, sugar. Another kid said marijuana. My kid speaks up and says, "That's not true." She said, "Marijuana is a medicine, and if your parents or anybody tells you that it's a dangerous drug, they're either stupid or lying."
I
They're
just saw
misinformed.
somebody make an asinine post under somebody's cannabis post. Okay. It
Mhm.
was just, I
Yeah.
can't remember who. It was just,
So they responded to somebody.
they responded to somebody, and they're like, no, it wasn't about cannabis. It was about mushrooms. And they're like, oh God, yeah, let's get everybody high. You're talking about microdosing. Everybody's going to be like a zombie and shit. And I'm like, you know what? Do some fucking research before you start making asinine comments like that. Now, that brings me to,
That's somebody who's afraid.
that's right. That brings me to why I enjoy the premise of your show. The Nubian been sitting here with us for quite some time now. When she first started coming and hanging out with us, she knew shit.
Learning. I've only been in the
So-
cannabis advocacy space for 10 years, so I was still very new.
This here, I'm going to play the first,
God.
and it's so much better than the one that I played last time. Fuck your disc.
Like, which one is this one?
This is the first episode.
First episode of what?
We're gonna
though?
have
I
to
thought we had the first episode last week.
Hey, and welcome to the very first episode of The Newbie and the Doobie. This is exciting, eh? First episode ever.
It's super exciting. This is my first time in an actual studio. I'm super nervous.
It's a tiny little box with some cushions on the side if things go a little bit nuts.
Yeah, it kind of looks like foam or something on the walls. Is that for our protection?
I think anytime you define something as it looks like this or something is a very scary scenario. We are starting this podcast and launching it on 4/20. That I believe is, let's see, January, February, March, April the 20th, fourth month, 20th day.
Yeah.
That's worth celebrating, is it not?
It is. There's a special reason why we celebrate 4/20, which we will get into later, but I have to wave my little flag here.
When we were preparing this podcast, we were like, do we have all of our notes? And MJ in particular was just saying, but can I at least have my flag? That was kind of the most important thing. So now that that's out of the way, we really don't have much else to go with other than what's on this little card here. Do we need to blow the whistles? I mean, you did bring these two traveling in today.
I did. I'm going to save mine later when we talk about the reason behind 4/20.
All right, so you have to stay tuned for that. Not only will you hear about the history of 4/20 and other stuff we're going to be talking about, but there is literally an opportunity for us to blow these whistles.
There you go. So if you want to hear those whistles being blown, 10 p.m. Wednesday. Sorry, you don't get to watch Timmy Bone. It's the
Basically, what you're saying is I got to watch this episode to find out what they say is the reasoning behind 4/20.
Yes.
If you want, you can go and Google it now.
I enjoy
which is the right one,
together.
and that's
Mary Jane.
but that's
I
the
really
problem.
do.
Which one is the right one when
What do
there's
you mean?
literally 4 off the top of my head
Reasons?
reasons for 4/20?
Well, the one
you
one
tell
that
me.
I've
You
most
tell me.
notably
no, I'll
heard,
have to wait for the show on Wednesday.
the one that
I'm
I've
just-
most
Curious
notably
what-
heard is the one where it was used at Harvard University as a call sign for meet you out back for a puff, basically.
Massachusetts?
Yes, Boston.
Yeah, no.
Or was it California?
Yeah.
Okay.
In a high school.
In a high school.
So the most plausible
That makes
story
sense.
could be the kids at a high school who are meeting every day after school at 4/20.
Yeah, that makes sense because that was when you were going home.
Right.
We went to school till 3:30, not 2:30 like they do now.
That's how it originated
Right.
originally. But how did it grow from like 4 or
As a
5?
call sign is
Actually, it was
in
the
meetings.
what do they call them? The wall bangers or something
Yeah,
like
so-
that. The Waldos.
The Waldos. That's the one.
Yeah.
And it,
The
and it was lost
Waldos.
in love.
Back to all of us knowing and celebrating.
That's how.
No, has something to do with the band,
Which band?
the Deadheads,
Oh, okay.
because one of those kids that went to that high school became a roadie for the band, and the term 4/20 was coined amongst the band, and they even made it into a song in their music, into a phrase.
So they're saying that the Grateful Dead came up with 4/20. Basically,
Well, no,
a,
they just helped spread the word.
a revolving around them. And I've not heard
Wasn't
that.
a band.
I've not.
The Waldos were the kids. They called themselves the Waldos.
Yeah, and the Deadheads were Grateful Dead fans.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and they still are very much so. Although the Grateful Dead didn't become as globally recognized as they are now until after he died. They were not a very big band. They had maybe 2 or 3 big hits back in the day, and then he passed away. Jerry passed away, and then they became a phenomenon. I mean, now, you've got there. I don't think, are they touring still? I know John Mayer was touring with them for a long time, right?
I don't know.
Yep.
You know who else is touring?
Honey
Timmy.
and Cher.
No.
Yes,
just Timmy.
I know he's touring. He's doing his Valentine's thingy.
Yep. Date night. If anybody's interested, it's Canada wide. I think he's in. I can't say Canada wide because he's going to BC, Saskatchewan, Alberta, or not Alberta, Manitoba or something. Maybe Alberta. I don't know. Check the dates. It's on datenight.ca.
And I had actually invited Matt from Shatterizer to join us tonight. I sent him the link, but now he's ghosting me. Thanks, Matt.
Oh,
Yeah, I know.
Matter right there.
Yeah.
He's probably super busy.
Yeah, sure. Sitting in his office.
He's a baller.
He's
a baller.
picking his nose.
I'm going to try and get a mom and dad to come on.
Okay.
Who are going to start a nice fight. If you federal government.
If you want to come on the show, hey, just speak to one of us.
Yeah.
All right. So, where can did Timmy get a website yet
for
his tour?
It's he's actually hired for this tour. It's not his tour.
Okay.
So it's datenight.ca. Tonight they're in Ottawa. Tomorrow they're in Peterborough. Then they go up to Sudbury, and from there they fly out to another province.
I liked his date night videos that he's done, especially the one at the date counter.
The bulk barn.
And I can
the M&M.
And I can picture you standing off camera, and he's saying those things to you. I can picture that.
Yeah, I'm the camera person.
Yes, I figured you were. All right, I guess that's it for us tonight, and we will be back next week, barring anybody.
Hopefully something cannabis related will happen.
Yes.
Or you might develop hyperemesis and remember that you smoked that joint from Aurora.
That was a bad decision, just saying.
Well, they did put it on the label.
Now you know.
Class action.
Now we need the rainbow. Now you know.
Right, here's your rainbow. Say goodnight.
Good night.
Cannabis infotainment that includes patient stories, discussions, the news and more. Live event coverage promotes your event and those who support you. Tune in and subscribe today. Cannabis Broadcasting Group here at cbgtv.com.
This one comes, and the headline on it says, "Rolls take flower as pre-rolls have passed flowers as the top grossing cannabis category in Canada, according to a new report. Using data provided by sales analytics firm Headset, the report reveals pre-rolls generated more than $1.27 billion in revenue in 2024. With nearly 69 million units sold, securing 32.8% of the market. Now, second at the time to flower. But by the mid-2025, pre-rolls had overtaken flower in sales to become Canada's top grossing cannabis product category. The report says, gone through September 9th of this year, pre-roll sales reached $982 million and a 34% of the market from 72 million. That's 8% over the previous year period, and on pace to break last year's record. Now, it also goes on to say, by comparison, flower recorded $909 million in sales and 32% of the market share over the same period. That's down $23 million. Now, as far as what's the most favorable pre-rolls and stuff, They say General Mission has risen to the top of the Canadian pre-roll market on the strength of its flour or flavored and infused pre-rolls. And they also say that other top performers on this list include Shred, famous for its terpene-rich blends, and Back 40, which is a heritage brand known for accessible, large multi-packs. The report also highlights Jeter. That's America's best-selling pre-roll brand, which made a powerful entrance into the Canadian market in 2024. And Redican, an Ontario-based company recognized for its iconic Ready Slim pre-roll packs. So there you go. Those are the pre-rolls have taken over flour. I guess it's the convenience of just buying something that is already made and ready to go. And all you got to do is take it out of the tube or out of the package and light it up. And you're not fighting the wind or the rain to try to roll one while you're out and about.
Be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Our VA tables. Today we're joined by one of our friendlies and somebody we respect as we continue our respect series. And absolutely, we're so happy to um, have Rachel Gordon of greenstate.com. And she's been a journalist for many moons. And she has helped, of course, she's been a judge. She has spoken out in defense of cannabis time and time again. And so it was about time to bring her in and have that conversation. And so we use these as tools to educate our veterans because not all of our veterans are aware of the history in the cannabis movement. Some are, some are not. So we're very happy to have the fortunate ability to move things. We had some technical difficulties, still having a bit of technical difficulties trying to get our VAC. There it goes. It goes. Change our view because we want to see the person we're interviewing. All right. So first off, out the get, Rachel, is how did you originally come to cannabis? That's a multi-layered question in the sense of, when did you first hear about it? When did you, get first turned on? And, when did you decide it was going to become your life?
It's a great question. And I just want to start by saying thank you so much to VAC for having me tonight. It's a huge honor, and Nate especially for kind of introducing me into the fold. So thank you so much, guys. It's a real honor. My journey with cannabis started when I was a teenager. A lot of my friends, my peers started using cannabis, I guess, fairly early, in middle school, 7th grade, 8th grade. At first, I was fairly anti-drug and alcohol. There's a lot of addiction in my family. And like many people in the DARE generation, I thought that cannabis was a gateway, right? And it led to all these horrible things. And then by the time I was 15, 16, more of my friends were using it. I noticed that they seemed a lot more chill than all the people who were drinking every weekend. So I decided to try it and I fell in love immediately. I said, what have I been thinking this whole time? Obviously, this plant is amazing. It didn't have all of the terrible side effects of alcohol. And I just really, really enjoyed it. Started smoking it really regularly. And I actually got to be an au pair, which is a fancy word for a nanny, in right outside of Amsterdam when I was 20. So spent a lot of time chilling out in coffee shops in Amsterdam, learning more about cannabis culture. And it wasn't until much later, though, that I realized it could potentially be a career. I was actually working in education. That's what I studied in college. I was working with kids. And I ended up getting arrested for cannabis outside of school in 2011. And I had to lose my career while I was dealing with my criminal case and just started doing writing more as a side hustle. Initially, I was writing about sustainability education. I was not classically trained. It always just came naturally to me, writing. I enjoyed it, growing up. Never thought of it as a career. But then legal cannabis started happening across the country, and I started finding gigs writing for, cannabis brands, CBD websites, things like that. Fast forward, a lot of right place, right time sort of stuff. And I was a full-time cannabis journalist, traveling all over the country and the world, learning about the plant, meeting different people, and telling their stories. So it's been a really, really awesome journey. I realized it was my destiny early on in my plant medicine journalism career, and just super interesting how things work out. I do believe that if I hadn't have been busted, I probably wouldn't be where I am today.
It's amazing how the effect of the law has sparked quite a few lives in activism. So it seems you're in good company. So thank you for that, and thank you for joining us tonight. Next up will be Council Member Mike Davis with our next question.
Hey Rochelle, thanks for joining us. So you've been covering cannabis since excuse me, you've been covering cannabis since 2015. What first drew you to the plant, and how did that lead to a full-time career as a cannabis journalist?
It was really interesting. When I first discovered the plant, I loved the energy that it provided, right? I loved how it was more communal. I loved how it made me feel at peace. Coming from a lot of trauma, I felt relaxed, right? And I know that veterans can understand exactly what I'm talking about there, right? And I just loved the community, right? And the fellowship. It was so incredible, especially being in Amsterdam and meeting people from all over the world who were all, connected by this one thing. It was really special. And fast forward, I didn't realize, it could be a career. And then I remember one of the very first people I met when I was in this journey was a woman who had a 4-year-old daughter who had been diagnosed when she was a baby with this really rare genetic condition. She had a lot of seizures. They did not expect her to live past 1. And she started treating her with cannabis oil, and she was 4 years old, right? And seeing that mother's strength and the healing properties that this plant had, I recognized in that moment I had to tell these stories so that more people could understand what was possible with this plant. And I don't take it lightly. I really do consider it a responsibility. I try to be a steward of the plant in order to be an evangelist, right? And sort of push back on a lot of the reefer madness that people have come to understand in the past, and see that this plant, it might not be for everybody, but it certainly has a lot of different properties that people should at least know about, right? And make an informed decision for themselves.
Absolutely. All right. Next up will be Council Member Nate Landau. Council Member.
Hey, Nate.
There you go.
Hey, Michelle, first of all, I know you personally, so I want to say how it's been so amazing that you've been a great fan of ours, and you're just so genuine and nice, and you really stick out in a good way in the industry. My question is, as an Emerald Cup judge and a Butters critic, what qualities do you look for when evaluating cannabis flower, concentrate, or products? Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And hey, Nate, you're awesome. I love your products. I love your spirit. You and Joe, if Joe's watching, hey, bud. Yeah, so judging cannabis to me is really fascinating because it's so nuanced, and every person is so different, both with how they respond, their bodies, and just what smells good to them, what looks good to them. So I try to be really objective when I'm assessing product. A lot of times different contests, whether it's Emerald Cup, the California State Fair, they utilize different metrics in what they're looking for. Oftentimes with flower, it starts visually, right? The color, the trichome density, the trim. We're talking about the aroma. How robust is it? What about the flavor? How strong is that? The aftertaste. Information is on there for the consumers. And then for me, the effects are secondary. I'll feel, energetic and hyper and creative. It might make me feel sleepy, right? So really can't go on that. Buddhist specifically is a platform that utilizes a 100-point scale to assess the things like the aroma, the flavor, right? All these different things. And they try to really quantify that, which I find awesome and has been super great to be a part of the Buddhist platform, sort of, from the early days. Now they're about to launch a big coast-to-coast contest for MJ Biz, really exciting. But yeah, the nuances and the conversations that I have with other judges, it's always so fascinating, especially when I'm judging finished goods, like cartridges or edibles, right? Because there's so much more that goes into it. With the carts, you're looking at the hardware, right? The quality of the oil. With the edibles, you're basically becoming a culinary judge, right? In addition to a weed judge. And it's been a lot of fun to be a part of that, and always looking forward to more opportunities to assess, for sure.
Yes, as a cartridge judge, one of the things, yes, we would also look at environmental packaging, what was, single use with battery as opposed to, separate 510 battery for 510 cart, or the biggest problem we see is everybody has, exclusive hardware for, their cart as well as their home. Nate Landau has a follow-up.
Oh.
So I know sometimes you have to test ungodly amounts of products. I know different judges. I know it's a a good problem to have, but I know different judges have different strategies, and I know that you really care about giving your best evaluation possible. I'm just curious about your strategy for that. How do you deal with that?
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Nate. Like, so often when we're judging contests, we have a very short window of time to get it done. And you're absolutely right. We want to make sure that we're giving everybody our undivided attention, but realistically, it's just not possible to fully assess every single product. Sometimes there's something like 100 different entries in one competition, in one category. So something I'll do, it depends on the product. For example, with carts, one thing I'll do is just like a rapid fire. I'll look at the packaging, I'll open it up, I'll take one hit. And oftentimes, correct me if I'm wrong, if this is your strategy as well, with the cart, it was kind of easy to tell, okay, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, right? Like whether, maybe the hardware was faulty, that's an automatic, no. If it was leaking, right, automatic no, right? If something was off with the flavor, it didn't hit right, you can kind of parcel things out into those, yes, maybe, no's, and then dive deeper from there. With the edibles, I've judged drinks before. I've never judged edibles. I'm not a big edible person. But with the drinks, again, like, quick sip, quick sip, quick sip, before you also get too lit. Like, God bless all the edibles judges, for doing what they do, because I don't think that's an easy task, right? And I'm sure for them, they're judging more about, the onset. How long did it take to kick in? Which is, again, subjective. But it's something that, has to be accounted for. So, yeah, it's definitely not an easy task, but it's a really, really fun task too.
You're correct. I've only done like, herb and hash and carts. It would be a hard time to do edibles, and because like my first Emerald Cup, we had like a 72-hour turnaround for like 86 carts. So yeah, it helps to have a high titration level if you're going to do something like that, or what we used to do when we would go to travel to Amsterdam for like the Cannabis Cup, we would literally like be prepping ourselves to handle a larger amount of joints the week before to get ourselves ready, just in case, because you just never know.
Yeah,
All
you have
right.
to like warm up to it almost.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, athletic-like in that resolve.
Yeah.
Okay. Next up will be Councilmember Michael Crowitz with our next question. Councilmember.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us, Rochelle. It's great to see you. Before I get into the question, you guys have just spurred a memory. It's weird. I hadn't thought about this in a long time. Of course, I did Cannabis Cup judging. So I remember it was one thing for sure, like you didn't want to try to leave anything to memory. I would clear my tray completely and have just the bud that I'm looking at on the tray so I didn't confuse anything. And then I would take the notes immediately. And then like 5 minutes later, I couldn't tell you, like, we were on to the next thing already. But it's funny, the memory that I just had, I haven't thought about this in a long time, but back in the day when I would be testing, herb to see if I liked it or not. And I don't think that's actually even one of the things that you're asked when you're judging whether you liked it or not. But to really know if I liked it or loved it, if it was something that was really right for me, like Colombian gold kind of stuff. I'm talking about way back machine. And I remember I used to require 3 days. I had to wake up and go to bed with it for 3 days. Then I could give you like my opinion on it. And it's so funny. I hadn't thought about that forever. It's so funny that I just, especially these days, we're dealing with so many different sort of worlds that were have been sort of created that operate as little islands of thought on the internet and stuff. And of course, you write for greenstate.com. Greenstate.com. I need to say it like 3 times, right? But you also write though on High Times, Cannabis Now. So when you're writing for these and greenstate.com, see, I said it 3 times, and when you're doing these articles, though, I mean, is it what like your style and you just lay them down, or do you actually think about your audience for those particular venues, like when you're writing? How does that work?
That's write for different publications, and some people develop their own voice, which I believe that I have, but I definitely try to tailor things for specific audiences, especially if I'm writing for more of a B2B, like an MG retailer or something like that, Cannabis Business Times, something that more like people in the industry will be reading versus the general consumer. Green State, we're definitely more looking at the Canna Curious and people who I would refer to as the Canna Curious adjacent, like maybe people who won't try pot, but there are other things that intersect with cannabis culture that they might be interested in, whether it's music, fine dining, right, movies, things like that. And then High Times, obviously it's more like heady, right? And so while I always try to be really authentic in my own voice, I definitely tweak things, like when I'm writing for Green State, we try not to go too much inside baseball. Like we do a lot of slang check. And I think about, okay, like, could my grandma understand this article? And if there's something in there, like a term that, we in our culture use, but maybe they don't understand, I try really hard to either explain what that is or pick a different word, because I really want to write content that feels approachable and accessible for everybody, right? I mean, to your point, Michael, like we definitely exist kind of like in a bubble in cannabis and an echo chamber, and we forget that the learning curve is so steep with this stuff, and there are people who've never experienced the plant. All they see is what's in like mainstream media, and so if we want to really reach them and make them feel seen, like they can understand, we have to get on their level. I read this book in college called Rules for Radicals by this guy Saul Alinsky. That's like the most successful way to kind of get your message across and get folks behind what you're saying. So I really try to keep that in mind whenever I'm writing whatever it is, right? And also the actionable insights. So if I'm writing a review of a new device, right, I'm trying to think like, what exactly would I want to know if I was about to go out and potentially spend money on this product? What do I need to know to make an informed decision? And I try to use that approach as well with all of my writing. I try to stay concise.
One of the things in the military they do is because you don't have to have the highest literary rate in it to be in the military, depending, especially my job book for maintenance monthly because of how bad reading efficiency is, etc. So we understand the need to not necessarily dumb it down, but make it as accessible across is, I think, is a key thing. I think you touched on a significant point on how siloed we become in the movement with our own. It's the same way in the military. We have an acronym for pretty much absolutely everything. And in our movement, we've done the same just to shorten things down, you know. Um, but I think that you're bridging a natural gap that needs to be always there, which is a layman's explanation so that they get it. Because with policy and, of course, with science, it can go to zero to over your head real quick. So thank you for taking that time and doing that. I have our next question. And as a neurodivergent person myself, you've expressed a deep interest in cannabis for neurological conditions and autism spectrum disorder. Can you share any compelling stories or research that have shaped your understanding in this area?
Yeah, those are two areas that I really love to cover and love to write about because I have a personal experience with them. And so I'll start with that and then we'll talk about the exciting stuff, the science, right? A lot of people who follow me have heard me talk about my dad, who was a huge influence on me. Growing up, he suffered from severe epilepsy and was not responding to medication. He had several petit mal seizures a day. I can remember him zoning out. He couldn't have a driver's license. And when I was about 8 or 9 years old, he decided to have a brain surgery that could potentially correct the epilepsy. And he ended up having a massive stroke right after the surgery and was left paralyzed on one half of his body. He had brain damage. Oh, my dog's coming in. And he ended up, sorry.
It's okay. We love animals.
Yeah, my dog is bursting here. Thank you.
What's your dog's name?
Peggy. My dog's name is Peggy. My husband Kurt just came and grabbed her. She's adorable, but a minute. Michelle, the writer, if you the stroke really impacted my father's life in a negative sort of way. And he ended up in assisted living, nursing homes, and he passed away in 2020 from long-term complications from his stroke. And knowing what we know now about cannabis and its efficacy with seizure disorders, I can't help but wonder if maybe he could have tried it. Maybe he'd still be here today. Maybe things would have been a lot different for him. And so I remember, again, one of the first people I met doing this was a guy in Colorado who told me he'd been seizure free for 10 years because of cannabis. And I told my dad about him, and my dad was like, wow, I wonder if it could have worked for me. And it was heartbreaking, you know, and it really made me realize, again, that this was the path I was meant to be on. So I could tell these stories so that people could at least understand that they have a choice. It might not work for them, but hey, it's out here, right? Look into it. And the same thing with autism spectrum disorder. My nephew is nonverbal. He's autistic. He's about to turn 11, and the CBD oil has been incredible for him. You know, with a lot of his, you know, uncomfortable behaviors, like with the self-injurious behaviors, and those are the studies that I've been really excited to read. There are not a lot of big ones, but we've been seeing all these case studies coming out of cannabis oil specifically being really, really helpful for people with autism as they, you know, want to maybe potentially reduce some of like the stimming, the tics, the self-injurious behavior. I even read about cases where it's helped people communicate because it, you know, it helps calm your body down. You know, the endocannabinoid system is meant to help promote homeostasis, harmony in our bodies. And so if your body is at peace, maybe the mind can be at peace too and help all these systems work together. And I have really high hopes for what cannabis can do for folks with ASD in terms of, especially the folks who are nonverbal, because seeing my nephew struggle, you know, and cry because he can't get the words out, it's just heartbreaking. And knowing that this could be a potential for him and others like him, it's really exciting. And it's why I keep doing what I do. I mean, I won't lie. Getting high is awesome, right? I love it. I love weed, but this is far more important, right? The medical aspect and what this plant can do for people and their families to improve their quality of life.
Sorry about your dad. Nate has a follow up.
Yeah, Nate. And thank you so much. My dad was
Yeah,
awesome.
when you posted about your dad a few months ago, I think it was 5 years since he passed. That was what struck me to reach out to you to come on, because that really struck a chord for me as well. And the impact on autism is also very important. I just wanted to mention a peer-reviewed study. I'll send it to you later, where through machine learning and a saliva sample, they took a control group of kids without and kids with it, and they showed that 90 minutes after taking a CBD oil, the aggression levels and the biomarkers for the kids with autism went completely down, with pretty much the same as the kids without autism. And I don't know about other states, but in California, adults with autism, the state only helps them to a certain point, and then it kind of falls on the family. I think it's 22 or 24. So that group that did this study is actually working to show the state that they can actually save money by funding this research, so then it's less a toll on the family and the state. Because unfortunately, if we have a certain condition, there's a certain limit of how much you can integrate into society. So I'm very fascinated. I'll send it to you. So thanks for sharing and being vulnerable, because it's also something that's really important to me.
Thank you. Yeah, no, please send that over. Every single study that comes out, I immediately send it to my sister. I'm like, look at this, it's so exciting. And actually, I met a person a couple of years ago, and she said, oh, I read one of your articles about cannabis and autism, and my son's autistic, and we decided to try it. It's been really helpful. And so that right there, stories like that, it gives me chills. And it's like, wow, maybe I think I for sure am on the right path, right? Telling these stories, because that's what it's all about, is just people finding a better quality of life. So thank you for that. Yeah.
And if you can just touch one, right, then it's all been worth it. And that's really nice difference, and nice reminder of you're doing well. Doing too. You're not just doing it. So kudos.
Hey, so how do you balance being a critic with being a steward of the plant, especially in an industry where honesty can sometimes clash with commercial interests?
Also a really good question. And it's kind of tough sometimes, also because I feel like I'm pretty nice. I'm like Midwestern, so I'm very polite. So I am not the kind of person to go on a tear typically, unless, okay, I'll take that back. In certain situations, I will. Like, for example, I posted this thing earlier this week about National Geographic magazine and how they're like spewing a lot of very one-sided coverage of cannabis, and like not in a good way. And so I had to point out the hypocrisy there. But when it comes to judging products or writing about companies, I really, really try to be balanced and objective. And it can be difficult on both sides, right? You don't want to give favorable coverage to people that are your friends, right? You have to be honest, and you don't necessarily want to slam the people that maybe behind closed doors you're like not as excited about, right? And so typically when it comes to reviewing products, I will always be honest. If there's something constructive, I'll mention it, but I'm not rude about it. If something is really, in my opinion, low quality, or it has a lot of problems, I like to just, if you don't have something nice to say nothing at all, in which case I just, I won't write about it. And maybe privately I'll give feedback. I did have a situation like that a couple of years ago. A company sent me a device, and I had a lot of issues with the device in a lot of different ways. And so I decided I can't write about this, but I will give you some feedback. So maybe as you're continuing to develop this product, it's something you might want to consider. But it's really not my style to put people on blast. And it can be hard though to, tell tough stories, right? When maybe a perceived negative story comes out about a brand that you really like or a person that you really like, it's still, you still have to cover it, right? So maybe a brand that you really like, they had a recall, or, something else controversial that is newsworthy, and it's like, oh, I don't want to draw attention to this bad thing, but I also don't want to be biased, right? So it can be tough. But I've learned over the years how important it is to have an ethical standard in journalism, especially in cannabis, right? Because a lot of our cannabis publications come from the niche, right? And there weren't really these journalistic ethics and rules being abided by or even looked at, right? And so I like that I can maybe raise the bar in that sort of way and be a good role model for people who want to get into this space someday.
Right on. Well, thank you for that. Next up will be Nate Landau with our next question.
Cannabis journalism has evolved rapidly over the last decade. From your perspective, what are the most significant changes you're seeing in coverage, tone, and public perception? Thank you.
Oh, yeah. So that's like for me a two-pronged answer. So I'll start with the thing which is like the broader like cannabis journalism spot. Obviously, we're all seeing a lot more mainstream coverage of cannabis, especially in the last couple of years as we're talking about potentially rescheduling, right? Things like that. And I'm definitely concerned about the mainstream narrative around cannabis. I've been seeing a lot of perceived negative press, right? A lot of, what I would call reefer mad. All the children eating gummies, right? Like those are the headlines that are dominating the news cycle for the most part, right? And they're really nice stories about, oh, like this is a brand that overcame adversity, or this is a study of how it helped people with autism, right? Like those are kind of being pushed to the side and they end up more in the niche media, right? Like within our bubble, but you don't necessarily always see them in the mainstream. And I understand why though. And like I said, I just wrote about this for Green State this week about National Geographic. And that is, there's an old saying in journalism, I'm sure you've heard it, if it bleeds, it leads, right? People want to read about things oftentimes that are dramatic, divisive. People are drawn to that. And in this era where there's so much noise and there's so much competition for people's attention, it's really, really hard to grab people and get them to click on your story. And so I totally understand why they're doing that, but it's also really frustrating on cannabis. But at the same time, for me personally, it's something that I've also had to subscribe to a little bit, right? Because working at Green State, our parent company is a really big company. And so they have a lot more rules about and expectations about traffic, right? Like you have to bring in these numbers. And so I also have to write headlines that are more punchy or, clickbaity from time to time in order to get people to look at my stuff. But at least I try to back it up with actual substance in my writing and things that are objective and balanced and that people can benefit from, not just straight up clickbait, like gotcha journalism. That's not what I'm into. And so within our own niche, it's been tough. I won't front, right? It's been tough in all of cannabis, frankly. And the media is no different because a lot of really great journalists, have lost jobs. A lot of great publications have gone by the wayside. It was awesome to see High Times get resurrected, but, oh, goodness. Sorry, there was a really big thunder. I don't know if you guys just heard that. Oh, yeah, there was a huge thunder right here. Sorry, it scared me. Anyways, and so it's been hard to see, really good journalists in our space. Green Market Report, losing them was awful, and we're getting sort of, bottled into like one teeny little thing where it's like, okay, it's High Times, there's Green State, Cannabis Now is doing a little bit, they're holding on, right? Cannabis and Tech Today, they're holding on, MG. We're trying really, really hard to hold on, but it's tough. And so I would implore people that if you enjoy cannabis media, to support them, right? Like click on their stuff, share their stuff. If you work for a company that has a little money to spare, like advertise there, because we will not exist without everybody working together to support us. And so, yeah, it's been hard to see, but I feel blessed to still be here and to be able to tell these stories. So,
well, we hope the weather passes and isn't too disruptive to you. Next up will be Michael Krowitz. Michael,
thank you. I'll tell you, it's certainly an interesting story. It never seems to be a day where there's not something new with cannabis that you can cover. At least you have that. It seems like this question, it was really about giving advice to new journalists, how to maintain integrity and authenticity within what you were saying. That seems a challenge, but I want to make it even expand this question a little bit more. What would be your advice in this world of ours to get started? Where would be a starting point, and how do you maintain that real that touchstone to the real world as you're trying to navigate those algorithms?
It's hard, right? Especially because the algorithms are changing every single day, right? Like one thing that's working today might not work tomorrow. And so I just tell people to be consistent, right? Like maintain your voice, understand that there are trends that you want to follow, but be yourself. That's what people I think are looking for, especially in our community, right? People really want that authenticity. As far as where to start, I always encourage people to just, whether it's starting a Substack or their own kind of personal writing, anywhere that you can put your writing on the internet, do it. And it's not hard, right? There are a million different platforms where you can publish for free. And a lot of publications, Green State included, we're always looking for guest posts. So maybe you won't get paid, but you'll get a byline. You'll get, a link to your website or another story, a backlink, right? That can power your SEO juice, whatever it is. And so I know someone reached out to me recently and they said, people want me to write, but I feel like I have such imposter syndrome because I never studied journalism or anything. It's like, I didn't either. I studied education, right? I was working as a preschool teacher and here I am, right? If you love to write and you have something to say, just say it. And know like Neiman Lab is a great resource for journalists, with different practices. There are lots and lots of resources out there to sharpen your skills. But if you have something to say, you definitely should say it because there is a lot of it's important to express by what you're doing and others.
All right. So our final question.
without going in the store. Yeah.
I don't know if I told you the story of me pulling out my Potts shirt and he saw the Tommy Chong signature on it. He goes, "You got Tommy Chong's signature?" This in his lap, and he was like 18 months old when I was doing all this stuff. So why would he remember me meeting Tommy Chong? Why would he remember me doing all this stuff? He doesn't. So I pulled out the picture of me and Tommy Chong. I said, "I've met Tommy Chong." He's like, "Really, Mom?" So I showed him the picture, and he was like totally in awe. That's why I was asking about that skunk article, because there's a picture of him in
Right.
Skunk Magazine in that article. Anyway, yeah. But now that he's 16, he's thinking, "Oh, Mom's pretty cool. She's got a picture with Tommy Chong." All right.
All
I went from
right.
being not so cool mom to cool mom because I got a picture.
This all you need to do is have a
Get a
picture
picture
with
of Tommy
Tommy.
Chong. That's all I needed to tell him. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, that's Calgary. And Alberta. When it comes to like I said,
That blows me away. That totally blows me
it
away.
does. It really does.
Because when I was there in 2006, when we first started doing the cannabis movement out there, me and Keith and Debbie Fagan and Kelly Christie, and we had one hell of a time. Keith had the cops lined up around them trying to do a 420 event in Calgary. Like, it was ridiculous. We got shut down in Edmonton one year, 420. They went and fenced off the stage area.
Oh, really? Eh? They fenced off Queen's Park in Toronto, where it's held there as well. Now that was due to they said they redid the center section, and then they blocked it off as well in spots because of the grass.
Yeah, no, we drove up in a blizzard because we were
The grass kept dying.
We got there, and Keith and Deb were there, and everybody's there. Todd and Maple had their little hot dog stand. We were all getting set up. And the cops showed up and told us we couldn't do a protest, and we went, "Yeah, we will." And the stage had already been fenced off, and Keith started speaking with his megaphone, and we just ignored them. Keith was good at that. He would just Oh yeah, yep. Him and Kelly, they just didn't put any. And then Kelly ran for the Green Party too, like a few elections against Stephen Harper, because Stephen Harper was their MP, right? So they did a sit-in that year, 1 year or two, where they all sat in Stephen Harper's office, but Stephen Harper was their MP. So Kelly ran against Stephen Harper in 2 elections for the Green Party.
Oh, really? Eh?
Yeah. Well, little cannabis history for you from the 420 crew. And unfortunately, Keith passed away a couple few years ago now. And but Debbie's still around. I talk to her, when I can.
Yeah, I seen you guys having a bit of a conversation.
Yeah, call me. I'll send a random call, and it'll be Debbie on the phone. "How you doing?" And that's the thing. Like, we've been friends for 20 years. It's been 20 years in 2006. So it's 19 years this year since I started. Southern Alberta Cannabis Club.
Right.
And I started it because of them. I saw them protesting in front of the jail because Grant Krieger had been picked up for smoking cannabis, and they refused to recognize his medical licensing.
Okay, no, he wasn't I remember him and all that, but I'm trying to think wasn't there a U.S. citizen that got their medical license in Canada?
Yeah, that was
and they were a bit of a. Hi, Carolyn. How you doing?
Hi, Carolyn. Yeah, he's on my page. His name's Wesley. It's Wesley. Let me look. Yeah. He moved up to from the States because he was being persecuted in the States, got his medical licensing up here. He's on my Facebook. Hang on, I'll tell you. Because him and I are friends. He lives in Florida now, I think, because he went back down to the States. Where the heck is he? Asia went and visited him too.
Yeah.
What the heck is his name? Wesley Patton.
Okay, I was thinking there was somebody who came to Canada, and I got an idea who it is, but they came to Canada and they were fugitive. The DEA, somebody was trying to arrest them for drugs or cannabis, but he was able to obtain a license in Canada.
That was Wesley.
Was
I'm
it?
pretty sure that was Wesley. Yeah, pretty sure because he's friends with Tracy Curley, and he was in Toronto.
Okay, so yeah, okay, then yeah. Well, my next question was going to say, was this like 15 years ago, 15, 20 years ago, right?
Yep, it sure was. Yep, Wesley. Yep, Wesley Patton. I'm pretty dang sure that's exactly who it is. Would you recognize him if you saw him?
No. I was just thinking about that just the other day.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's on my Facebook. Yeah, he was a fugitive from the U.S. He came up and then he was medically licensed here, and then he was able to go back down, but he was here for like 5 or 6 years before he was able to go back.
Yeah.
Something like he told me this story like probably now, so I can't remember all of it.
What do you mean? What do you mean? It was just yesterday.
Oh my god, like I wish I did. But like I said, I would hate to tell his story because it's not my story to tell and I don't want to make it inaccurate. But I'm pretty sure
Right.
that's who you're talking about. But there could be others too. Like I'm not saying that that's positively like, but I know that was his story too. Could be somebody else. There could be several. Like we have several probably fugitives in our country that we wouldn't know are fugitives unless we don't want to know. Unless I know that.
Yeah, I'm sure they are. Yeah. Alrighty.
Sounds better. Keep it safe, suckers. I'd be running an underground railroad, maybe, but you never know, right?
You just never know. You just never know.
Like
Alrighty.
if I disappear, or end up like know that I'm not suicidal and know that I did the right thing, that I was on the right side of history. That's all I'm gonna say.
All right. Okay. All right.
Smoke some more weed.
Smoke some more weed. Okay, it's time for us to take a commercial break. It's the bottom of the hour, and we will be. I don't know. I gotta find the right button here. I'm looking at everybody's messages, which I have to turn off.
Hi, Carolyn.
Back in. There we go. They're off now. But just for the commercial. Then I'll turn them back on when we get back. All right. We're on our way. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We'll see you in about 2 3/4 minutes. And we're live. PaceRadio.net, 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats. And look of that supply of rolling papers. Plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals. Check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop. 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store,
They offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Re-Rolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey, welcome back. Hey, Tamara. I never thought. Well, I shouldn't say it this way. I thought it would eventually come to this, because of convenience. But did you know that, according to a recent report, that pre-rolls have overtaken flour for sales at the stores?
I tend to believe that because of convenience. And a lot of people don't know how, and they don't know how to roll. Like, I mean, let's face it, you're 19 years old, you just turned 19, you've never rolled a joint in your life. What are you going to do? You're going to go buy a pre-roll.
Yeah.
You know, like, I mean, the kids that, you know, have been around it, maybe, you know, might go and buy a bag. But even my friends in Lethbridge, like, they go and they buy a 20-pack of doobies, and that's their, you know. And they're ones that used to like legacy and would like old time, like, I mean, they're in their 60s and 70s, right? But they're just done with rolling. Like, they're done. And they're old school. Like, never ever would have like bought a pre-roll, but they would have never gone to a store. Now they go to a store and buy pre-rolls.
In the beginning, they seemed to be, you know, everybody was complaining about them, but now that, you know, that they are out selling flour, that means, I got the hiccups. They're not sitting there on the store shelves waiting to be sold.
I don't find them any better. I had to buy them every once in a while because of my hands. The ones that are infused, those ones are okay, but they've also got cannabis, diamonds, keef on the outside. Like, they're double down, right? There's no way you can sit back. You're not going to get something out of that because you've got diamonds and cannabis and keef rolled on the outside of it. So I tend to buy those, and they're a little more pricey, of course. The other ones, sometimes they're hit and miss. And like I said, when I can't roll, and my hands are all seized up, I don't have a choice. I have nobody. My dogs don't roll doobies.
Yeah, they say that there was $982 million in pre-rolled joints. So
that's great. Where's the fucking money?
So you, I know for a while there you were buying pre-rolls.
Yeah, I was. Yep.
Okay, well, so you may recognize these names then. Okay, they said General Mission was the #1 top brand.
And I would say that that's because they got the best. Their Tiger's Blood infused doobies are good. You can buy 3 of them for $35. So their price point's a bit higher, but they're good. Yep, General Mission.
They say that they're known for their strength. It's flavored and infused pre-rolls.
Yep, that's a yes. Yep.
They are 250% ahead of the second place company. Let's see what else.
They also do tips too in the Tiger's Blood, and those are good.
They've also got here. They mentioned Shred.
Shred is that one that my friends love in Alberta. That's their favorite. That's their favorite one. Yeah.
Back 40.
They're not bad. I've tried those.
They're a heritage brand, they say.
Yep.
They say the Shred's terpene rich.
I haven't tried those.
Okay. Here's one. It's actually this one here is called Jeter, and it's an American.
Yep. Those are really
good. It's an American doobie that's being sold in Canada.
Yes. Baby Jeters. Remember I showed you that little blue container last week and said Baby Jeters? Those are my favorite. They come in 4 different flavors. You can get mixed. You can get the blue ones that are infused for indica. They got a hybrid. They've got a sativa. They are fabulous. So
yeah, well they They mentioned that it made a powerful entrance into the Canadian market. So
They are fabulous.
sounds
They,
like about what you're saying there.
yeah.
And then
Those are-
Redican for their slim.
I can't say it.
Yeah. Yeah, Redican's got a slim pre-roll packs, but
Anything Redican reminds me of Flin Flon. So I probably would stay away with anything that said Redican.
oh no, that's going back a long
It's kind of like
way.
when I bought some 7 Acres the other day, I flipped it over and it was being produced by Tweed, and I'm like,
Yeah.
what the fuck? Like 7 Acres is now Tweed? Like, what the fuck? Right.
This report says that 82% of cannabis smokers purchase pre-rolls, and 94% prefer joints as their consumption method. And it's the young people, the millennials, who are the big pre-roll buyers.
Because they don't know how
Just
to
like
roll.
just like you were saying there when I first mentioned it. Yeah. Yeah. And just so you know,
Unless they have
those-
parents. But again, like, we're not teaching our kids to roll joints. Like,
yeah.
whether I smoke it or not, I'm handing Taven the tray and saying, "Here, bud, you want to learn how to smoke a joint?"
The boomers were the less likely to buy a pre-rolled joint.
No, because they're old school. They want the bag. They want to feel that, smell it.
They
I'm
wanna
like that
roll
too.
it,
I want to see
all
it. I
that
want to
stuff.
smell it. I want to grind it. It's just it's like a ritual.
Yeah.
It's like a ritual. It's something you've been doing for like it's kind of like I said with the CBC. I had to cave.
Pre-rolls convenience is the number one reason they rank potency and price point, or other reasons why.
Well, like I said, doobies, you can say you're broke, you can go in and buy like a couple joints for $20, right?
Yeah.
Where you can buy UBC smalls for $19.99 out here plus tax. You're looking at $22, right? For 3.5 grams, right? So
Is that just, and that's in 3.5 grams.
That's
So
in
what are
flour.
you getting? So you're getting how many joints? 7 joints?
Well, like I said, you can buy
Half
3.5
gram joints.
grams
I'm
of
just thinking-
flour
I'm thinking-
for $19.99, or you can buy 3 joints that aren't infused. The 3 joints that are usually infused are usually like $35. So your
Is
price
it?
point, depending, like if you're buying 1 joint, they're usually anywhere between 10 and $20 a piece, depending on whether they're infused or not. Like I can go in and buy like 10 joints for $25.
Oh,
Of
really?
these wild
$2.50 a joint.
Yeah, so they're like I said, some of them are, and those ones aren't bad either. I can't remember the name of them. They came in that little purple. Because like I said, I had those 10 days where I couldn't even open my hands for my roll. But
Right?
you also-
Yeah.
But you also they're like this big. Some of them, they're like tiny. Like some of them are only this long.
Well, they got
right?
more filter. They look like they're more filter than they are cannabis.
Yeah, exactly. Because they thought it only because the total amount in the joint container is 3.5 grams. So they're rolling your joint. So like if you want 8 grams, you're getting like whatever bigger joints, right? But if you look at the packaging, those joints all add up to a certain amount of cannabis, right? Whether it's a
Yeah,
3-pack.
not counting the filter because they usually have those
No,
massive
just
filters.
weed that's put into the joint. I'm assuming. I hope it's not the
Yeah.
fucking filter. Then you're really getting
Yeah.
that fucking.
Well, the thing about them is if you leave it in the ashtray, you'll think it's a roach. They're big enough.
I did have that happen actually. One of my CSP people.
There you go.
And she says, "Can I pick up those roaches?" I go, "Those aren't roaches. Those are just filters." Because I had nothing to give her, so I ended up giving her some roaches. But those were done. I do have roaches, but
Yeah.
unfortunately, like I said, it's a matter of like some of them it's hit and miss, right? Some of them still
Yeah.
taste like pencil shavings, but they're convenient. And like I said, when you're all seized up and don't have an ability to do anything else but get them, it's a great option.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, those baby Jeters and the general admission, my top 2 for sure.
Yeah, they are they? I think
Yeah.
I might have had maybe one general admission, I think. I haven't seen the Jeters. I didn't even heard of them until I read the article.
Yeah, they're baby Jeters is what they're called, and they're like I said, they're not very long, and you can get them in mixed packs. You can get them in 3 packs and 5 packs. But they come in little tiny blue. I'm pretty sure I showed one on the show one night.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they come, like I said, that's my first go to. And usually, like, I usually buy them even when I go in and buy flour. Like when I get paid, I'll go in and buy some of those because Alvin likes them too, right? So
Right.
we'll buy some of those, and then we'll buy, like, I'm buying smaller bags because I'm finding that the smaller amounts you buy in the store are better than if you buy an ounce because
Oh,
because they're putting the better stuff in the smaller amounts.
because
So
it's selling quicker. That'd be price point.
it's
Being
price point. It's price point. But the smaller
yeah.
amounts, because then you like it, you're going to go back and you're going to buy more of it. So if you're paying $40 for 3.5 grams, you're going to go back and buy that, and that's going to give them more money because the ounce is going to be, $120, or you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So in order to get, they're gonna spend more on an ounce if they buy it in small amounts at 40 than they are at 120, right? So I'm finding that these crooks are still crooks. and they're bouncing their fucking weed to make fucking, all their stuff, and they're steaming it, and they're fucking eradicating it, and they're fucking same as they used to in the fucking illegal market. So what's the difference?
We're going right at
Not
it.
getting is fucking seeds and mold. That's the only thing you're not getting, and they don't want you getting no seeds because then you could grow your own. So they're making sure you're not getting any seeds. We used to love getting, odd seed here and there, like, you get like an
Right.
odd seed in a bag, right? Not when you get 90 grams in a fucking pound.
No. No, I'm at my local store site. I'm just seeing if they got Jeters.
Yep, them. Jeters. Are they in a blue or pink or white?
Um,
Can you show me the package? I'll tell you right away.
I'm not seeing them.
No?
Not this one store. Oh, hang on.
They're called baby Jeters.
Oh, baby Jeters.
Baby Jeters, yeah.
Okay. Baby Jeters. I know I feel sorry for people with big thumbs, man, because I don't have big thumbs.
Alvin calls it fat fingeritis.
Because it's so to hit those small little keys.
I know, right?
Okay. No.
Here
Nothing
we are.
called Jeters.
Here. Jeters, yep. Jeters and then / baby. Jeter infused. Here they are in my store.
Are they? Yeah, no.
So
Nothing.
they're Jeter. Jeeter.
Yeah, that's how I spelt it.
And
All
right
right,
now
that was
my
one
store
store.
has
Now I'm checking the other store. But
the hybrid, and their price point is $34.99. And then if you get the hybrids, there's 2.5 grams. So you're paying $34.99 for 2.5 grams for 5 joints.
2.5 grams. So
That's what the amount is
$15 a gram
in total for
in
5
total.
joints. Yeah.
Okay.
They're infused. So they've got keef and everything on them. But yeah, $35.89 for the hybrids and $34.99, and they're in total 2.5 grams.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this other store I'm checking apparently is supposed to be the Walmart of stores, brand store, anyways.
Yeah, I just searched baby Jeter in my search bar from my store, and they popped right up.
Do they? Well,
Yep.
I'm not even getting them. I don't even get them.
Maybe you can't get them in Ontario. Maybe I'll have to mail you. Maybe I'll have to mail you some, just like you had to mail me a Remo's fucking joint because I can't get a Remo's out here either. I still can't get a Remo's joint out here.
You can't. Yeah, apparently they're not here available in Ontario anymore because somebody posted on our show that they didn't see them listed in the OCS, and they sort of went, as if why aren't they there and stuff like that. So
I'm not sure I'm not sure what they're doing.
Oh, I haven't got a clue. Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe they're not making them. Maybe they're not doing that branding anymore.
Yeah. Okay, now I'm doing.
Are you? You're not in the city.
No.
People are allowed to ride their fucking dirt bikes on the street here.
Oh, did somebody just drive by you?
Oh yeah, ripping past two of them. Like I just don't understand that. Like you still have to have like be a have a driver's license and
Mhm.
whatever, register and insure them. But
Right.
yeah,
Um, I'm getting all kinds of hits on them, but as far as stores, I'm not. But I'll find it. I'll look at it
well,
another time.
if not, I can mail you out some
Okay.
because we have them
Alrighty.
here. It's not really
I've got something here that's
Or
been
we can
making
get
some
shred here.
noise.
There's shred right there.
What's that?
The shred ones, we can get those out here
Oh,
too.
oh yeah.
And you can get those in Alberta. And you can't get, I don't know if you, and you can get general admission here and in Alberta. Can you get general admission in Ontario?
Yeah.
So general admission is probably one of the only brands that's nationwide then. I don't know about Saskatchewan, but if you can get a
Okay.
BC, Alberta, and Ontario, they've broken through farther than any of the rest of them have because there's lots of stuff I can't get here and you can't get there.
Oh yeah. Because each province has got its own thing, which is
You can get hot box out there, right? The caps or the tips, the hot box or box hot. You can get those because you had those too.
yeah. The cartridges.
And the
Yeah.
1964 brand, you can get here and there. But there's some brands you just can't get in the same. Like, and that's because the brand
Well,
hasn't been accepted by the
this
OCB.
is what do I got in this brand? This brand here that I've got in my vaporizers from your neck of the woods. It's from Kootenai. Kootenai Bubba. No, sorry. Kootenai Buddha.
Kootenai Buddha.
Yeah. That's so I'm by the name I'm going by out your way.
Well, Kootenai
But
could mean
I'm gonna
well, I
say
mean
it's probably
West
I'm
Kootenai
gonna
too,
say
so it could be from Nelson too, like because we
right.
have like East and West Kootenai, but we just all
Oh, yeah.
identify as Kootenays.
Yeah, this
It's a
was
big
given
area.
to me, so I haven't got a clue where they got it from. It was
Oh, that's
given to me.
great.
I didn't ask.
I love that.
So, but
You could just do anything.
did you hear about what happened here in Ontario? About us?
Oh well, lots of things is going on in Ontario. I
Yeah.
mean, what,
No, this is no, London, Ontario. Been some noise going on in London over the last while. I'm going to say for a few years, I believe. And what happened is there's a cannabis store in London that has a spot on a billboard when people drive into town. And it says, Your Highness Cannabis. That's what it's called, Your Highness Cannabis. So they've got this big mural. It's advertising a nearby store location.
so
And the city's been trying, I think it's been said, I think it says for 3 years, trying to get it down.
why?
And there's
There was
questions about where there's been questions about the property, where it's at, whether it's the right spot. They
Out
said,
here,
yeah, they
we
said,
have big pot leaves on the side. Like you're driving down the highway, and you'll see a great big pot leaf jump out on you on the highway, and you just pull in right there. There's pot store.
yeah. It says that the council has been trying to get him to take it down for several years.
That's ridiculous.
And he said earlier this year he got a letter saying the mural needed to be taken down, and that was sent to the landlord. However, the property where the mural was located is not that location. So, and he didn't receive the letter in the timely manner. So he says the city is willing to, and the city is billing him for the cost of the removal. So what did they? Yeah, they went in. They went in and just painted over his sign.
I would have that.
They
I
just
don't
went
know.
in. They just went. He says, "How can they do that? We're just trying to get the information to the city first." He says, How can the city just go and vandalize private property? But according to the deputy mayor, they said they followed all the proper things, and
They should have had to go to court and get a court order.
they said it didn't meet the proper standards by law relating to conditions of maintenance and occupancy of properties. Well, it's a sign. If the guy just paid $16,000 to have it repainted.
Like with his cannabis over top of it again? Or the city's charging him $16,000 to paint over it? Oh, you're frozen now.
Legal advice, so he hasn't talked to a lawyer yet, but it's it.
No, you were frozen. Yeah.
Now it says that no records showing any discussion from council or committees. So there's been no discussion. There's no records of any discussion from council or committees regarding the billboard were found on the city's website.
Is it even in city limits?
I'm gonna say yes. Yeah.
I tell him to pull the sign up and hang it right
Here's talking about numbers, okay? Just to sort of switch the topics, you're always asking, where's the money? There is something in this article that says that, okay? This is in 2018, okay? So this is several years ago. But in 2018, Ontario set aside $40 million over 2 years to help cities manage the implementation and oversight of cannabis legalization. And then the first 30 million was distributed in 2019, with 10 million set aside for the unforeseen costs. And there's another $3 million that's been sent out.
To where?
So that's where they said it was sent out through the OCLF. Okay, now I did look up what is the OCLF, and that is the Ontario Cannabis Legalization Implementation Fund.
What does that do?
That was to help cover costs of legalization. Now, if you notice, it only said 2019, and I believe that if I read on there, it would tell me that it was only a temporary program somewhere in there.
That sounds good.
And the City of London received $18,000 for that money. Now hang on. They received that in 2024. They say the total from 2019 to 2023 was $947,000, and that was for London. So they've received almost $1 million up to 2024, the city, from the Ontario government for legalization.
Yet they're bitching about
No, it doesn't break it down because that article is not about breaking it down, but
yeah, but they're bitching about a sign. So they're going to take down a sign from a cannabis store that's been giving them that made them enough taxation of $1 million, and then they're going to take down this guy's sign.
Yeah.
That sounds so bad. That's just so bad.
He says the city painted over his mural not because it harmed anyone, but because it showed cannabis. He says this kind of
$1 million that he helped them make.
Yeah, this kind of overreaction keeps our stigmas alive instead of moving forward.
Such overreach. Like that is such overreach. Like that's such bullshit. Like
he says, cannabis is legal. It's part of culture, medicine, and community. Covering up our art doesn't erase cannabis. It just silences voices.
Or the money that you got for the fucking sales of it.
Yeah.
They happily took the $1 million that he helped them make it with his store.
Yeah.
London has gotten $1 million from cannabis taxation, and yet they're still acting like that. That's shameful.
Yeah, there's a video out there. I was just looking for this, if there's any link that I could get on the. They say that he violated property.
That's what sounds like a bunch of shit. That just sounds like an excuse.
Property standards for conditions of maintenance and occupancy of properties. Maybe it's because they're not allowed. If he's not allowed to have a sign there because a sign isn't allowed, then the city is planning on putting a welcoming sign there. So it's
Yeah,
not
that
the
sounds like-
sign
No.
is not the sign being there is not the issue.
No,
It's
it's
just the fact
what the
that it
sign
has
says.
cannabis on it. Now there was one other article I read on it said that he was offered to keep a sign there, but it had to welcome people and he could have his logo on it.
That ain't gonna help him.
You know.
Here's my
he
logo
could have
on
his
the bottom
logo.
corner with a great big welcome sign. Like,
Yeah, that's what he could have. He could have his logo
oh my
on it.
God! Remind me never to go to London, Ontario. Remind me to boycott. We should boycott London, Ontario. That place just
Yeah.
sounds hard. Mind you,
We were talking earlier about the old ways and old times and stuff like that, and how people would help out each other and things like that. Just before we go to break, I see there's been a fella. He was doing just that. He was helping patients and helping people, and he got busted, and they gave him a 1-year jail sentence. So, or 18 months suspended sentence. So he didn't spend any time in jail or anything. So the prosecutor didn't like that, so they appealed it, and they said it was too lenient. He's now serving 4 years in jail.
Where is
for
this?
helping in the UK, helping
Oh my
for
God.
helping people. His name was Joel Cunningham. He was jailed for 4 years
You know
after.
what, I think I know that guy.
Yeah, he's a Yorkshire man, they say.
Yeah, I think I met him like years ago on the CC forums, like way back.
Yeah, they said the sentence was too lenient.
That's horrendous.
Yeah.
That's barbaric. 4 years for cannabis, but
They say that the original trial also saw several patients take to the witness stand in his defense to share the impact he had on their lives. And they
didn't care.
sentenced him for 4 years in jail now after the 18-month suspended sentence.
That's bullshit. That's just I just can't even.
Wrong.
Very so.
Yeah, they had thousands of people signed a petition in support of his compassionate work and positive impact on the community. 4 years in jail for that.
And think of how many patients are going to suffer because he's not there.
Yeah.
Never mind that he's in jail.
Exactly. I've seen a cartoon along that line that asked, "What about the patients?"
Right? Like, what about the people he's been helping? Like, he's been helping all these people.
They've got a crappy medical program over there in.
Well, then how can he be charged for helping patients if they've got a medical program already? Like, what's the deal? Because I don't understand what would be the harm if they've already got a medical program and him helping patients. Like, what's the harm? What is he doing? This whole harm thing.
So he has to turn himself into the police.
Tell him, run, sucker, run. Go to fucking Germany.
Well, when we get back from the break, we're going to talk about Germany. All right. Good way. Good thing you brought that in. All right. We're off to break. You're going to pay some bills, so on and so forth. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey, we're back.
Right?
What you doing?
Turn down the phone. Well, I do a promo for our show, like on TikTok, right? To make
Oh,
sure that
yeah.
we get some,
Oh,
maybe
yeah.
some,
Oh, yeah.
right? So I always have a promo
All
that
right.
says, "Hey, Pace Radio Night, blah blah blah." Give out the website. And so I was just seeing how many people had seen that video.
Right. So I mentioned Germany, okay?
Yes.
And we're also going to talk about something that you would probably know about because it's sort of along the same line as the name of your own show,
Oh.
Cannabis and Coffee. All right. So we'll get first. We'll get started with the Germany thing.
All right.
And over there, they said that following recreational legalization, a government study shows that teen cannabis use is declined. It hasn't gone up, it's gone down. It has gone down. All that, we used to talk about all that.
First, remember
years
though?
ago.
But
Huh?
remember when cannabis was first legalized here in Canada, that the numbers had gone down, and then
Yeah.
over the last 2 or 3 years, it increased again. So I think it kind of goes in waves because I think people use it, they either like it or they don't like it, and then they continue using it, and then we got a whole bunch of new 19-year-olds that come into the market every year too.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Well, they say here that the 12 to 17-year-olds, they dip. It dropped down more than half a percentage.
Oh yeah, because of
Um,
legalization, they don't have any access.
Right. But they said that young adults between the age of 18 and 25, there was a slight uptick of about almost 1.5%.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like the kids, like I said, I've said this before, and I'm not going to say it's a bad thing. Cannabis legalization was a good thing, but it left an opening for dealers to bring other things into our children's access because they don't have access to just weed anymore. They have access to
Well,
everything.
that was some of the talk that was out there before legalization even come along. That was, well, if you just legalize it, just because those sellers still gotta make money, they're gonna sell something.
Right. And we did bring that up. Why we wanted to legalize everything. Because if you take the commodity out of everything, then there's nothing left for them dealers to have. Anyway, that's a whole nother topic.
Yeah, it is, and it is, and we could have Allison on, and she talking about Allison. I see that she's been charged.
I seen that.
Yeah, she's been charged.
For
We're
using
talking
some
about
medicine at a concert or at an event.
she's at a bar, and she had a mushroom tea.
Oh, I thought she was also got charged at a concert in the summertime too for consuming her cannabis. She got a misdemeanor.
This is a mushroom tea in a location in a bar at some event going on, and she was removed by the police. It's a spot where she's gone to before, and consumed her tea. But this is the first time that she's seen this waitress, and next thing you knew, that the police were there, and
How
she
did
got
consuming cannabis?
she
How
got,
did they consuming?
she got 2 charges against her that I'm aware of. One had to do with trespassing, the charge of trespassing, and consuming a substance where she wasn't allowed to, or something like that. There was no charge of her having possession of psilocybin. And I think if there was a charge of anything to do with her having possession of psilocybin or the mushrooms or anything along that line, she'd be fighting it right in court, dead stop, no questions asked, all of that. Yeah.
That's probably why they didn't charge her.
I agree. Yep. I completely agree. It's probably why they didn't charge her.
If you go to Health Canada, so I was scoping around Health Canada's website on Monday on my show. They have a whole section on psilocybin on their website.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, you betcha. Because it's one of the most asked about topics. So you can get a Section 56, and they explain to you how to get a Section 56.
Oh, that SAP program, it's sappy.
But again, Health Canada's actually got it there. I was shocked.
Yeah, it's there.
Yeah.
There is a company. I posted it on Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News Facebook page, but there's a company in the U.S. that is gearing up to sell their psilocybin products here in Canada because they're forecasting that it will be coming. There will be changes in our law down the road. Just telling. Check it out. It's on our Facebook wall. Who knows? Maybe it'll be in the report tomorrow. So yeah.
You know what? Like
that's good news.
It is good news because some people use it for medical. Some people use it for depression. People use it microdose. You know what? It's one of the less harm. It's one of the most harmless, psychedelics out there. It's natural. It's a mushroom.
Yeah, I was reading. I had a person show me their medical report of some testing that they had done, and it mentions neurons because it was this scan in their head.
They state right on the Health Canada's website. There's 800 different strains of magic mushrooms.
800
that they've been testing.
Wow. Oh, that they've tested.
They've been doing some research. They've been doing some research. It's like they've got it right on the Health Canada website. They've been checking into psilocybin. They've been doing more research on cannabis too.
Yeah. Eh? You can tell we're Canadian, eh?
We're Canadian, bud.
Yeah. Sometimes I get comments like that that say, You must be Canadian, eh?
You know what my favorite one is that the Americans don't know is get bent. They don't like that. Get bent. Get bent. He used
Okay.
that- maybe that's a Western saying. Maybe it's just a marijuana saying, but I say get bent all the time.
Maybe. As I mentioned, cannabis and coffee.
Ooh.
Yeah. There is this thing out here: cannabis versus caffeine. Okay, caffeine. What do you consider?
Well, I
Would you
guess
say?
you want to put it on the same substance level, right? But it's not the
Right.
same.
Well, that's where most people consume their caffeine is through coffee. That's where it's connected.
But
Put in
coffee's
their
a
minds.
stimulant.
People don't think about chocolate because there's some caffeine in chocolate.
There is. But again,
Yeah.
caffeine's a stimulant where cannabis isn't.
Yes, correct. But they ask, which is better for energy? What do you
Depends
think?
on the person.
Cannabis or coffee? What's better for energy?
Depends on the person. And depends on the strain. So
Well, yeah, I would say for me anyways, I would think they do mention here sativas. How they say here?
not for me. It would put me to sleep.
Yeah, they say how more people are discovering the benefits of using cannabis for energy, whether it's smoking a sativa strain first thing upon waking. There's your wake and bake, or popping an edible first thing in the morning.
That's like telling
Yeah.
everybody to have a beer.
Now, they say caffeine, typically in the form of various types of coffee, is an affordable, safe, and accessible way to wake up.
So they're saying wake and bake's okay, eh?
They say for users seeking an energizing or uplifting high, sativa strains are recommended.
I'd be right back to sleep.
Highly recommended at that. And they do mention terpenes, just so you know, they do mention terpenes. Now they also mentioned about combining them. That's it. I think that's what you would be considered somebody who combines them, having a toke in the morning where you have a coffee.
I have a token of coffee every morning. Yeah. Every morning.
Exactly. It's okay. Every morning. There you go. Let's see.
Some days I just have.
They say the alertness from caffeine combined with the pure high from weed gives you a one-of-a-kind experience that certainly helps start your day on a mellow, positive note.
Yeah, I agree. 100%. And at bedtime, it's a doobie and a tea. Because the caffeine, like for me,
Tea, yeah, caffeine and tea, sure, yeah.
But I mean, it's night for me because caffeine puts me to sleep, right? So in the morning, I don't I have a coffee, but I have one coffee, and then I take my meds because stimulants slow me down, right? Because I'm attention deficit, so I can't drink a lot of caffeine. I have to smoke a lot of weed. You're froze again, Al. You're freezing. It's storming out your way. Wonder if I'm frozen and you're not. No, you're frozen. We'll have to wait because he's probably talking and doesn't realize he's frozen. But maybe he doesn't realize and he thinks I'm frozen. But something's going on here. Oh, and then he's gone. So we might have lost Al. We'll give it a minute. We're just about done the show anyways. It's 20 after 7. Wondering if he's having some issues with his internet because I'm not sure what their weather's like out there and he lives rural. So we'll give him a second, see if he's going to pop back in. I'm sure he's going to try. Or send me a message on here. I will check my messages here. See what's going on. But he left us. So I am going to just check here and see if he sent me anything. Internet down. Internet down. That's great. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so I guess we'll just hang in here for another few minutes, and because Al's internet's down, his power went out. I hope that everything's okay out there. Must be. I must wonder if he's got a storm going through there. I'll just ask him storm. But anyways, we've lost Al. So I guess what I can do is just yak away about what we were talking about, which was I can't remember now. Oh, is he back? Coming back in. Oh, he got his internet back. There we
You're
go.
going back.
Hey! I said, we'll just wait a few minutes, and then he said, I checked my messages because I figured there must have had something happen because you don't just usually because you're froze.
Yeah,
Right?
our power flashed off and on. It was off for like a second and a half, maybe.
Do you have a
And
storm
then-
going through, or
What's that?
is there a storm going through?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't hear anything. I'm just checking the weather network to see what it tells
Yeah,
me.
I checked the weather network and it fucking tells me it's raining, and I go outside and it's not, so I don't believe it.
Well, it doesn't show anything, and I don't hear anything.
That's
And
weird.
when I look out the window, I don't see anything but darkness.
Yeah, it's starting to get dark here. We got the 12 and 12 now for sure. It's like
Right.
7:40 at night and 7:40 in the morning before the sun's coming up. And I'm getting up at 6:30, so I'm seeing a sunrise every day.
Yeah. They say here that back to the coffee and caffeine and cannabis thing. They say that caffeine blocks some receptors, and cannabis activates the CB1 receptors. They often amplify each other's effects. Now, these caffeine receptors these receptors are being blocked by the caffeine is adenosine. Like, I can't pronounce it.
Which does what?
They
What
say that when done in the right dose and with the ideal strain, the effects are pleasant and synergetic. They say be careful not to overdo it, or you may be overwhelming.
What, with happiness? Don't
Um,
overdo yourself. You might get happy.
They say it's a safer alternative to energy drinks.
No shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I have a friend
So
that
there you
actually was
go.
getting up every morning and sucking back a Red Bull, and the next thing you know, he's in the hospital with his heart fucking having to be shut down and fucking restarted.
Yeah.
Now he's got to go to
Yeah.
the doctor. I mean, he's in his 70s and all, but I mean, he's been pounding back a Red Bull every morning because as his coffee,
Yeah.
I guess 'cause he doesn't drink coffee or whatever. I don't even know why. Maybe he was doing that with a
You
coffee.
can.
I don't fucking know.
People have died from caffeine overdoses.
Yes, I know.
Right?
Young men have had heart attacks from drinking too many fucking Red Bulls.
Yeah.
Young men. Like, my kid wants
Yeah.
to drink Monsters all the time. I'm like, you know what? You get one a day, and maybe 3 a week, because it's caffeine. It's hard on your guts to begin with because of the caffeine levels in it, right? And I keep telling him, you've got
Mhm.
colitis. You should stay away from caffeine. Like, when you drink
Yeah.
it's fucking
Yeah.
sore because of the caffeine. But he hasn't had any for a few days. But he's also been drinking a lot of water. I says you can't overdo it with the water either, because that'll give you diarrhea too. Like, you can't oversaturate your body with too much water either.
Mhm.
Like, but he's
Mhm.
always had a drink in his hand. Like, even as a baby, it went from a bottle to a sippy cup, and then every night before bed, he always has to have a drink to go to bed. It's just been a thing. So I don't know.
Routine.
Like,
Excuse me.
habit. I don't know. I'm bad too. I have to have a tea or something before I go to bed.
All right. Our last topic of the night. Our immune system. Both of us are dealing with immune issues.
Oh yeah.
So the question becomes, which is a little bit, not a normal topic that we have here on the show, but the question is, can psychedelics influence the immune system? What do you think?
What do you think?
Could magic mushrooms help us out build our immune system to deal with our Crohn's and your colitis? I don't know. but it's something that's probably worth looking into. Like, you know, this, why not? They look into it. They look into everything else with psychedelics.
Well, you know, if it would help, but again, like I am just so not like. I know everybody's like, well, microdose, you don't get this in effect, you don't get the high, blah blah blah. I
Right.
can't stand the smell of them. I can smell them through the cap. Like it's just like I had such a bad
Okay.
experience. It's just like when you have that really bad
Yeah.
experience, you just it's like drinking gin. You can smell it through the bottle, right? If you had lemon
Right.
gin, you know, when you were a
Yeah.
kid and you got puking sick, it's the same with them, and I can smell them
They
through the cap.
it could be just, yeah, is that the placebo effect? We're just seeing them set you off, by the sounds of it.
Yeah, like
Um,
I've got friends that you know make them, and it's like you know, no, I'm good. Like
so what they're connecting it to, okay, is serotonin. And you hear that all the time talking about cannabis, serotonin levels and stuff. And they say that serotonin is not only in the brain, it says it's within our bodies, and it's including our gut and our immune system.
well, they say gut
So
health,
by
and because we have like because we've got gut issues, our gut health is
Mhm.
not good, which causes it affects our whole system then. Because having like
Yeah.
it's not the autoimmune, it's because we have issues within that intestinal area, which then causes like we can't get a healthy gut. How can you have a healthy gut when nothing stays in you? So that causes the immune problem.
Yeah, but the original cause is like I look at my Crohn's, my immune system is attacking myself.
Yeah, mine too. But
Yeah.
I already go. But I was like, so you go to a homeopathic doctor. This is what I got when I
Mhm.
went to go.
I
Remember?
did too. I actually did too. Yeah.
And the homeopathic doctor told me that if I had better health gut, my immune system wouldn't be all fucked up. And I looked at her and went, "How am I supposed to have better gut health? Well, you should be you should be taking this probiotic and this, and you should be eating your own feces and drinking your own pee." And I'm like, "Are you fucking kidding me? Like,
Drinking your
what?
own pee.
And eating your own shit? Haven't you tried the
What?
fecal stuff? Have you tried the fecal?"
Oh.
And I'm like,
Now, with that said, I have there. I know there is a process to deal with feces and re-energizing the system through by bringing new feces into the system. Yes.
but this homeopath sat there and told me that if I took this probiotic and went home and dug my own shit out of the toilet and made it fucking put it in a blender and drank it, I'd be fucking so much better. And my RA would go away.
What? Oh.
So that was the last time that I went to a
Yeah.
homeopath.
Well, on the serotonin end, just so you know, psychedelics do affect. They act mainly on the serotonin receptors, so this is why.
Isn't serotonin something that we need for like sleep?
Serotonin?
Yeah,
Is
isn't
it
that like
Jack's
you can get that
uses?
from sunlight, like a vitamin B, D? Like, isn't that something from sunlight? Serotonins.
Um,
Melatonin is something you need to go to sleep.
that's melatonin.
Right? So serotonin,
Um,
I gotta Google that. I don't have, like I just because I don't understand what it is. So I gotta Google that. I know I've heard it, but I just can't place the meaning of it.
right. Well, that's where you just copy, and it says search.
It's a
What
hormone.
is its
It's a
function
hormone
and
that
level?
regulates a wide array of bodily functions, including mood, appetite, digestion, sleep, and blood clotting.
It says here serotonin is a chemical that carries messages between nerve cells in the brain and throughout your body. Serotonin plays a key
It
role.
produces in the brain and the gut. Most of it's found in the
Yeah.
gastrointestinal tract.
Such body functions such as mood, sleep, digestive, nausea, wound healing, bone health, blood clotting, and sexual desire. If your levels are too low or too high, it can cause physical and psychological health problems, it says.
So how do you find out what your serotonin levels are?
I don't know. It doesn't tell me that. Not that one.
Serotonin syndrome This is a potentially serious condition caused by excessively high serotonin levels, often resulting from a combination of multiple medications or drugs.
Yeah. Mood, digestion. Yeah, it's got all kinds of information here. What problems are associated with low
Yes,
serotonin levels?
that's exactly what I thought. Sunlight, bright light, exposure to natural bright sunlight is some way of boosting your serotonin levels. Hence all the
There you go.
sunlight with these sun lamps, because
Mhm.
serotonin can cause depression, right?
Yeah.
Mood, right?
They say eating more tryptophan containing food.
Triptofan, necessary amino acids.
Yeah. More exercise, lowering your stress level. Yes.
Depression,
Then-
low serotonin levels are often linked to major depressive disorder.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Well,
hence, like that's why,
well,
like I knew the
and
word.
just because you had problems with mushrooms doesn't mean they say LSD affects it, and people microdose with LSD. No, I don't know where you can get your
I would
microdose
yeah,
LSD levels from.
and that's the thing. Like even like, where are you gonna get clean psilocybin? Where are you gonna get clean LSD until it's actually legal and tested, fucking and regulated in the store? Because there's nowhere in the world that I'm gonna go and buy drugs off the street from anybody and
Mm.
think that it might not have anything, or it might be something that it's not. Like, oh, do you have some mushrooms that aren't, laced with fentanyl? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I just, it's scary out there. Like,
Well, they said the same thing about cannabis, right?
they did, but
And
you know what? Cannabis never killed anybody.
no, I know.
Fentanyl is killing.
Oh, you froze.
I said, yeah, cannabis didn't kill anybody, but fentanyl's killed lots of people.
Fentanyl, oh, yeah. I'm not talking about fentanyl. I'm talking about mushrooms and LSD.
Well, that's the thing. Like, if you go, like, where are you going to get that if it's not available? If it's available in the street, right? And that's the thing. Like, most people.
Well, with the mushrooms, then you can just go to stores depending on where you live.
Where? In a legal
Where
store?
there's all kinds of them. We see raids in the news all the time of stores here in Ontario.
Oh, see, we don't have any here in town. There's no.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
like, that's what I mean. Like, I'd have to go down to the skate park and get some skid to try and find me some, and who knows where
I
they
was
would
in,
come from.
yeah, I was in downtown Toronto. Was it? Yeah, was it this summer? And there was an indigenous cannabis store beside a mushroom store.
Oh.
And I went, there you go, working together. Talking about indigenous cannabis, and I see it's the end of the hour. I don't know if you saw the post today, but Tayaganaga, the reserve, in conjunction with the Tayaganaga Police Services and the OPP, they have raided, and in the process of raiding non-Indian indigenous locations.
If they're not indigenous, well, they shouldn't be there.
Non-indigenous production places, they are raiding and shutting them down. They've already reported that they've gotten a bunch of stuff and arrested people.
As they should.
And it's ongoing. And they did a public announcement after it started because of the fact that they wanted the public to know, because they were going to see a heavy police presence on the reserve. And I don't know, I haven't seen any names, business names and all that, but I would imagine that will be forthcoming as everything is announced.
Well, that's what it's like. I
at a
said,
news conference or something down the road.
like when Legacy Force 20 was up for sale, I was thinking to myself, well, you have to be First Nations, you have to be Indigenous to be able to buy that, right? But again, if they've got non-Indigenous businesses running out there, they should be taken out. They're only there because they're taking advantage of the fact that they can run on sovereign land, but
Yeah.
they're not part of that reserve.
Basically, there's millions and millions of dollars that's leaving
They're
the
taking
community.
advantage of being on the land that's not theirs. Like, if you're not
Mhm.
Indigenous to that land, you
I think-
shouldn't be on it. Let
I
their
think
people.
I might have the screenshot on my phone here. Yeah, here it is right here. It's a statement. It says, after an extensive investigation, the Tioga Police Service, in partnership with the Ontario Provincial Police Organized Crime Enforcement Bureau, will be executing search warrants on the Tioga Mohawk territory relating to illegal cannabis production. During this operation, there will be a significant police presence necessary to preserve public safety and apprehend those responsible. The public may encounter restricted areas of containment. Although every effort will be made to secure the affected areas, there is potential for suspects to evade police. We request that members of the public do not approach these individuals and report them to the police. The investigation involves non-Indigenous criminal organizations exploiting Indigenous rights and lands, regrettably aided by a limited number of community members. The projected profits, estimated in the millions, serve only to benefit those community members and the associated criminal organizations, not our community. Tioga is not alone in this struggle, as numerous territories are plagued by the presence of criminals. Where did I go? Criminal organizations. In response, many territories have put aside ideological differences, taking action to remove these criminal organizations and those jeopardizing the safety and security of our communities. Further information will be provided as it becomes available. That's from the Tioga Police Services. So I don't know what's many places or what yet, but I can see that there will be some sort of announcement, I would imagine.
If they're connected to organized crime, those organized criminals should be not taking advantage. That's what I said. Like, if you're not part of that nation, and if you're being aided by that nation, those people, like in British Columbia, we had a band here that threw out a whole family because they were selling drugs, and they watched them, and they had signs and protested as the police escorted them off the reserve because they don't want that. They're okay with certain, like cannabis, like some of them are okay with cannabis, but anything else, and I don't blame them. I don't want it. I don't want it for our people. Never mind.
Yeah, I know some places sell the mushrooms. I know that.
Well, mushrooms aren't cocaine and meth and heroin and all the harder stuff. And I'm not saying that stuff shouldn't be legalized either. It should be, but then it can be tested and regulated and fucking safe. Because nice people do drugs recreationally. Like some people don't pick up a gram of coke on the weekend to snort with a couple drinks with their friends, and then they go to work on Monday morning. Some people do it once a year at Christmas time or on New Year's Eve or whatever their fucking choice is. That's their business. No harm, no foul, right? I'm not here to judge anybody. Nice people do drugs. So
there are.
Right? So I'm just saying, like, I'm not. I think that it should be regulated for that reason, so that people that want to do it don't have to worry about fucking dying.
Yeah, well, as we talked about earlier, Allison's, for years when she was involved in the show.
Yeah, well,
she always mentioned
law enforcement against prohibition, right?
Yeah.
And like when I first met Allison was probably back in 2006 when I first got going to, because I reached out to her, and because my mom worked for the RCMP, I figured I could join law enforcement against prohibition because I was a child of law enforcement. But no, it was for people that actually were law enforcement. So I couldn't join, but I wanted to. But
okay, alrighty. What do you say we wrap things up?
Absolutely.
All right. Anything you want to throw a shout out to, or?
Nah. I'm pretty tonight. Like I said, CSP is on suspension right now until I've got like I said, I got some stuff. Jessica, my great volunteer Jessica brought over some more cereal and that kind of stuff. So we've got I'm starting to gather again, and I just gotta start begging people for money. I guess I just hate doing that. I tried doing a raffle on my show, and nobody even responded. They have a Jordan.
Alrighty.
you know. So if anybody wants this, they can, you know, all the proceeds go to.
Cartoons.
Yep, it's a Georgia Tunes. This is a one of a kind. I'm sure nobody else would even have it, but if you want this, you send me a message, and all proceeds go to CSP, and you can just make an offer.
Yeah, cannabis tunes. Yeah, kind
Georgia
of that
Tunes.
cannabis. Yeah. Alrighty. That's it. I'm just closing that off. So as far as we know, we are done. Just a reminder, we'll be back next week, same time, same place, all that stuff. Thanks go out to limestonecityhydroponics.ca, which I had to place an order with. I've got a list started, so I got to get that list, go to their website and order it, and they will deliver it right to my house. I don't even have to drive.
They
all
ship
the
too,
way.
don't they? I might just order some microgreens from them because it's time to bring my stuff in the house.
Yeah, I'm gonna get started in the microgreens. Get the microgreens going again. I had to shut them down while I was doing some work, and I've got that all done, and I'll be growing some here shortly. So, all right. Other than that, Camel for Lifestyle Shop and at ease.ca. Plus, big thank you to everybody who's tuned into the broadcast tonight and who's watching this right now as we close things down.
If
Other
you're
than
on
that,
YouTube, hit that subscribe button and join
that's
us
right.
and help us build our numbers.
All righty. Sounds good. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Let's share PACE everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education. You're listening to the PACE Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
On September the 16th, the city of Calgary announced it will allow cannabis sales at all ages events, aligning with recently changed provincial rules. All sales and consumption under this new bylaw are required to take place in designated areas where minors are strictly prohibited. Alberta began allowing retailers to apply for such a license in July, allowing for cities like Calgary to also update their own bylaws.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
This podcast is for adults only, should not be used as a meal replacement, and may contain nuts.
Hey, and welcome back to another episode of The Newbie and the Doobie. My name's Timmy. I am the newbie.
Hi, Mary Jane, also known as the doobie.
Coming up on today's show,
we've got our word of the week,
as well as a Doober Minute with Martin Franks.
And another one of my favorite segments, cinema reviews.
And then, of course, we'll be ending the show off with a glorious Teaching Timmy segment. The Teaching Timmy segments have been quite interesting along the way. I've learned how to roll a joint. I've learned how to make a bong if I was stuck in the middle of nowhere with a water bottle and a pen.
Yeah.
And weed math.
That's correct.
I have learned.
And you were good at that.
I was very good at that. Math was one of my favorite subjects growing up. Actually, here's an interesting fact. At least it is for me, maybe not for you. You might have already closed off the YouTube video at this point, but hey, that's up to you. But the reality is that I was great at math. And then in grade 10, somebody said, "Hey, that boy's really good at math," and they put me up into the really smart kid, the
Okay.
advanced math or something
Mhm.
like that. Right? I was so out of place there. Like I liked math and I was okay at math, but like this was a whole other level of like
So you it was
math
like you
people.
they said you were a smart kid, but when they put you in the smart class, you realized you weren't as smart as the smart kids?
No, it had nothing to do with smartness. It had everything to do with the fact of these people look like they're going to do math for the rest of their life. And I just happen to be good at
Like
math.
mathletes?
Yes, like mathletes. Like they could probably have competed in like math. Like, let's go to the math. Let's go wait for the
See,
weekend.
I only knew weed math. So
Oh, well.
mathletes was like just like something I'd heard about. I was
Yeah.
never asked to join.
There was myself and there were, I think, two other guys in my class got put in this thing, and we all felt completely not out of our league that we couldn't do the math, but we were with a different group of people. Like, it's kind of like I wasn't.
Is it like joining the band?
It is.
Like,
It's kind of like I wasn't.
Not like the cool band. I mean, like the band at school.
I wasn't a cool kid. I was an awkward kid, bowl haircut type of stuff. But something about moving, I didn't have a bowl haircut in grade 10. I think I'd grown out of that. Oh, at that point I was getting like my Bon Jovi big hair thing.
Mhm.
But
did you have a mullet?
I would suggest that most of the people in my class were on the geeky side of things. I didn't have okay, what's a mullet? Is a mullet when it's like
business in the front, party at the back?
No, mine was like a fully feathered, just lots of hair. So
it was like a ferret.
But it came down and it winged out. Like it
sounds like just like the hockey look, like the hockey player's hairstyle.
It was just big. It was a lot of hair. Like I'm proud of the fact that I still have hair. Like I've told people that I have no problems going gray.
Mm-hmm.
I just didn't want to go bald. No offense to the bald people out there. No offense to my father who's bald. But in fact, it's funny. Our producer, director, editor out there, Emilio, just looked in. I think he was going, wait a minute, does he actually have hair? And he just peeked in the window there, making sure.
Now I'm wondering what's underneath Emilio's hat.
Which
Maybe that's why he was looking in.
But but apparently hair comes from your mother's side. So my grandfather, on my mom's side, had a full head of hair till the day he died. And so, whereas my dad's side, all of them are bald.
Mm-hmm.
So apparently that's proven to be true. So just throwing that out here. Not exactly the way we had planned to start the show, but worthwhile anyways.
Yeah. And nothing to do with what we're celebrating today at all.
No, but when you think about it, today's going to be a little bit of a weird and wonderful road.
It really will be.
But they all are. They're all weird and wonderful. Seriously, if this is your first time checking us out, go back to the beginning because we actually follow some sort of path, at least through word of the week.
We're trying to build something.
Yeah.
Like when you build with Lego blocks, we started with one block. That's episode 1. We've now got 22 blocks?
This is our 22nd block.
So, I mean, the 22nd block, you're still going to be looking at something amazingly built amazingly.
Unless you just took 22 blocks and lined them out like around, and then it's just kind of like, oh, that's
what, like a fence?
Yeah, like I haven't even built anything yet.
It's still awesome because if you look at that could be the blueprint for a house.
Well, everything's going to start
or a garage
from there.
Yeah.
There you go. Do you know what today is?
I do know what today is.
What is it?
It's Ants on a Log Day.
Ants on a Log Day.
But, which is funny because I knew what ants on a log were. You did not.
I did not know what ants on a log is. And quite frankly,
you got the same look out of me that you get all the time. You're like, I've never seen that, or I've never heard that song. Rolling down the street, smoking endo, sipping on gin and juice. Do you know the next line?
Baby, baby.
No, laid back with my mind on my money and my money on my mind. And I was like, I said one line and he's like, what are you talking about? Oh, it was beep, beep. Who got the keys to the Jeep? Who am I? The gal's damn sugar.
Yeah.
And
I know
that face.
Yeah. One of the
one of the hardest parts of our relationship is the fact that you break into song constantly, and then you look to me and throw it to me for the next verse. And I have no clue.
Even
No
if you know
clue.
the song, you don't know the line.
No.
But those songs, you were like legitimately looking at me and had never heard beep beep. Who got the keys to the Jeep?
I know meep meep from like Roadrunner. That's
I know it's Sim Sima. Who got the keys to the Biba?
No, don't have. Wait, to the what? To the big bong?
To the Bima.
Oh, to the Bima. No, I don't know. See, I just simply do not know songs. Like,
It's not just songs. You do that with movies. You do that with snacks, like ants on a log.
yeah, but I've never had ants on a log. That's not a.
I thought everybody had ants on a log.
No.
Like if you went to kindergarten, that was one of the snacks they gave you very frequently at school.
Yeah, well, here I will literally throw this out. If you have made it this far in this particular video, go down in the comment box right now, and like I'll take a poll. We'll take a poll on this. Like,
I'll take a poll.
I'll take a poll. Who has had ants on a log? And if you write what is ants on a log, that answers the question. You haven't.
That's correct.
Well, we're going to learn what ants on a log. Should we even talk about what it is, or should we wait?
Well, I've already said it's a food. It's a snack. But
It
other
is a
than that,
snack.
let's just.
Okay, we're gonna leave
If you're
it there.
observant, you might be able to see.
Yeah. There's clues around somewhere. So it's ants on the log day, but it did make me think of interesting snack things. Like, did you ever have one of my favorite snacks that all of my friends who came to my house, they were always like, kind of what I did with ants on a log.
Okay.
They would have it and they'd be like, we have never heard of that. And it's called banana soup. Ah, there's the look. The eyebrow goes up. I hope we got a good close up. Do the eyebrow just so you can get the camera.
I
on you.
can't even. Okay.
It was a bowl of milk,
Mhm.
as if we're like cats or something.
Okay.
It was a bowl of milk with chopped up bananas.
Okay.
And sugar sprinkled on it.
Okay.
And it was called banana soup. That's my sister and I had that all the time. Did you know you didn't have banana soup?
We generally had berries with bananas
In a bowl of
but
milk?
It was milk or cereal, but
Oh yeah, no, there was no cereal.
sugar.
Just sugar, bananas, and milk.
You said banana soup, and I have my stomach turned. I wish you would have said something ahead of time. It was like I had this thing when I was little. My babysitter gave me bananas on toast, and it wasn't just bananas cut on toast. It was bananas spread onto toast. It was this like paste. And
It was like soft banana spread across. the
she
toast.
literally took it and put it in a bowl and mushed it up. She must have had like one banana for two kids and like
One
tried to
banana.
stretch it. Yeah, one banana, two kids, three bananas, four. No, anyways. So I ate it and I thought it was great. But that night, my stomach did not think it was so great. And I ended up like all night in the bathroom. I tell you, when you said banana soup, I'm thinking like some mushy.
No, it was very delicious. I suggest everyone try it.
That's just fruit in a bowl.
Okay,
with
so
milk.
what was your family's like go-to like cool snack? Did you have a snack that your family was kind of like unique to that other kids were like, oh, we haven't had that at our house?
No, God, when I grew up, my mom basically was so busy. She gave us everything out of boxes or like the snacks for freezies or ice cream or like everything came packaged. I actually grew up believing that in order to make a meal, you just read the ingredients or like the instructions on the side of the box because that's what you do. It didn't actually occur to me until I was a lot older that if you wanted soup, like chicken noodle soup, you could go and buy the chicken and get the noodles and make the soup.
Now, mind you, you grew up having cannabis in your house, and I didn't. So I mean, I guess it all everyone's experience is different. But today, I'm going to try, because we believe on this show about trying new things. As a newbie, I'm here to learn new things and experience new things, and even our journey together is about trying new things. And today on today's show, I will try ants on a log. I wish I had thought my brain doesn't think too far ahead. I wish I had considered this because I would have brought some milk and banana and some sugar, and then you could have tried
Oh.
my treat. But we'll do that maybe on another day. So,
Needle and thread.
what's a needle and thread?
You said so.
On a roll. On a roll. On a roll. Let's do your word of the week today, shall we?
All right.
Let's get into this.
Okay.
Word of the week. Now, can I just say, can I
No.
ask you a question? Are we still in extracts and concentrates?
Yes.
Okay. If you haven't been following along, can I test myself right now?
Okay.
5 kinds of cannabis. Would that be no 5? How would you describe it?
Forms.
5 forms of cannabis. This is what I've learned since we've been on this show.
I guess 5 categories.
There is flower. You smoke flower.
Mhm.
There is tinctures, which I believe you like put in your mouth like a liquid.
I just want to say flour you can also bake with. and
Okay.
Turn into concentrates.
And then edibles.
Yeah.
So edibles, tinctures, flour, topicals, which you rub on,
Mhm.
and then concentrates / extracts.
Yes. So this one you're going to be really, really excited about because this one crosses over.
Into
Okay.
All
So it can
right.
be classified as a concentrate.
Yeah.
It could be used as a topical and as a tincture, and you can turn it into an edible.
But not a flour.
It's not a flour. You have to use the flour to get the oil. So
Okay.
our word of the week is oil.
Now, see, I would think oil wouldn't be much a word of the week because it's an oil.
It's an oil.
It's an oil. But I have a feeling that you're going to reveal much more to me than what I'm thinking in my head.
Maybe.
All right. Oil.
Okay.
Let's go through this.
So the oil that I'm going to be speaking about is not the cannabis oil that you would find that's that dark, thick, black stuff that people spread onto their papers and smoke. The oil in which I'm talking about
I don't think I've seen that. Do you do that?
I have some, but I don't.
Okay, because I don't think I've seen that. Okay.
No. So the one I'm talking about is the one that's extracted with MCT oil, which is like a coconut oil, the liquid one, or like hemp seed oil, grapeseed oil, that sort of thing. So
Mhm.
it's a very liquidy substance. Does not work as fast as smoking or vaping, so you're not going to feel the effects as quickly. But if you take it sublingually, did I say that right?
Subliminally, so you're not you're taking it,
No.
but you don't know you are.
Under the tongue,
Okay.
sublingually, lingually.
Lingually.
I can't even do it. Anyways, so when you put it underneath the tongue, it gets absorbed into the mucous membrane and
Okay.
goes directly into the bloodstream. So it's bypassing your stomach. So when you take it under the tongue, it takes effect, what did it say? 15 to 30 minutes.
Okay.
Whereas if you were to eat it, put it into an edible and eat it, or into a capsule, it's going to take 2 to 4 hours.
So the form of cannabis is a time lapse like dispensing system. Like they take longer to work in your body.
Because it's going through the bloodstream and not through inhalation. Like
Right.
inhalation happens almost immediately.
Okay.
Here you'll see in this dropper, I have some cannabis oil. It's a
Right.
golden, almost like a greeny color.
Sorry, that brought me back to flashbacks to a few episodes ago.
Okay, drip, drip. Sorry, that made me think of another song. Typical.
Drip, drip.
It's Dripisha.
Dripisha, is that someone's
Drip,
name?
drip, drip, Dripisha.
I learned more about so many other things other than cannabis on this show as well.
Google Dripisha.
Dripisha.
You'll
Okay.
thank me. So yeah, it takes less time when you put it sublingually under the tongue. It's a lot easier to dose when you put it into a tincture bottle like this because you literally can measure the milliliters on the eyedropper. You can then, if you have, you know those gel caps that I purchased and I put baking soda inside,
Yeah.
you can put oil inside them instead. So you can make your own little oil gel caps
Okay.
and just swallow them that way. But they work like an edible.
Right.
So if you infuse your cannabis with a MCT coconut oil or a grapeseed oil, and you decide to do some baking, you just substitute the oil in the original recipe with your cannabis oil.
Okay.
And if you find it's too strong, you can even do half cannabis oil, half regular oil.
So that the infused process is just it's just a different type of oil
Exactly
to bake with.
Yeah.
Okay,
You can do it with butter, but that's can of butter. This is can of oil.
In that dropper, how much?
You're going to ask me a question I don't know the answer to.
Oh, I'm just wondering how much you would put under your tongue. Like, would you take?
Oh, I do know the answer to that. Start low and go slow.
Okay.
It's trial and error. Everybody is different. I will tell you, you can take the whole eyedropper, but if it's too much, you're going to end up with a bad feeling, and you're not going to want to take it again. Whereas if you take a quarter mil of the eyedropper and nothing happens, then you take half a mil next time. If nothing happens, you take 3/4, and then maybe that's too much. Then you
Right.
go back to a half a mil, and you know that that's where you should stay.
Okay, because you talk about that all the time about with things like edibles and stuff like that. You know, kind of the dose size that in general you would do.
Well, because legal edibles only come in 10 milligram per package doses, it makes it a lot easier to experiment with finding what your dose is.
Right.
And there are different types of edibles. Like I know I'll just talk about spinach has 2 different types of gummies that I've been eating. One is a blue sour, blue raspberry, watermelon something, but it's like a higher THC, where the other one is a 1-to-1, so it's equivalent THC to CBD, so it's not as intense. I like that one for daytime, and then I eat the THC one closer to bed. I find it helps me sleep.
Okay, cool. All right. So oil is literally the, what do you call it? It's kind of like
It's versatile.
Yeah, it's versatile. It can go and do in almost anything. And I assume, correct me if I'm wrong. Well, actually, I don't even know. Could you, if you wanted to, because we have talked about how you can take crumble and crumble it on top of your weed and like while you're rolling a joint. Could you drop a couple things of oil on the weed when you're rolling?
No,
So
not
you would
with
never
this.
you would never blend the oil with the actual.
No,
Okay.
not this oil.
All right.
The dark brown, the
Right,
tarry,
okay.
resiny stuff,
Yeah.
that you would. But that's a different type of oil.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Oil. See, who knew? See, I would have thought the word oil. It's like, yeah, I know what oil is.
Oh, fun fact.
Mhm.
Oil is also synonymous with the day 710.
Right. Yes.
I know I told you this. Do you remember why?
Oh, I do know why. Okay. So 420 is synonymous with weed smoking. We actually talked about the reason why 420 on our previous podcast. And 710, which is July 10th, is because if you flip 710 upside down, it looks like oil.
Yes. I always say, if you look at a digital clock, the 710, and you flip it, it
reads
exactly
oil.
looks like oil.
Just like 8008 says boob.
Or 80087355.
Boobless?
Yes.
I guess it depends on your high school experience. I used to think, remember back in the day, life was so easy back then in some ways, where it's just like we were so amused by simple things. Like remember, like you would sit there.
There was a whole calculation. There was this girl who was 16. She had this boobs. She wanted this, so she went to the doctor 3 times. Then and this is what she was. And you flip it upside down, it says boobless. You're like, how? Who figured that out? Who sat there and created a story that said, if you take this number and this number and this number and do this and this and this, it comes with this.
You know who figured it out?
Don't even
Stoners.
know it. I want to know who did that.
It was a stoner. You guys.
I wonder how old that is. That was around like
But you're right though.
long time.
How do you even come up with that? Like, what are you doing at home where you're just like,
That's
"Oh, I like
like ants on a log. Okay, honestly.
like who decided?
Because I asked my friends, and two of them is so funny because there's three of them and me, four of us. You know, the friend with four heads.
The friend with four heads. Yes.
So one of them, their internet connection cut out, and then it's just the two of them and me, and I'm talking about ants on a log, ants on a log. You know, ants on a log. Come on, you gotta know. They're both staring at me like I'm from a complete other planet. So I explained to them what it is, and then my other friend comes on, and I said, "Ants on a log." She's like, "Oh yeah." Oh, she tells me all about it. I was like, "Oh, where were you like 5 minutes ago?"
Right.
She's like, "My internet cut out."
So only two of the four heads are on the same page. That makes it very difficult.
Wow.
Let's bring in, as much as I would like to keep talking about your friends.
Four-headed.
Although I would like to find out more. I wonder. I bet you go online and find more of those calculator kind of things. Those are kind of funny. There was another one. There was a couple others. But that was the thing. Back then, you could just do that, and you were completely and utterly amused. But then I shouldn't say back then, because right now, when I go home, I'm going to Google it, and because I'll be pretty
Figure out
amused.
how to do it.
I'll
You're
be
going to
amused.
don't teach my children.
I won't. Let's connect with our good friend Martin Franks.
Yes.
For those,
it's time for Duber Minute.
It's time for our Duber Minute. For those of you who have been watching us for a while now, we have invited our friend Martin Franks, who is a cannabis-consuming Uber driver from SoCal, I think they call it. Is that what they call Southern California?
Sure.
I think that's what they do. I'm trying to be on the cool side. And we had, again, just to reiterate the story, we went down there for a comedy competition, got off the plane, called an Uber. It was Martin Franks. Little did we know that he was not only going to hook up MJ with her first weed down there in the States, but he was actually competing in the same comedy challenge that I was in, because the challenge was like all ranges of, didn't matter your background in comedy, how long you've been doing it. It was just had to be clean. That's what the rules were. And Martin Martin was
like your comedy had to be clean, not because there was a couple of them there that didn't really look all that clean.
Well, I don't.
You're like, yeah, I didn't say
I'm
not going there.
I didn't say that. Anyways, Martin Franks made us laugh in that Uber, and so we decided that we would start this Duber Minute and invite him to come on the show and pretty much just share whatever's on his mind. So, ladies and gentlemen, Martin Franks with another episode of the Duber Minute.
Hey guys, what's happening? Wanted to share something real quick. It's no secret. I'm a fan of the donut, of all donuts. In fact, I'm wearing my donut shirt coincidentally today, and I'm passing a couple of my favorite donut joints along this road right here. But I'm a fan. I love the donut. And I think it's kind of a universal thing. I mean, who doesn't love a donut, and why not? It's something that can bring people together. The donut. It's like it's not for the elite, only. It's not uppity, it's not snobby. It's a donut, man. It's something everybody can enjoy. Everybody can come together and enjoy a donut, and a coffee or something. And I just think, man, it's sort of a philosophy of mine. And I don't just order a donut. I get to know the server. It's like, any of these places, like, hey, Randy, how you doing, man? Yeah, give me chocolate glaze, right? Or Enrique, Doris, how you doing? Yeah, give me a 6. I'll share them with some of my buds. Okay, make it 12, make it a dozen. So I think that's what it's all about. Coming together over a donut. You guys should try it there, or maybe you have. If you haven't, I recommend it. Try it, share it, donut it. All right. That's it for right now. Catch you later.
Well, I guess you got a lot of free time driving Uber.
Well, the interesting thing about the donut is it's also a circle. You know what else is a circle? Friendship.
That's so true. Hey,
It
you
is.
actually had a donut
I did.
that had the hole still
Oh, that's
in
right.
the donut.
I did.
That was only a couple days ago or whatever. It was a donut.
I have a sore spot for that. That's the day I lost my ring. And that's the video that I know I lost my ring in because I was like, look at this donut. It still has the hole. And it was a honey dip. It's not supposed to have the hole.
No, well, no donut should.
Well, yeah.
Which donut should have?
The strawberry cream filled.
Oh, the cream filled ones. Yeah.
The Boston cream.
Yeah, I don't see. That's the okay. What at this
Although
point?
they don't have the hole because they're filled.
At that point, are they a donut? Like, what makes it a donut? Like, can you even call? I know people call them.
Why do we call
donuts,
them donuts? They're not in a knot. That would be a pretzel.
right? So if the hole is not there, then it's not a donut anymore.
See, this is what Martin needs. We need to go for a ride with him again.
Right?
Because we could have just
Because this is where that conversation would have continued.
Right?
I agree with him wholeheartedly that donuts bring people together.
Yes.
I agree with him wholeheartedly that it's
We're
about
Canadian.
community.
We love the donut.
It's about community, right? We're about to be brought together again here over a nice, wonderful snack, right?
Yay.
Any
Is it snack time yet?
Not yet.
Oh.
But any snack can bring people
wait.
together.
It's cinema review time.
It's cinema review.
I love it.
What's cool is I think Martin should also be he should be like a Duber, the Duber driver,
Mhm.
as well as maybe run a psychic shop on the side, because he's talking about donuts and we're talking about infusing foods.
Oh.
And
Is that what your cinema review
my
is on?
cinema review is about a movie where infusing foods maybe went
infused
wrong.
foods, yes. Oh.
Right?
I know what movie it is now. I was sitting here going, what movie is it? What
So
movie?
catch everybody up to speed. MJ has been sitting me down to watch what's a stoner flicks, and she's been wanting, and I've seen some before, very few I have though, and all the way along the way there's some gems, there's some horrible ones. Look back on a couple episodes ago and you'll find out about one of the ones that I couldn't do. I sat through it because I wanted to do the review.
All 86 minutes.
All 86 minutes of that interesting affair. What today's, though, is a diametrically opposed viewpoint.
Diametrically.
Diametrically.
Diametaceous, eh?
It's a diametaceous.
Diatomaceous.
Yes, that's dirt. Poisonous dirt. By the way, a couple episodes ago, we had poisonous dirt in here. It's true. Diatomaceous.
Yes.
We literally almost died for this show. Anyways, so Martin talks about donuts. And I'm going to talk about a movie that highlighted brownies. And brownies that were infused and went horribly wrong. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for Timmy's cinema review. S-I-N. Cinema. Because when I grew up, these would be considered movies about the devil's lettuce. Scary, eh? Scary when you say it like that.
It was scary when you looked at me like that.
Right. Here we go. The movie I will be reviewing today on Timmy's Cinema Review is called Smiley Face. Smiley Face was 2007 it came out, and I had never heard of this before. You sat me down to watch it, and I am thrilled that you did. So here we go. COVID-19 has revealed many truths about our world. Germs are surprisingly real. Masks aren't the security risk that banks led us to believe. And it's literally impossible to watch the entire Netflix catalog. Many have tried, and all have failed. During this intensely isolated time, the need to connect with real people doing real things has led to an explosion of true-to-life documentaries. The bottomless pit of gripping entertainment blended together with my voyeuristic tendencies and an ungodly amount of free time have combined to create a mind now equipped with everything needed to excel in our upcoming post-apocalyptic world. Apocalyptic. I am now aware that feeding people to tigers is super effective, and that I should never trust the brownies. Or if you do, don't eat Steve's brownies. Of all the documentaries about why not to use weed, 2007's Smiley Face is probably the best of the batch. Pun absolutely intended. Not officially a doc, but I'm sure they nailed the too many brownies experience. Some might ask, Timmy, as a non-consumer, how would you know? Well, let's just say that the sheer number of knowing nods and agreeing sounds coming from MJ throughout the movie gives me a high level of confidence in the truth of the too many brownies experience. Anyways, let's discuss some specifics. Spoiler alert, Jane eats Steve's brownies. It doesn't end well. Or does it? In this case, I don't think it really matters how it ends. After all, the joy is in the journey, not the destination. And Smiley Face doubles down on that truth. In real life, I'm pretty sure I would lose my single day cinematic experiences you're ever going to find. Non-consumers, listen to me. Don't be fooled. Do not judge this book by its cover. Any way you slice it, directing, writing, cinematography, acting, this movie is genius art that just happens to be presented as a stoner flick. Think Napoleon Dynamite, but on weed. And finally, this review would be severely lacking if I didn't take a moment to address the lead actress, Anna Faris. I say lead actress instead of star because, small role or not, when your cast includes the timeless and legendary Mrs. Cunningham from Happy Days, there can only be one star. But as for Anna, yes, Smiley Face might have turned me off edibles, or at least Steve's edibles, but it turned me on to Anna Faris. Her portrayal of the stereotypical stoner is both spot on, yet very unique, proving that she is indeed brilliantly funny and creative. She also revealed some strong acting chops in playing a very difficult character with such consistent believability. This leads me to conclude Anna is either highly underrated as a performer, or she was high as a kite while filming. Regardless, if you're a stoner or not a stoner, Smiley Face will put a smiley on your face. I give Smiley Face 4 out of 5 joints. So far, the highest amount of joints that I have offered any film during my cinema reviews. It is a must-watch.
Very nice. It was a good movie.
It was a great movie, and I wasn't sure what to expect. It's a very, very, like, I think I got the vibe right with the Napoleon Dynamite. Really, really kind of quirky and off. I still don't really understand the whole what exactly happened through it, but everything about it, I thought it was a genius movie. I really, really enjoyed it.
I'm just gonna say one part. My favorite is when she's standing, she's trying to make weed butter, and the phone's ringing, and she's got the phone, and she's like, on the phone, man, talking on the phone. No,
Man.
you don't understand. Meanwhile, like it's burning away in the back, and like she's like, shut up, yelling at the smoke detector, shut up. Yeah. It's funny. It's hilarious.
Yeah, I recommend Smiley Face.
Yeah.
And right now it leads the pack in my cinema reviews. 4 out of 5 joints. I can't give a 5 out yet because I'm afraid I'm going to come across a true 5, and then I might have to take back my 5 out of 5 on Smiley Face. So I'm leaving it at 4 right now. We'll see what happens. I think someone just got shot out there.
I don't know what that
I hope
was.
Emilio's fine. Oh, yep.
Okay, we got the
he's,
thumbs
he's
up.
either waving or he was calling for help. We saw a hand go up.
Okay.
We don't actually know.
It was his shirt always red?
Yeah.
Okay.
How about
That's
this?
not blood?
Let's finish the podcast.
Okay.
Because we got to make sure we get it done, and then we'll go check on him.
Okay.
That seems like a reasonable
All
plan.
right. So we should get to teaching Timmy then.
Let's do teaching Timmy, and then we'll go make sure that that it wasn't our producer that got shot out.
Okay. All right.
All
So ants on a log.
Ants on a log
is a snack.
Right.
It's celery.
Celery. Okay.
With peanut butter.
Now, see, right away, I do not see those as compatible.
Yeah,
ingredients.
and let's throw some raisins.
Nobody
with it.
likes raisins.
And this is what my friend said. One of them, she's like, "Who sat down and said, yeah, I'm gonna take some celery and some peanut butter and some raisins."
You tell me, seriously, you tell me how in the world these 3 things ever got put together. Does that not look like a completely... That's
I know. So basically,
but you've eaten it though, right?
I have. So basically, this is your log.
That's the log.
This is your log.
Okay.
You're gonna take the peanut butter and you're gonna apply it in the crack of the log.
All right. Well, I got my own over here.
Okay.
All right.
Well, we only have one knife.
Okay. Now I'm gonna just right now. So feel free at home. Pause this video. Get yourself some raisins because we know everybody's got raisins in their cupboard.
Yeah.
I
was actually disappointed because I couldn't find my raisins and I had to buy that bag. And I know damn well that I bought a bag months ago to make raisin bran muffins. And they probably went bad because I didn't use them. And now I got to buy another bag and they're going to go bad in my cupboard too.
Let me give a shout out right now to Paradise Tarts because they make the most amazing tarts, like butter tarts.
Oh, so you're saying I could give them my raisins?
Yeah, they probably use your raisins. But the reason why I brought it up was because I was sitting there thinking, man, who likes raisins? And I mentioned that to somebody who really likes the tarts that Paradise Tarts makes. And they were like, "Oh, you need raisins in butter tarts." And I'm like, no,
Yeah,
you don't.
I kind of agree with that. In a butter tart, you need raisins.
Really?
Yeah. Just like rice pudding, you need raisins.
Oh, see, I've never really eaten rice pudding.
I know you said that the other day, and I was like, and see, another thing you say you've never had that,
But
never heard that, never seen that.
I'm gonna try.
I love
You know how
it.
much stuff I've tried over the last couple of years? It's been amazing.
I
And I'm gonna
know.
try this. I can't remember the last time I ate celery. I have peanut butter all the time, and I haven't eaten raisins forever. So, okay, so if you're at home right now, and we're going to infuse one as well, right?
I'm gonna show how to infuse
Yeah,
one.
so she's going to infuse hers. But so how much do you put on? Like, does it matter?
That's a personal preference.
Okay, so I can't remember the last time I had celery. So take your celery stick.
Some people like to do this with Cheese Whiz, not raisins and Cheese Whiz. But
Really? Do you think Cheese Whiz is actual cheese?
no,
Is that like false advertising?
no, it says cheese product.
No, that's true too.
Did you know that Parlor doesn't sell ice cream?
What do they sell? Ice cream product?
Frozen dessert.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Now, if anybody has Parlor at your house, go and take it out of the freezer and look at it.
Okay, I'm gonna make one right now. Do you want to make one?
Yeah, I'm going to show people how I would infuse this because
So you got to hold it up.
this way.
Oh, that camera will get it.
Yep.
I'll open the raisins while you're doing that.
So I'm going to make sure that my my crack is filled.
Jeez.
What?
Nothing.
Why you got to go all dirty. But I'm going to leave a space in the middle.
Okay.
Because, you know.
Oh my goodness, you're like actually like you're taking your time with that. I don't think I was
What?
nearly as.
No, which is funny because you don't like a mess.
No.
So it's sealed on this side. It's sealed on this side.
Okay.
I'm going to use this guy. No. You got to go the other way.
Okay. So how do you know how much oil to put in there to be in, like do you know how much THC is in, say, one drop of oil? Like how would you know how much to put in
You're
there?
asking the person who doesn't do math. That's why I said low and slow.
Okay. So
Start with the smallest amount.
The smallest amount.
So you can measure.
I've never
it
had
out.
an edible, right? I've never had anything that's been infused.
So this is just under 1/4 mil.
Okay.
And you would just drip it right inside. Now you can use all of that. You can use as little as you want. I used it all. Alternatively, you can literally just take it, drop it in your mouth, and eat
Okay,
the
so
item you want.
a question about infusing then.
Yes.
So let's say, for example, so this is something that I have sort of learned because we've talked a lot about. We were at a party, so we went down to this this one event, and there was infused food and non-infused food.
Yes.
Which are always very interesting. Just non stoners and other newbies out there. Just realize if you go to a party, no longer just assume that what's on the table
That you can eat it. Yeah.
But we've talked about the dosing thing of going, okay, somebody makes a batch of brownies.
Mm-hmm.
It's sometimes very difficult to know whether or not each brownie
Mm-hmm.
has the same amount because you make this giant batch and depending on how you pour it out. So what would you say to people when they're infusing food in terms of making sure that you maintain that balance so that it's not a crap shoot? Is there a way to do that? Like if you were to make a bunch of these for an event, it would just be what just
measured. So the best way to ensure that each piece has its own thing would be literally to infuse each piece separately.
It's pretty much, you couldn't do it on a large batch because
I'm not good like that. I don't even know what's in my own oil. Right, if I were to make something like when I make bath salts for other people, I purchase the oil from the legal dispensary. And then I use that oil because I can actually measure it and I know what I'm giving.
Okay.
Because I don't know what it is. And I like to be able to give people facts. Yeah. So I'm going to sit here and say, I don't know the answer to that to me.
Okay. No, fair enough. No, because I find it interesting because you've been so, so the few times that I smoked weed, when people talk to me about those experiences, you are so very, very quick and you just like, he had this much like THC and stuff like that. And I'm assuming then based on what you're saying here, that the edible process though isn't nearly as exact, or it can be exact if it's done right. Like you could sit there and say,
if it's done right 100%, which is why I leave the
edibles to the other
to people like the stoner chef.
Yeah.
Ask him.
Yeah.
He'd probably be able to tell you exactly how to measure it out, how to dose it. Yeah. Because he does from seed to plate. So he does like from everything. He gets the plant tested. He knows the THC percentage. Like if you get a plant that you grow and you don't know what the THC percentage is when you harvest that plant, you don't even know what you're starting with to make the oil.
Right. Yeah.
So that's why I'm like, I don't know. I don't know that.
We know that in Smiley Face, Anna Faris saw a couple brownies and ate way too many.
We'll see, even 1 or 2 could be too many if people are making their own homemade goods. Like, I know you all have that one friend that makes some fucking killer edibles that'll knock you on your ass. And I don't know what they're doing. And I apparently tend to be that friend to a lot of my other friends. And I'm sorry if you've had some of my edibles and been knocked on your ass, because that's not what I want to do to people.
Mhm.
And I don't think it's a good, like, if you're not expecting it, it's not a good feeling.
Yeah, and I think because
As Anna Faris showed in that movie, is like she didn't think they were weed brownies. Never did her roommate Steve show any like signs of being a stoner.
And we've also talked about the fact of like some people we've talked about people who trick people into like it's like they think it's funny that they slip them a weed brownie when they think it's a regular, like,
Oh yeah,
like that type of stuff.
I think it would be funny. Okay, like I've always wanted to do this, but I haven't because there's an ethical part of it.
Ethics, blah blah.
But like Russian roulette,
Mm.
except I wanted to call it weed roulette. I might one day and just tell everybody who's coming, look, one of those brownies is infused.
Right.
One of them, you're gonna get fucked up. But I thought it would be cool, like to like just infuse one of them and see like who's gonna get it.
Okay.
Who's gonna be the one to get it?
I think if it's completely on the level, like everybody
Right?
knows
I
it's
just
there.
wouldn't want somebody to get this like, why do I feel funny?
Right.
What's wrong with
Put
me?
it out on the level. Everybody in there knows what's happening. And then
See, I used to hang out with some not so nice people back in the day, and like we did chemicals in
Okay.
drugs
Yeah.
and like things that would make you see shit. And when somebody would say, you know, like, well, what would you do if anybody ever, like, what if they threw an E in your drink or whatever at the bar? And I'd be like, I'd be fucking pissed because I want to know what I'm taking.
Mhm.
Most of the time at that age, you just give it to me and I'd probably be like, okay, pink butterfly. What's it do?
Right.
But I don't want to, like, I don't want to take something if I don't know I'm taking it, and I wouldn't ever do anything like that to somebody else.
Yeah, no, I know. I know you wouldn't. You've been, and because
It's like the big dabs when they give you the big slabs of concentrates in the dab rig, knowing damn well you're not a dabber.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, and that's one thing that I've really appreciated as a newbie. I've really appreciated you're very conscientious, and I know you're very big on that, and you try to encourage others because not everyone is apparently. So I appreciate how conscientious you are, and I appreciate when you come out and flat out say, look, I don't know how much I put in there, like and like who knows what's in there now. You don't know how much is in there now, do you?
No, I don't.
Yeah,
I don't.
So I'm not going to eat that.
I actually don't. I don't want to eat. I don't know if you've noticed, if the viewers have watched enough episodes, but I don't think I've stuck anything in my mouth.
No,
You've
don't-
eaten the donuts.
You don't smoke on the show.
No, I try.
Yeah.
I try and keep it professional. I mean, we're doing a job here. We're teaching people.
So we want to finish these off so we can try these.
Yes.
So I'm assuming.
So put on the ants.
So we got to put the ants on the log.
Yeah.
The ants come marching. I'm gonna have to get a nice picture of these. Do you have a phone?
You have lots of ants on there. You like raisins, eh?
No, I don't.
That's
but
good. That's good then.
I want to have some ants.
Oh my. Okay.
Do you want some on yours?
I will.
So just for there's my ants marching 2 by 2, 1 by 1, and then
Well, they look like they're marching 4 by 4.
so I'm going to eat mine, even though you won't eat yours. I have a question about the infusing process.
Okie dokie.
As we get ready to wrap this up, and we'll eat these wonderful treats that I've never had before. Is there a reason why you left a gap and just poured it in the middle, as opposed to running it across the top or running it, like running it down? Like
Because it's oil.
Okay.
It's very viscous.
Oh, geez. What's viscous?
Runny.
Okay. All right.
It's the viscosity. It has to do with the viscosity of the oil.
Now, are you afraid that your raisin's going to get high?
Oh my God. Is that how they made the California raisins?
No.
Do you remember them?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. They used to sing.
Yeah.
What's the song?
See, why do you think I like them?
Okay. So I've never had this before. Shall we?
Yeah, have at her. Honestly, I just want to say that looking back at this, I'm like, yeah, if you were to try and bite that, it would like all over the place. Just do your dose directly from the tincture bottle into your mouth and swallow it. It's pretty much the same.
Or maybe mix it up into like a peanut, like
You
put some
could mix
peanut
it with
butter,
the peanut butter.
mix it in the peanut butter, right?
Yeah.
And then you could just spread it on whenever you were.
Whatever.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So have like an infused thing of peanut butter. Okay, here we go.
Well, see, you could turn this into salad dressing if you wanted. Into
see,
like a vinaigrette.
That's what
you
the
could
oil
fry
thing
your
is.
eggs into it. You can, when I do the potatoes all chopped up with the oil
Yeah.
and the seasonings, you could use that oil instead of
Well,
cooking
it's
oil.
endless, right? Like you would talk to me.
Any recipe.
Okay, I'm gonna take a bite into this and then I'm gonna say something.
Oh, that's a great order of doing things.
But here's the I know. But here's the thing, it's much more entertaining if I eat first.
Mhm.
I've been trying new foods. Up until I was in my late 20s, I was still just a meatballs, mashed potatoes, peas, corn type of person, right? And but now I go, oh, but I trust the person who cooked it. So if it may not look kind of cool, but I'm gonna eat it because I'm sure they know it. But I don't trust the person who made this. Like I know I put it together, but the first person who said, yeah, put these 3 things together, I don't know if they knew what they were doing. So here we go.
I wonder if Emilio has my phone there. There we go. I love the face.
I'm sorry.
What, you don't like the crunchy and the watery texture with the chewy raisins
There
and
is
the peanut butter?
Do not lie to me. There is not a child in the world that would like this snack.
Yep.
No.
Legitimately.
No.
Yep. They gave us that when we were young. That's what they said our snack was. And some people love them.
Blowing people's
Other
eardrums.
people don't. That's real crunchy, isn't it? I was never really a fan of celery, just for the, you know what I'm going to say, aren't you?
That's horrendous.
The strings.
That is so not a good snack.
These things.
If I was doing a cinema review, 1 out of 5 joints.
See, and this is why I don't like celery.
If you're going to infuse something good, this is the question I wanted to ask.
Okay.
By the way, let me just say this. Don't eat ants on a log. Horrible.
Now I like it, so I say try it.
Okay, well, you can have mine later. Once we get off the air here. But let me, I do want to ask this. And this will be the last thing that we say before we go. You asked me about which foods I would like to infuse. Because at some point you want me to try an edible.
Yeah, I need recipes.
Yeah. And I threw back to you and said, well, it really doesn't matter because infusing food doesn't affect
the flavor.
Yeah, like if I infuse a hot dog or infuse an
Which is funny
ice
because-
cream, it's going to taste like a hot dog and ice cream.
Which is funny because being high changes the flavor of things, as we discussed before.
Okay, so
but not while you're eating it. Like you have
Right.
to be high prior to eating it.
Right. So it really doesn't matter what I infuse.
It's just a recipe that you like, that you enjoy.
Yeah. So just take your favorite. Okay. So
Which-
I wanted to point that out because if you are a newbie, to sit there and saying it doesn't add anything to the food experience. So
Well, it changes the flavor, but not for the better. Like most of the time, it just tastes like weed. You have to find the recipes that cover the flavor of weed. So
Okay.
that's why most people
All
do
right.
brownies, because the chocolate covers the flavor.
Okay,
If I can make a suggestion,
that's where I wanted to go with this.
if you like peanut butter, you're not allergic, try, what is that? I want to call them church windows. But no.
Is that another weird snack?
Rainbow marshmallows with butterscotch chips and peanut butter. I think they're called church windows or space bars if they're infused.
I like those marshmallows.
Yeah, the rainbow ones. That the peanut butter and the butterscotch will cover the flavor of cannabis. And if you make a MCT coconut oil, you can try Rice Krispie squares.
Okay.
They taste like coconutty. They're really good.
Okay. Interesting. Well, let's wrap this thing up. I do not recommend this snack, but you know that I don't like to leave food just lying around.
Can you take the last bite on the way out? So the last thing they remember is your face after you take a bite.
Okay.
Like, can we do our sign off first?
Yeah.
We'll cheers with our celery.
And then I'm going to jam the whole thing in.
I don't think that's a good idea.
I want to finish it.
You do things in threes. That's 3 bites, sir.
Okay. Well, let me take one bite here.
No.
Okay. Okay. Don't cut us off the air. Don't cut us off the air until I have finished this. Okay.
Oh, you're actually going to finish the whole thing?
Yeah, I'm going to finish it, but afterwards. Okay, ready?
Do I need to be here for this?
Yeah. That was a good episode. Thank you. Infusing. I will say this. I think you've mentioned this before. I probably will never smoke again.
Mm-hmm.
But the infusing process is actually very intriguing to me. And I assume at some point I will try something that's infused. Not that, because I'll tell you this, if I'm going to eat something and try something infused, it will not be celery, peanut butter, and raisins. It will be something really, really good. That's how I'll experience it for the first time.
All right.
Because if I have it with this, I'm going to be like, I'm not eating infused food, when really it had nothing to do with the infusing. It had everything to do with the fact that this is a horrible, horrible mistake. Here we go.
All right.
I'm Timmy Boyle.
Mary Jane Baker. Stay lifted.
And keep on laughing. Cheers. I'm not looking forward to this. Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie. And this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning, it's September 25th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. And welcome back, Cindy. How you doing?
Hey. I'm good. I'm tired, but I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm doing all right. I'm watching my grass grow. You know, my cannabis grass.
It's always a good thing to do.
Yes, it is. Exactly. So how was things out in British Columbia, your courses and all that you did?
British Columbia, it's the same as the rest of Canada, very dry right now, but
Yeah.
beautiful. I was out in a little area called Salt Spring. a tiny little island full of earth medicine facilitators of different kinds. So it was quite neat to be in an area where, like, every time you turn a corner, there's a billboard for like small billboard for breath work over here. Come over here and take combo. There's 5-MeO over here. Like, it's
Oh, really?
yeah, and I'm kind of looking around going, yeah, I want to live here.
Yeah.
It was absolutely fantastic.
This is a community I would just love to be living in.
It is. And, I've even gone as far as looking up homes. I'm going to set up a video tour of a place that I found that's actually reasonably priced. Like, it may not happen, but it was so beautiful that I felt compelled to see if it was possible to live there.
Yeah, an option for sure. Oh, yeah.
So
yeah.
I spent just over 3 weeks altogether on this island. So just over half my time over there. And I did my first 3 levels of a course that I have to go back in November and finish. And that's the breathwork course. And it was phenomenal. And anybody that follows my story knows that I've run off and done a number of different medicines, from iboga to 5-MeO to combo, hape, psilocybin. And I've walked into these medicines and I've always had beautiful trips, for lack of a better word. And I did the breath work, which there's no substances involved. It's all in yourself. It's all in your own body. And I had challenges with a medicine for the first time in my life.
Oh, really?
Massive challenges. I almost left twice. I didn't want to do it. Like, I was facing stuff I didn't want to face. And it was absolutely, it was hard. So for the first time ever working with any of these earth medicines, I had challenges with the medicine of my breath. And
really? And that was one that's not even, that's not even substance intake. That's, like you said.
Yeah. It's all inner work. It's all breath. You breathe in a certain fashion. You can have a psychedelic experience with this breath. So it still helps the body, the mind, the spirit in the same way that substances would. There's just no substances.
Right.
And so I had challenges. I wanted to leave. I didn't want to be there. But I stayed and I graduated level 1 and I came back and did level 2 and went back and did level 3. And things became easier as they went along, as I faced the challenges and let myself heal with them. And then I spent just over a week studying combo, which is a frog medicine. And it's where they burn your skin, like the first couple of layers of skin, and then we put the frog venom on that. It's a detox medicine. It does wonders on the body, but it also works on the spirit and the mind as well. And for me, I faced my fear and I purged my fear because it's a purgative medicine. And I studied the medicine and I learned how to serve it, and I learned how to serve others, and graduated that course as well.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
And then I got invited to go to a peyote ceremony, so I ran off and took peyote for the first time. It was great.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess tomorrow, when you do the broadcast, the Mushy Moment, people will be able to find out much more about your trip. And
well, we're today is Thursday. It probably won't be till Tuesday, but yeah.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Well, it's days and weeks. What's the matter? Okay. Yeah. So on Tuesday. All right. What do you say? Time to get into the news?
Absolutely.
All right. First story is up.
First story is coming to us from the Intelligencer. Tyendinaga. Police raid illegal cannabis operations. Multiple arrests.
When I saw the announcement, I was quite blown away, surprised. Because they had never, like, I wasn't aware of any big raids like this there, and to see this. So they said the police services announced Tuesday in a joint online statement they were executing warrants relating to illegal cannabis production
It says on Wednesday morning they issued a brief update.
Yesterday, officers recovered stolen property, seized firearms, and halted unlawful diversion of water from the bay. It reads several individuals have been taken into custody, including 5 who are not members of the community. Police said Wednesday the operation was ongoing. Tuesday's announcement noted there was a significant police presence on the reserve to preserve public safety and apprehend those responsible.
Now, according to the notice, it says that this investigation involves non-Indigenous criminal organizations exploiting Indigenous rights and lands, regrettably aided by a limited members of Taiganega, and the provincial police investigated the illegal cannabis operations on the Taiganega Mohawk territory, have arrested several people, including 5 from outside the reserve, members of the community, they said on Tuesday.
Yeah. The projected profits, estimated in the millions, serve only to benefit those community members and the associated criminal organizations, not our community, the Post continues. The public may encounter restricted areas of containment. Although every effort will be made to secure the affected areas, there is potential for suspects to evade police.
Yeah, they say anybody who sees anybody, just call 911. They also said that they like to thank the community members for their continued patience and understanding as enforcement efforts unfold.
Police said Taiganega is not the only community facing this struggle. Other reserves are also plagued by the presence of criminal organizations. In response, many territories have put aside ideological differences, taking action to remove these criminal organizations and those jeopardizing the safety and security of our communities, the original post concludes.
Yeah, and they say that more information will be coming when it becomes available. Yeah, I was like, what, when I saw the notice online from the police services there, what was going on.
So, like, it doesn't even say who they rated. Like, I mean, like how many?
No.
Do we have any inside information?
No, I don't have any inside information whatsoever. And because, like I said, I was surprised when I read it, when I first saw the posting of it. So I haven't got a clue. I assume, as with any large raids, usually there's some type of news that follows up afterwards. Whether if this doesn't end up in the mainstream news, it may end up in some other local news, or because I know that they have some news sources themselves right down in that area, and so something might appear there. So I don't know. Haven't got a clue. Yeah. So, yeah. It was a bit of a surprise.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there are a pile of stores on the reserve. Now it mentions production, related to production. So I'm assuming it could be growing cannabis or producing things. It didn't say anything about stores or anything along that line.
Yeah. Yeah, and we know enough of the owners that, like something would have been said if any of them had been raided, I would assume.
Yeah. So
interesting.
See what happens. I'm sure some information will come out. We'll hear something, I would assume, by next show on Monday. Hopefully something might come out. So. Alrighty, from there, we move on to the next story.
Yeah, coming to us from Conexent. Can psychedelics influence the immune system?
When I read that, I went, hey, yeah. When we think of psychedelic drugs, we think of altered states of consciousness, vivid hallucinations, and their controversial role in mental health research. One vein of research, however, is asking a less obvious question: can these compounds also affect the immune system? A recent study published in the British Journal of Pharmacology explores this possibility. Classic psychedelics such as psilocybin, LSD, and mescaline are typically studied for their effects on the brain. They act mainly on serotonin receptors, influencing perception, mood, and cognition. But serotonin isn't
confined to the brain. It plays roles throughout the body, including the gut and the immune system. This connection has led scientists to wonder whether psychedelics may influence immune activity.
Systematic exploration of the link between psychedelics and the immune system has been sparse and often overshadowed by the focus on mental health. With a resurgence of interest in psychedelics, however, the authors note that the time has come to revisit the connection. While the detailed cellular and molecular mechanisms underlying the recreational and potential therapeutic actions of psychedelic medicines are far from understood, the ability of psychedelic medicines to reduce mediators of inflammation is beginning to be appreciated. Some experiments show that psychedelic compounds can influence immune cell activity, such as dampening inflammatory signals, but results vary depending on the compound and the conditions. Other studies suggest psychedelics might reduce inflammation in disease such as asthma or sepsis. Still, there are early results and the translational process is long.
In short, psychedelics seem capable of nudging the immune system, but exactly how and in what direction remains uncertain. The parasimesis summary of the data would be that the pharmacology of anti-inflammatory psychedelic medicines is still to be defined definitely, the authors add. One challenge is working out the mechanism. The immune system is complex, involving countless cell types and signaling molecules. Psychedelics primarily target serotonin 2A receptors, which are found on certain immune cells as well as neurons. Through these receptors, the medicines might alter how immune cells respond to stress or injury.
Mm-hmm. Another possibility is that the effects are indirect. Psychedelics can reduce psychological stress and depression, both of which are known to influence inflammation. Many common diseases, from autoimmune disorders to cardiovascular problems, have an inflammatory component, and drugs can tune the immune response without broadly suppressing it are in high demand. Conditions where psychedelics might be worth investigating include autoimmune diseases such as rheumatoid arthritis, chronic inflammatory conditions like asthma, and even cancer, where the immune system plays a double-edged role in both defense and disease progression. However, these remain speculative ideas rather than established applications.
I could add Crohn's to that autoimmune disease. I wonder, see how that would work with that condition as well. It also is worth noting that psychedelics aren't straightforward medicine candidates. Their psychological effects mean they cannot be given casually, and their illegal status is tightly restricted in many countries. Any immune-related benefits would need to be carefully balanced against these challenges. With patchy evidence and a field prone to hype, what's needed next is patient methodically investigation to find out whether the hints of immune modulation are real and clinically relevant. The evidence suggests a connection between psychedelics and immunology, but it is fragile and incomplete. What is clear is that the immune system deserves at least a mention in the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's why we brought it up here. So I
It's
saw
been
that.
something I've been saying for years. I know this person in New Brunswick who creates a tincture using magic mushrooms, and I've added that tincture to creams that also contain cannabis. So now they've got cannabis and psilocybin, and that'll take swelling down like that.
Good.
Topically.
Good.
So yeah. I think we've only really scratched the surface with what psychedelics can do.
Oh, I completely agree. Yeah. All righty, here we go. Next story.
Coming to us for Marijuana Moment. Teen cannabis use in Germany has declined following recreational legalization, government study shows.
Yeah, a new study conducted by the German federal health official shows that rates of cannabis use declined among youth after the country legalized
adult use cannabis last year, contradicting one or more of the more common prohibitionist arguments against the reform. The Federal Institute of Public Health's Drug Affinity Study, published on Tuesday, examined cannabis use trends in 2025, finding that the rates of the past year cannabis consumption for youth 12 to 17 dipped from 6.7% to 6.1% since the prior survey in 2023. More regular consumption also decreased from 1.3% to 1.1%.
Yeah, among young adults between the ages of 18 and 25, the study showed a slight uptick in cannabis usage, with past year consumption increasing from 23.3 to 25.6% between 2023 and 2025. Germany's former health minister, Karl Lauterbach, who spearheaded the government's legalization plan, said the results of the research confirm what the goal of legalization was. Through the debate about dangers for children and adolescents, their consumption does not increase, or even decreases, according to a translation.
Nevertheless, the results still need to be confirmed, and bans do not deter young people, he says. The study is based on a survey of 7,000 adolescents and young adults from April to July of this year.
It was April of 2024 when Germany's legalization law took effect, allowing adults to possess and grow certain amounts of cannabis, and social clubs began to open, providing members with legal access to cannabis products. Our data shows that consumption among adolescents has not increased. However, consumption has risen slightly among young adults, particularly among men between 18 and 25 years of age. Johan Nielsen, who is the acting director of the Federal Institute of Public Health, said in a press release, "We must monitor this development very closely."
The lack of evidence that youth use increased post-legalization is consistent with pro-reform arguments. Advocates have long maintained that providing regulatory framework for cannabis would mitigate underage access as more adults transition to the legal market. In the U.S., where cannabis is legal in some form in the majority of the states, but prohibited at the federal level, research has shown similar trends.
For example, the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Service Administration in July published data that showed youth cannabis consumption has remained stable amid the state legalization movement. The agency also held a webinar in July in which a Johns Hopkins University researcher acknowledged that while self-reported cannabis consumption by adults has risen as more states have legalized, use by youth has generally remained flat or fallen.
Yeah, a report from the advocacy group Marijuana Policy Project, for example, found that youth cannabis use declined in 19 out of 21 states that legalized adult use cannabis, with teen cannabis consumption down an average of 35% in the earliest states to legalize. The report cited data from the series of national and state level youth surveys, including the annual monitoring the Future survey, which is supported by the National Institute on Drug Abuse. Well, I think we've got the headline there covered with as far as the story-wise that yet again, it's proven. Again, just legalize cannabis and you can bring down youth consumption. It happened here in Canada as well.
Yep.
Right. So Germany is seeing the same results. We shouldn't be surprised, and I'm sure that other countries will find the same thing as they go along.
Oh, I have no doubt.
Yeah. All righty. We're going to move on to the last story before we go to break. And the headline is up.
Yeah, coming to us from StratCan. Hamilton, a cannabis retailer, allowed to recall witnesses in termination grievance.
An arbitrator in Ontario recently ruled that the lawyer representing a Hamilton cannabis retailer will be able to recall witnesses in a termination grievance from an employee fired in 2024. The case surrounded an employee at a Canna Cabana store who was fired for failing to report to management that a customer had provided him with psilocybin. The former employee challenged this firing with his union, the United Food and Commercial Workers Union, Local 175, arguing in a hearing on September the 3rd that the firing was inconsistent with alleged tolerance of similar behavior from an assistant store manager. Ooh.
The employer, Canna Cabana, argued that 10 different statements the union made to the terminated employee, Jesse Piera, and 2 other witnesses unfairly challenged the assistant store manager's credibility without providing the ASM with proper notice of the accusations or the opportunity to respond. Piera was the union steward of the Canna Cabana on Barton Street in Hamilton. Those statements included claims that the assistant store manager herself has used psilocybin and cannabis at work and encouraged others to use cannabis at work as well.
The union disputed these claims, but the arbitrator sided with the employer, ruling that its counsel will have the opportunity to speak to its witnesses and address the contradictory evidence. The decision goes on to say that what is most concerning to me is that the union seeks to introduce videos and pictures that the witness posted on social media to contradict her testimony without allowing her the opportunity to review and respond to the material.
Although the retailer had sought to strike numerous claims from the union statements, the arbitrator decided to instead provide the employer with an opportunity to interview the witnesses. The hearing will now continue with the amended process in place.
Yeah, so there you go.
Interesting.
That could end. Well, they say they got videos and stuff, because otherwise it could be a he said, she said thing.
Yep.
Yeah. Or he said, or however you want to say that saying.
However it is. Yeah.
So, but yeah, that could get ugly. Could get ugly. So, all righty, time for us to move on to break, as we always like to do. We're right back after our joint session. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the Piercing Room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
That way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And we're back. We're live, and we got 4 more stories to go. And just so you know, Cindy's back too. Cindy's back as well. All righty, here we go. The next story is up and ready to be announced.
Ah, there we go. Coming from the Globe and Mail. Business trip.
Yeah.
Exact.
Yeah.
I lost my most.
I think the headline there is executives turn to psychedelic retreats to cope with stress.
There it is. Thank you so much, Al.
You're welcome. It's tiny. It's just up there at the top. Now, they say that Victoria, not a real name, the CEO of a small not-for-profit, arrived at the edge of Ontario Maple Lake in the autumn of 2023 with the intention of getting blitzed out of her mind on cannabis. And joining the Ascend program offered at Dimensions, a luxury wellness retreat about an hour east of Muskoka, Victoria was hoping to shake off some of the small T trauma she had been carrying in her body since childhood. When she says she grew accustomed to tiptoeing around volatile personalities. As an adult, she felt like her nervous system was still clinging to that fear and anxiety, the sense of powerlessness and the lack of safety.
For years, the trauma manifested in chronic back pain and a hyperdrive type A personality. She was stressed all the time and overly reactive with her team. When problems emerged, she felt unable to navigate the conflict with confidence. Victoria hoped that taking cannabis under the care of a psychotherapist as part of a 5-day wellness retreat, plus pre and post care that costs $5,000, might help her let go of the pain of becoming a better, more grounded version of herself. It wasn't just the cannabis that Victoria was drawn to. The cabins at Dimensions offer upscale Scandinavian minimalism with white walls and crisp white sheets alongside blonde wood accents. Guests are quizzed on personal preferences prior to arrival, including bathroom floor temperature and whether they prefer dark or medium locally roasted coffee beans. The views over Maple Lake are indisputably tranquil, with more ducks and dragonflies than sea-doos.
Can you tell me what place has ever asked a person coming to stay how warm they want their bathroom floor?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's pretty awesome.
That's pretty awesome. Well, they say that goes on to say that the culinary program is indulgent. While Dimensions does not typically serve dairy, gluten, or refined sugars, they do serve meat. A 4-course dinner might include a bacon and panda roasted cauliflower taco with avocado cream, chicken tostada with charred scallion, salsa, and Mexican chocolate pudding topped with cinnamon candied papayas, I guess. Ascend participants are expected to engage in significant prep work before they arrive. There's a process intended to screen out contraindicated psychedelic or psychiatric conditions, plus a biopsychosocial, including meeting over Zoom, where participants are asked to describe their childhood traumas and honestly assess the quality of their adult relationship. They are also solo and group sessions with a psychotherapist.
When they arrive at Dimensions, guests are engaged in a range of treatments, from yoga and Thai massage to nature therapy, Reiki, and Qigong, a traditional Chinese movement meditation practice. The experience culminates in a 3-hour cannabis ceremony where participants sit in a circle in a large geodesic dome and vape cannabis, anywhere from 3 to 10 puffs, while doing breath work and listening to a sound bath of a dozen instruments, including singing crystal bowls, French chimes, and a crystal harp. Wow. Victoria was asked by Dimensions to source her own cannabis, advised of therapeutic recipe that mixes various strains. Under the guidance of a local Indigenous elder, along with Dimension's clinical director, Donald Curry, Victoria took several hits from a vaporizer and then laid back on a linen-covered futon. A guided meditation encouraged her to be in her body, starting with the feet and then moving up.
When they got to the chest, I felt this intense pain like a sword going through my heart, she says. I was gasping for air. Curry instantly moved to her side, encouraging her to keep breathing through the experience. It was like every heartbreak she had ever had in her life, all the agony and fear and disappointment, most of it tied to her family, was happening simultaneously. The floodgates opened, and she found herself sobbing and unable to stop. And then she was free of it. It was like years of crying happened there, and I left feeling so much lighter, she says. She emerged from the experience with a stronger sense of the boundaries she needed to set for herself and clarity surrounding her desire to let go of the past. When Victoria came home, her husband commented on how much better she seemed, how much calmer, but the benefits extended beyond her personal life. Victoria was less unstrung at work, able to sit with problems rather than panicking, and she found she no longer took things so personally. It accumulated in a greater sense of ease, both for her and her colleagues. She says, I really reflected on how to let go of ego so that I could be a better person to myself and those who knew me.
Wow. Dimensions is just one of several luxury options for stressed out executives and entrepreneurs looking to heal in a world that sometimes seems to be spinning out of control, still recovering from the fog of the pandemic and now grappling with the impact of a US president hellbent on remaking the global order. The vibe is chaotic. It's the end of predictability combined with a sense of impending doom. According to a May survey by the Business Council of Canada, more than 60% of Canadian CEOs expected the economy to weaken in the near term, largely citing global uncertainty. And while present circumstances might be uniquely terrorizing, the problem isn't new. In 2019, a survey by the Canadian Mental Health Association found that 62% of entrepreneurs were depressed, at least once a week. Almost half reported that their mental health issues were interfering with work. In a more recent poll, 31% of managers who have left or are planning to leave their jobs attribute it to mental health issues.
Insights gathered by Homewood Health Center in Guelph, which offers a range of treatment programs for mental health and addiction issues and has been in the operation for 140 years, indicates that high-level executives and entrepreneurs are increasingly presenting with depression, anxiety, post-traumatic stress disorder, imposter syndrome, burnout, and exhaustion from constantly delivering in high-pressure scenarios or environments. They often find themselves at their residence, Homewood's luxury 9-bedroom inpatient option. It says here there was less deep pockets, meanwhile, less deep pocket clients, meanwhile, might struggle to find a sufficient coordinated mental health supports. Exactly. Because of money, right? So
No, healing this way is not a cheap thing to do, and that's for sure.
No.
We've seen a steady influx of executives, especially over the past 4 or 5 years, says Dr. Ben McCurchin, who is the chief of psychiatry for the residents. I believe there are growing demands on professionals, whether it be related to staffing challenges, the economy, COVID, the multiple effects that professionals are dealing with that impact their well-being. Luxury rehab isn't new or rare. Or more conventional avenues might include psychiatry, psychotherapy, and addictions therapy, which can include a mix of prescription medications, individual or group therapy talk, and lifestyle directives.
Now, in addition to Homewood, the residents, there's a Muskoka recovery detox and rehab service with gourmet meals. The Canadian Center for Addiction stated manners in Port Hope and Cobourg, Edgewood Health Network's Quant Center in Lawrencetown, Nova Scotia, near the Bay of Fundy. Clinical Clinic Les Alpes near Montreux, Switzerland, specifically works with Canadians seeking solace from the strains of everyday life and in need of recovery and renewal in a traditional chateau with sweeping views of the Alps. Sounds nice. Yeah,
But
now I see.
increasing,
Yeah,
yes,
go
you see
ahead.
what? No, you go ahead.
I was to say, I see it. It is a real long story according to the side that I'm looking at, the thing there, but go ahead.
Okay. Yes, I did notice that too. That's why I thought you should go first. But increasingly, illicit, or just recently decriminalized substances are seen not as the problem, but as part of the solution. Conscious altering medicines use has entered the mainstream discourse, whether it's Elon Musk's much discussed ketamine use, or food guru Michael Pollan's Netflix documentary about the benefits of psychedelics, or random TikTok videos about putting microdoses of psilocybin, also known as magic mushrooms, in your morning coffee to enhance focus and maximize productivity. Whole Foods founder John McKay credits an MDMA psilocybin trip with his graceful exit from the company in 2022, calling each trip a revelation and crediting the medicines with helping heal relationships as he moved on to the next phase of his personal and professional life. He now plans to open a chain of wellness clubs that will one day offer psychedelic therapy, once it's legal, of course. A few years ago, the U.S. National Park Service put out a statement begging people to please stop licking Sonoran desert toads, which secrete a potent hallucinogen known by some as the God molecule, or Bufo, or 5-MeO.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, I gotta shut her down there. But we got some examples of some people there. Even I know that he's passed. Matthew Perry, he was doing ketamine, psychedelics in order to deal with wherever he needed to deal with. So
Yep.
there's people out there that have used it executive wise, and I completely understand the story of Victoria there. I was production supervisor. I had 65 guys underneath me, and it wasn't. I was good until my bowel blew out. So that's what I always say. All right, but yeah, there's lots of stress. There's no doubt about that. All right, next story is up. Here we go.
Yeah, coming to us from MJ Biz Daily. Wisconsin Republicans want to ban hemp-derived THC products.
Republican lawmakers in Wisconsin, one of the few remaining states with no legal cannabis access, want to ban hemp-derived THC in the state. 5 GOP state legislators last week proposed to close a so-called THC loophole and criminalize popular intoxicating hemp-derived products, including THCA flower.
Hemp-derived THC products, including drinks served from the tap at bars and taverns, are proving extremely popular in Wisconsin. Limited medical cannabis laws in the state allow only for CBD oil.
Yeah, that is limited, isn't it? Wow. That creates a situation very similar to that in Texas, where hemp-derived cannabinoid products are part of an estimated $5.5 billion market. According to lawmakers, it's also allowed dangerous psychoactive THC-laced products to proliferate in Wisconsin.
The lawmakers say they're circulating a common sense of corrective bill that changes state law to ban psychoactive cannabinoids derived from hemp under state law. Bill critics, such as hemp shop owners, say the upshot would be the criminalization of popular products.
Yeah, and it lists the lawmakers here. Lindy Brill, Jim Pawlowski, Chuck Wichgers, Bob Donovan, and Chris Capinga. Yeah. They said in a statement, the lawmakers cited a sharp rise in Delta-8 THC poisonings in young children.
Psychoactive substances like hemp can cause long-term damaging effects on the brain that impede cognitive function, the statement added. This can handicap or alter an individual's entire life.
No hearings on the bill are scheduled, according to the legislative tracker, and many states are moving to tighten rules around hemp following the 2018 Farm Bill, which led to the proliferation of intoxicating products nationwide.
Lawmakers in Washington are also pushing language that would recriminalize most hemp-derived products. Despite broad support, efforts to legalize medical cannabis in Wisconsin have repeatedly failed amid Republican opposition.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. All right. Hey, thanks for the love there, JJ. Yeah, it's too bad. What's patients can only have access to cannabis oil? Like, what, that's just not right.
No.
No. So, they got a medical cannabis program, but it sure isn't much of a program if that's all that they're allowing. So, and now they're going to take away these hemp products for them. So, good. Yeah. All right. Next story's up. Here we go.
Coming to us from Mugglehead Magazine, Michigan court rules that Ann Arbor Psychedelics Festival must continue.
All right. Way to go, Judge. The University of Michigan's attempt to stop an annual psychedelics festival from taking place on its campus again was futile. Last week, the president of the university's Student Association of Psychedelic Studies stood before the Michigan Court of Claims to back a lawsuit brought against the school over its decision to deny a permit. An application for a 5th annual Enthofest was filed in July and rejected in August.
Ultimately, the court ruled in favor of the association and said the controversial convention must be allowed to continue on First Amendment grounds. Enthofest is on, says SAP's president, Emily Berryman, and Enthofest organizers on Instagram, September 18th. Justice is served. Let this set a precedent for free speech on and off the diag. The event has been held annually since the city of Ann Arbor decriminalized psychedelic substances in 2020. It aims to promote the mental and physical health effects of psilocybin mushrooms, cannabis, and psychoactive plants like iboga, ayahuasca, and the San Pedro cactus. Many who consume these entheogens report improved well-being as a result.
Despite this aim, the event had no intention of attracting people aiming to make money from selling magic mushrooms or other products that remain illegal under state law. They say that they can't stop Enthofest, said one state senator, Jeff Irwin, in a speech at the outdoor event venue on September the 21st.
The Democrat politician explained how he believes entheogenic substances have cultural and religious value for thousands of years. The university can't stop Enthofest. The cops can't stop Enthofest, he added. This event is going to continue to go on until we win freedom for ourselves and for our neighbors who want access to plant medicines, not just plant medicines, frogs and fungi, to improve their lives.
A crowd of approximately 100 people were in attendance at the University of Michigan's campus this year, despite less than optimal weather conditions and a short notice that the event had been authorized to proceed. The formally arranged keynote speaker, neurobiologist, and convicted LSD chemist William Leonard Picard was not able to make it because the organizers had to cancel his flight and accommodation weeks prior. There you go.
Yeah.
So they still held the event. It sounds like it was just a little more low key than what it would normally have been. And now they'll be able to promote and advertise next year's event and and come back to normal. Yeah. So
exciting for them.
Right. Yeah. One more story to go on today's show, and it is ready and go.
Coming to us from StratCan. BC cannabis producers, retailers lean into direct delivery following central delivery shutdown.
Cannabis producers and retailers in British Columbia are bracing themselves for the effects of a strike that has closed the province's central delivery warehouse. The newest escalation of the job action announced on Monday, September the 22nd, was not unexpected. The BC Government Employees Union strike first began on September the 2nd. Many in the cannabis industry expected it to eventually impact the province's central delivery for cannabis and alcohol, similar to a job action that took place in August of 2022. on September the 12th. The strike was also extended to include overtime activities with the LDB.
When I was out there, it was already starting to affect the cannabis stores.
I wouldn't
You
doubt
know,
it. Yeah.
yeah. Because of this, some producers and retailers say they felt better prepared than they did during the 2022 strike. Retailers tell StratCan that they have been placing extra orders in the weeks and even months before to build up extra in-store supply. Some producers say they have been taking steps to increase supply to meet those demands and fine-tuning their own direct delivery platforms, which allow retailers to order directly from some BC smaller producers, bypassing the province's distribution warehouse entirely.
Ron Hoa, the general manager at Cannister's Cannabis in Kelowna, tells StratCan that he's been placing larger orders for several weeks now in anticipation of this type of escalation, even before the strike began in September. He says, I kind of welcome the strike because we're prepared. We all knew that this was going to happen, so I've been loading up since July and August.
Additionally, he notes that he has spent the last 3 years refining his store's participation in the province's direct delivery program to ensure a wide array of options for his customers, even if the strike lasts several weeks. I don't think anyone can beat my direct delivery inventory, he says. If someone comes in, they aren't going to leave empty-handed, ever.
BC first launched its direct delivery program in August of 2022, around the same time as the last BCGEU strike. Although the timing was not planned around the strike, direct delivery ultimately served as a lifeline for some producers and retailers, many of whom were caught unprepared. The program has evolved considerably in those 3 years with a wider array of products available, as well as producers and retailers making improvements on payment programs, ordering platforms, and delivery options. While it's still a small portion of the total cannabis sales in the province, the program's popularity has been growing this year.
Unfortunately, it isn't enough to fulfill all consumer demands, explains Dennis Park of Craft Greenery Cannabis, a retailer in Vancouver. Craft Greenery has increasingly relied on direct delivery in recent years. However, Park notes that the program's structure, which limits participation to cannabis grown within the province by companies cultivating no more than 3,000 kilograms annually, often results in higher prices and more niche craft-style products. While this is beneficial when the central delivery options are available, Park is concerned that during periods of short supply, such as the current strike, retailers may struggle to retain customers if their usual products become unavailable.
We're doing what I think a lot of other independent retailers are doing right now, which is figuring out what we can buy and how to best spread our limited dollars around. Even though we've established these relationships, the problem is that it can be challenging to fill the gaps of Central going down with just direct delivery. All the larger value brands are associated with that supply chain, and while we rely more on direct delivery than most, some retailers rely entirely on central delivery. My concern is how they will weather the storm.
The longer this strike goes on, retailers might have to cut stuff. They might lose some loyal customers. The longer it goes, I see a lot of retailers that are on the edge of not making it. Park also notes that while the direct delivery system has made improvements over the years, it can still be a challenge for smaller producers and retailers. Placing orders and managing deliveries can be a challenge, and payment options within the program are limited.
I think this will really put the system to a test, he adds. Now, Janine Davies, Vice President of Sales at Dealer Cannabis, a BC company that processes and distributes cannabis for an array of small producers, says that they have already placed one of their largest direct delivery days within 24 hours of the strike notice. The company is making another 400 to 500 cases available each day to satisfy that increased demand. On top of that, Davies says her company just sent a large shipment of cannabis to BC Central Warehouse in Richmond on Friday, where it now sits, unable to be returned or distributed to stores.
Our main concern now is that a product is just sitting in a warehouse instead of getting out to customers because of the strike. They can't even, return it to vendors. So now we need to find, more supply to serve our direct customers. Alana Davis, who's the CEO of Dabble Cannabis, an outdoor grower on Vancouver Island, says she sees the current strike as a great opportunity for direct delivery products to shine. Still, she also highlights the fact that the BC LDB still adds the same 15% fee on direct delivery products as it does on those it actually handles through the warehousing and delivery system.
Of course they do. They do that here in Ontario as well.
Same.
I'm not surprised whatsoever. They still want their money. Still want the money even though they're not handling the product. So,
yeah.
All right, Davis goes on to say that the strike makes things challenging, but I know we and other small independent producers are up for the challenge to supply BC with all the cannabis they need. If only the BC government would recognize the additional burden of cost and administration that they placed on the small producers when implementing the 15% priority fee on the direct delivery program. As the threat of a shutdown of the province's cannabis warehouse loomed, Davies explained she had to make tough decisions over the past few weeks to send products to the central distribution center or hold them back for direct delivery.
We had to make the call to reroute inventory, missing sales from Central, to be prepared to act at a moment's notice if they went on strike in the DC. It is certainly the pre-retro. I can't say that word for some reason. Of the BCGEU employees to strike if their employer won't even show up to the negotiations, she adds, when their contract expired months ago.
Philip Campbell, CEO of Herbal Dispatch, a BC-based cannabis producer processor that operates a robust direct delivery platform, says he and his team have been working for weeks now to ensure that they were prepared for potential strike action. These actions, including getting more SKUs approved for direct delivery by the LDB, ordering extra excise stamps, and onboarding new products from the array of BC growers and producers to work with. Although the province doesn't physically handle SKUs sold through the direct delivery, it still requires those products to receive an initial approval before being made available to retailers.
We basically just front-loaded a bunch of listings so that we would have some flexibility with the products we have available, explains Campbell. We also created new communication guidelines with our vendors for issues like shipping delays or payment processing. We have also had extended hours for some shifts, bringing in extra workers to ensure we're prepared as best we can. Another factor he's accounting for is that even once the strike ends, he expects the LDB to take several days to work through a backlog of existing orders and new orders.
Yeah, there are a lot of additional logistics at play, says Campbell. Still, he says he thinks the industry is better positioned now than it was in 2022 and sees an opportunity for more retailers and customers to become familiar with the kinds of products available through direct delivery.
It really strengthens the relationship between the retailer and the DD producers, he explains. It builds a lot of trust and reliability. And I think when customers go into dispensaries, it's a great opportunity for these DD businesses who are by definition smaller producers. So it's going to allow more dispensaries and customers to have more exposure to these products. So I think longer term, even after the strike is over, there will be some residual benefit to those who can manage to maintain supply through the strike. Several other BC cannabis producers have announced the launch of their own direct delivery program in recent weeks, and immediately following the announcement. The length of this specific strike is not known. The last time the BCGEU strike shut down the LDB's cannabis warehouse was in 2022, from August 15th to August 31st. Although following this, it took several weeks for the provincial agency to work through a backlog of orders.
There you go. Yeah, that sounds like a bit of a mess. Yeah, I guess I can see where people are ordering ahead of time and all that, but I could also see that maybe some of that product could be, be sitting in the warehouse waiting to be shipped, as they mentioned that one person. But also, the stores are ordering them months ahead of time. That means some of that product could be sitting in the store for months before it is sold.
One thing I did notice when I was out in BC that I haven't seen yet here in Nova Scotia, and I don't know if they do it in any other province. Like I went into a few of the BC stores, and it's like, hey, I want to buy whatever product. I want something grown here in BC and only sold here in BC. And one thing I noticed is they would pick up all the products, and the first thing they do is go to the expiry date. Oh, that's more than 4 months. I'm not selling you that, and they'd pick up the next one.
Oh, really? Eh? Wow.
Yeah, not just in one store, but in 4 or 5 that I was in, and I thought that was amazing. And the big store, it was actually in Kelowna, the first one I noticed it, and it was called Cannabis Corner, and great store, absolutely huge, and yeah, they were very adamant with not selling old product.
Good. I remember it's been a while now, but I can remember one time I went for a Pacific product and found out that it had been 14 months. Yeah.
Yeah, these folks wouldn't sell anything that's been sitting in their store for over 4 months. So I was really impressed.
Yeah, that's good. Good to know. All right. Anything else before we say goodbye?
I don't think so.
All right. That's our report for today. Thanks to our buds at Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, and at ease.ca. And always, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for watching, whether you or listening if you call our podcast afterwards. And as always, don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
You've been watching Rerolled Saturdays. Thank you to our guests, our hosts, and our viewers. Up next, Rerolled Saturday Nighttime Edition. It gets started at 4 p.m. See you then.